Superstition in All Ages. By Jean Meslier. Life of Jean Meslier by Voltaire. Jean Meslier, born 1678, in the village of Mazerny, dependency of the Duchy of Rethel, was the son of a serge weaver. Brought up in the country, he nevertheless pursued his studies and succeeded to the priesthood. At the seminary, where he lived with much regularity, he devoted himself to the system of Descartes. Becoming curate of Étrepigny in Champagne and vicar of a little annexed parish named Bou, he was remarkable for the austerity of his habits. Devoted in all his duties, every year he gave what remained of his salary to the poor of his parishes. Enthusiastic, and of rigid virtue, he was very temperate, as much in regard to his appetite as in relation to women. Voiry and Delafox, the one curate of Varques, the other curate of Bolzacourt, were his confessors, and the only ones with whom he associated. The curate Meslier was a rigid partisan of justice, and sometimes carried his zeal a little too far. The lord of his village, M. de Tully, having ill-treated some peasants, he refused to pray for him in his service. M. de Mailly, Archbishop of Reims, before whom the case was brought, condemned him. But the Sunday which followed this decision, the abbot Meslier stood in his pulpit and complained of the sentence of the cardinal. "This is," said he, "the general fate of the poor country priest. The archbishops, who are great lords, scorn them and do not listen to them. Therefore, let us pray for the lord of this place. We will pray for Antoine de Tully, that he may be converted and granted the grace that he may not wrong the poor and despoil the orphans." His lordship, who was present at this mortifying supplication, brought new complaints before the same archbishop, who ordered the curate Meslier to come to Donchery, where he ill-treated him with abusive language. There have been scarcely any other events in his life, nor other benefice, than that of Étrepigny. He died in the odor of sanctity in the year 1733, 55 years old. It is believed that, disgusted with life, he expressly refused necessary food, because during his sickness he was not willing to take anything, not even a glass of wine. At his death he gave all he possessed, which was inconsiderable, to his parishioners, and desired to be buried in his garden. They were greatly surprised to find in his house 3 manuscripts, each containing 366 pages, all written by his hand, signed and entitled by him, "My Testament." This work, which the author addressed to his parishioners and to M. Leroux, advocate and procurator for the Parliament of Mézières, is a simple refutation of all the religious dogmas, without excepting one. The Grand Vicar of Reims retained one of the 3 copies, another was sent to Monsieur Chauvelin, guardian of the state seal, the third remained at the clerk's office of the justiciary of St. Meinhold. The Count de Caylus had one of those 3 copies in his possession for some time, and soon afterward more than 100 were at Paris, sold at 10 louis d'or apiece. A dying priest accusing himself of having professed and taught the Christian religion, made a deeper impression upon the mind than the Thoughts of Pascal. The curate Meslier had written upon a grey paper which enveloped the copy destined for his parishioners these remarkable words: "I have seen and recognized the errors, the abuses, the follies, and the wickedness of men. I have hated and despised them. I did not dare say it during my life, but I will say it at least in dying, and after my death. And it is that it may be known, that I write this present memorial in order that it may serve as a witness of truth to all those who may see and read it if they choose." At the beginning of this work is found this document, a kind of honorable amend, which in his letter to the Count of D'Argental of May 31, 1762, Voltaire qualifies as a preface, addressed to his parishioners. "You know," said he, "my brethren, my disinterestedness. I do not sacrifice my belief to any vile interest. If I embraced a profession so directly opposed to my sentiments, it was not through cupidity. I obeyed my parents. I would have preferred to enlighten you sooner if I could have done it safely. You are witnesses to what I assert. I have not disgraced my ministry by exacting the requitals, which are a part of it. I call heaven to witness that I also thoroughly despise those who laughed at the simplicity of the blind people, those who furnished piously considerable sums of money to buy prayers. How horrible this monopoly! I do not blame the disdain which those who grow rich by your sweat and your pains, show for their mysteries and their superstitions. But I detest their insatiable cupidity and the signal pleasure such fellows take in railing at the ignorance of those whom they carefully keep in this state of blindness. Let them content themselves with laughing at their own ease, but at least let them not multiply their errors by abusing the blind piety of those who, by their simplicity, procured them such an easy life. You render unto me, my brethren, the justice that is due me. The sympathy which I manifested for your troubles saves me from the least suspicion. How often have I performed gratuitously the functions of my ministry? How often also has my heart been grieved at not being able to assist you as often and as abundantly as I could have wished? Have I not always proved to you that I took more pleasure in giving than in receiving? I carefully avoided exhorting you to bigotry, and I spoke to you as rarely as possible of our unfortunate dogmas. It was necessary that I should acquit myself as a priest of my ministry, but how often have I not suffered within myself when I was forced to preach to you those pious lies which I despised in my heart. What a disdain I had for my ministry, and particularly for that superstitious Mass, and those ridiculous administrations of sacraments. Especially if I was compelled to perform them with the solemnity which awakened all your piety and all your good faith. What remorse I had for exciting your credulity! 1,000 times upon the point of bursting forth publicly, I was going to open your eyes, but a fear superior to my strength restrained me and forced me to silence until my death. The abbot Meslier had written 2 letters to the curates of his neighborhood to inform them of his testament. He told them that he had consigned to the chancery of St. Minhold a copy of his manuscript in 366 leaves in octavo. But he feared it would be suppressed, according to the bad custom established to prevent the poor from being instructed and knowing the truth. The curate Meslier, the most singular phenomenon ever seen among all the meteors fatal to the Christian religion, worked his whole life secretly in order to attack the opinions he believed false. To compose his manuscript against God, against all religion, against the Bible and the Church, he had no other assistance than the Bible itself, Marary Montaigne, and a few fathers. While the abbot Meslier naively acknowledged that he did not wish to be burned till after his death, Thomas Woolston, a doctor of Cambridge, published and sold publicly at London, in his own house, 60,000 copies of his Discourses against the Miracles of Jesus Christ. It was a very astonishing thing that 2 priests should at the same time write against the Christian religion. The curate Meslier has gone further yet than Woolston. He dares to treat the transport of our Saviour by the devil upon the mountain, the wedding of Cana, the bread and the fishes, as absurd fables, injurious to divinity, which were ignored during 300 years by the whole Roman Empire, and finally passed from the lower class to the palace of the emperors, when policy obliged them to adopt the follies of the people in order the more easily to subjugate them. The denunciations of the English priest do not approach those of the Champagne priest. Woolston is sometimes indulgent, Meslier never. He was a man profoundly embittered by the crimes he witnessed, for which he holds the Christian religion responsible. There is no miracle which to him is not an object of contempt and horror. No prophecy that he does not compare to those of Nostradamus. He wrote thus against Jesus Christ when in the arms of death, at a time when the most dissimulating dare not lie, and when the most intrepid tremble. Struck with the difficulties which he found in Scripture, he inveighed against it more bitterly than the Acosta and all the Jews, more than the famous Porphyre, Celse, Iamblic, Julian, Libanius, and all the partisans of human reason. There were found among the books of the curate Meslier a printed manuscript of the treatise of Fenelon, Archbishop of Cambrai, upon the existence of God and his attributes, and the reflections of the Jesuit Tournemain upon atheism. To which treatise he added marginal notes signed by his hand. Decree of the National Convention upon the proposition to erect a statue to the curate Jean Meslier, the 27 Brumaire, in the year 2. November 17, 1793. The National Convention sends to the Committee of Public Instruction the proposition made by one of its members to erect a statue to Jean Meslier, curate at Etrepigny, in Champagne. The first priest who had the courage and the honesty to abjure religious errors. President and Secretaries. Signed P. Lalaurie, President, Bazire, Charles Duval, Philippos, Friesen, and Merlin, de Thionville, Secretaries. Certified according to the original. Members of the Committee of Decrees and Process Verbal. Signed Batelier, Ecasirios, Monel, Becker, Vernity, Perard, Vinet, Bullerat, Auger, Cordier, Delacroix, and Cosnard. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Preface of the Author. When we wish to examine in a cool, calm way the opinions of men, we are very much surprised to find that in those which we consider the most essential, nothing is more rare than to find them using common sense. That is to say, the portion of judgment sufficient to know the most simple truths, to reject the most striking absurdities, and to be shocked by palpable contradictions. We have an example of this in theology, a science revered in all times, in all countries, by the greatest number of mortals, an object considered the most important, the most useful, and the most indispensable to the happiness of society. If they would but take the trouble to sound the principles upon which this pretended science rests itself, they would be compelled to admit that the principles which were considered incontestable, are but hazardous suppositions. Conceived in ignorance, propagated by enthusiasm or bad intention, adopted by timid credulity, preserved by habit, which never reasons, and revered solely because it is not comprehended. Some, says Montaigne, make the world believe that which they do not themselves believe, a greater number of others make themselves believe, not comprehending what it is to believe. In a word, whoever will consult common sense upon religious opinions, and will carry into this examination the attention given to objects of ordinary interest, will easily perceive that these opinions have no solid foundation. That all religion is but a castle in the air, that theology is but ignorance of natural causes reduced to a system, that it is but a long tissue of chimeras and contradictions. That it presents to all the different nations of the earth only romances devoid of probability, of which the hero himself is made up of qualities impossible to reconcile, his name having the power to excite in all hearts respect and fear, is found to be but a vague word, which men continually utter, being able to attach to it only such ideas or qualities as are belied by the facts, or which evidently contradict each other. The notion of this imaginary being, or rather the word by which we designate him, would be of no consequence did it not cause ravages without number upon the earth. Born into the opinion that this phantom is for them a very interesting reality, men, instead of wisely concluding from its incomprehensibility that they are exempt from thinking of it, on the contrary, conclude that they cannot occupy themselves enough about it, that they must meditate upon it without ceasing, reason without end, and never lose sight of it. The invincible ignorance in which they are kept in this respect, far from discouraging them, does but excite their curiosity. Instead of putting them on guard against their imagination, this ignorance makes them positive, dogmatic, imperious, and causes them to quarrel with all those who oppose doubts to the reveries which their brains have brought forth. What perplexity, when we attempt to solve an unsolvable problem! Anxious meditations upon an object impossible to grasp, and which, however, is supposed to be very important to him, can but put a man into bad humor, and produce in his brain dangerous transports. When interest, vanity, and ambition are joined to such a morose disposition, society necessarily becomes troubled. This is why so many nations have often become the theaters of extravagances caused by nonsensical visionists, who, publishing their shallow speculations for the eternal truth, have kindled the enthusiasm of princes and of people, and have prepared them for opinions which they represented as essential to the glory of divinity and to the happiness of empires. We have seen, 1,000 times, in all parts of our globe, infuriated fanatics slaughtering each other, lighting the funeral piles, committing without scruple, as a matter of duty, the greatest crimes. Why? To maintain or to propagate the impertinent conjectures of enthusiasts, or to sanction the knaveries of impostors on account of a being who exists only in their imagination, and who is known only by the ravages, the disputes, and the follies which he has caused upon the earth. Originally, savage nations, ferocious, perpetually at war, adored, under various names, some god conformed to their ideas, that is to say, cruel, carnivorous, selfish, greedy of blood. We find in all the religions of the earth a god of armies, a jealous god, an avenging god, an exterminating god, a god who enjoys carnage and whose worshippers make it a duty to serve him to his taste. Lambs, bulls, children, men, heretics, infidels, kings, whole nations, are sacrificed to him. The zealous servants of this barbarous god go so far as to believe that they are obliged to offer themselves as a sacrifice to him. Everywhere we see zealots who, after having sadly meditated upon their terrible god, imagine that, in order to please him, they must do themselves all the harm possible, and inflict upon themselves, in his honor, all imaginable torments. In a word, everywhere the baneful ideas of divinity, far from consoling men for misfortunes incident to their existence, have filled the heart with trouble, and given birth to follies destructive to them. How could the human mind, filled with frightful phantoms and guided by men interested in perpetuating its ignorance and its fear, make progress? Man was compelled to vegetate in his primitive stupidity. He was preserved only by invisible powers, upon whom his fate was supposed to depend. Solely occupied with his alarms and his unintelligible reveries, he was always at the mercy of his priests, who reserved for themselves the right of thinking for him and of regulating his conduct. Thus man was, and always remained, a child without experience, a slave without courage, a loggerhead who feared to reason, and who could never escape from the labyrinth into which his ancestors had misled him. He felt compelled to groan under the yoke of his gods, of whom he knew nothing except the fabulous accounts of their ministers. These, after having fettered him by the ties of opinion, have remained his masters or delivered him up defenseless to the absolute power of tyrants, no less terrible than the gods, of whom they were the representatives upon the earth. Oppressed by the double yoke of spiritual and temporal power, it was impossible for the people to instruct themselves and to work for their own welfare. Thus, religion, politics, and morals became sanctuaries, into which the profane were not permitted to enter. Men had no other morality than that which their legislators and their priests claimed as descended from unknown empyrean regions. The human mind, perplexed by these theological opinions, misunderstood itself, doubted its own powers, mistrusted experience, feared truth, disdained its reason, and left it to blindly follow authority. Man was a pure machine in the hands of his tyrants and his priests, who alone had the right to regulate his movements. Always treated as a slave, he had at all times and in all places the vices and dispositions of a slave. These are the true sources of the corruption of habits, to which religion never opposes anything but ideal and ineffectual obstacles. Ignorance and servitude have a tendency to make men wicked and unhappy. Science, reason, liberty, alone can reform them and render them more happy, but everything conspires to blind them and to confirm them in their blindness. The priests deceive them, tyrants corrupt them in order to subjugate them more easily. Tyranny has been, and will always be, the chief source of the depraved morals and habitual calamities of the people. These, almost always fascinated by their religious notions or by metaphysical fictions, instead of looking upon the natural and visible causes of their miseries, attribute their vices to the imperfections of their nature, and their misfortunes to the anger of their gods. They offer to heaven vows, sacrifices, and presents, in order to put an end to their misfortunes, which are really due only to the negligence, the ignorance, and to the perversity of their guides, to the folly of their institutions, to their foolish customs, to their false opinions, to their unreasonable laws, and especially to their want of enlightenment. Let the mind be filled early with true ideas, let man's reason be cultivated, let justice govern him, and there will be no need of opposing to his passions the powerless barrier of the fear of gods. Men will be good when they are well taught, well governed, chastised or censured for the evil, and justly rewarded for the good which they have done to their fellow citizens. It is idle to pretend to cure mortals of their vices if we do not begin by curing them of their prejudices. It is only by showing them the truth that they can know their best interests and the real motives which will lead them to happiness. Long enough have the instructors of the people fixed their eyes on heaven, let them at last bring them back to the earth. Tired of an incomprehensible theology, of ridiculous fables, of impenetrable mysteries, of puerile ceremonies, let the human mind occupy itself with natural things, intelligible objects, sensible truths, and useful knowledge. Let the vain chimeras which beset the people be dissipated, and very soon rational opinions will fill the minds of those who were believed fated to be always in error. To annihilate religious prejudices, it would be sufficient to show that what is inconceivable to man cannot be of any use to him. Does it need, then, anything but simple common sense to perceive that a being most clearly irreconcilable with the notions of mankind, that a cause continually opposed to the effects attributed to him? That a being of whom not a word can be said without falling into contradictions, that a being who, far from explaining the mysteries of the universe, only renders them more inexplicable? That a being to whom for so many centuries men addressed themselves so vainly to obtain their happiness and deliverance from their sufferings? Does it need, I say, more than simple common sense to understand that the idea of such a being is an idea without model, and that he is himself evidently not a reasonable being? Does it require more than common sense to feel that there is at least delirium and frenzy in hating and tormenting each other for unintelligible opinions of a being of this kind? Finally, does it not all prove that morality and virtue are totally incompatible with the idea of a God, whose ministers and interpreters have painted him in all countries as the most fantastic, the most unjust, and the most cruel of tyrants? Whose pretended wishes are to serve as rules and laws for the inhabitants of the earth? To discover the true principles of morality, men have no need of theology, of revelation, or of gods, they need but common sense. They have only to look within themselves, to reflect upon their own nature, to consult their obvious interests, to consider the object of society and of each of the members who compose it, and they will easily understand that virtue is an advantage, and that vice is an injury to beings of their species. Let us teach men to be just, benevolent, moderate, and sociable, not because their gods exact it, but to please men. Let us tell them to abstain from vice and from crime, not because they will be punished in another world, but because they will suffer in the present world. There are, says Montesquieu, means to prevent crime, they are sufferings. To change the manners, these are good examples. Truth is simple, error is complicated, uncertain in its gait, full of byways, the voice of nature is intelligible, that of falsehood is ambiguous, enigmatical, and mysterious. The road of truth is straight, that of imposture is oblique and dark. This truth, always necessary to man, is felt by all just minds, the lessons of reason are followed by all honest souls. Men are unhappy only because they are ignorant. They are ignorant only because everything conspires to prevent them from being enlightened, and they are wicked only because their reason is not sufficiently developed. Common sense. Dedexit quo dolos vaticinandi furor sacerdotes mysteria, illis spe ignota, audactor publicant. Patron. Satyr. Apologue. There is a vast empire governed by a monarch, whose conduct does but confound the minds of his subjects. He desires to be known, loved, respected, and obeyed, but he never shows himself. Everything tends to make uncertain the notions which we are able to form about him. The people subjected to his power have only such ideas of the character and the laws of their invisible sovereign as his ministers give them. These suit, however, because they themselves have no idea of their master, for his ways are impenetrable, and his views and his qualities are totally incomprehensible. Moreover, his ministers disagree among themselves in regard to the orders which they pretend emanated from the sovereign whose organs they claim to be. They announce them diversely in each province of the empire. They discredit and treat each other as impostors and liars. The decrees and ordinances which they promulgate are obscure, they are enigmas, made not to be understood or divined by the subjects for whose instruction they were intended. The laws of the invisible monarch need interpreters, but those who explain them are always quarreling among themselves about the true way of understanding them. More than this, they do not agree among themselves. All which they relate of their hidden prince is but a tissue of contradictions, scarcely a single word that is not contradicted at once. He is called supremely good, nevertheless not a person but complains of his decrees. He is supposed to be infinitely wise, and in his administration everything seems contrary to reason and good sense. They boast of his justice, and the best of his subjects are generally the least favored. We are assured that he sees everything, yet his presence remedies nothing. It is said that he is the friend of order, and everything in his universe is in a state of confusion and disorder. All is created by him, yet events rarely happen according to his projects. He foresees everything, but his foresight prevents nothing. He is impatient if any offend him, at the same time he puts everyone in the way of offending him. His knowledge is admired in the perfection of his works, but his works are full of imperfections, and of little permanence. He is continually occupied in creating and destroying, then repairing what he has done, never appearing to be satisfied with his work. In all his enterprises he seeks but his own glory, but he does not succeed in being glorified. He works but for the good of his subjects, and most of them lack the necessities of life. Those whom he seems to favor, are generally those who are the least satisfied with their fate. We see them all continually revolting against a master whose greatness they admire, whose wisdom they extol, whose goodness they worship, and whose justice they fear, revering orders which they never follow. This empire is the world. Its monarch is God, his ministers are the priests, their subjects are men. 2. What is theology? There is a science which has for its object only incomprehensible things. Unlike all others, it occupies itself but with things unseen. Hobbes calls it the kingdom of darkness. In this land all obey laws opposed to those which men acknowledge in the world they inhabit. In this marvelous region light is but darkness, evidence becomes doubtful or false, the impossible becomes credible, reason is an unfaithful guide, and common sense changed into delirium. This science is named theology, and this theology is a continual insult to human reason. 3. By frequent repetition of if, but, and perhaps, we succeed in forming an imperfect and broken system which perplexes men's minds to the extent of making them forget the clearest notions, and to render uncertain the most palpable truths. By the aid of this systematic nonsense, all nature has become an inexplicable enigma for man, the visible world has disappeared to give place to invisible regions. Reason is obliged to give place to imagination, which can lead us only to the land of chimeras which she herself has invented. 4. Man born neither religious nor deistical. All religious principles are founded upon the idea of a God, but it is impossible for men to have true ideas of a being who does not act upon any one of their senses. All our ideas are but pictures of objects which strike us. What can the idea of God represent to us when it is evidently an idea without an object? Is not such an idea as impossible as an effect without a cause? An idea without a prototype, is it anything but a chimera? Some theologians, however, assure us that the idea of God is innate, or that men have this idea from the time of their birth. Every principle is a judgment, all judgment is the effect of experience. Experience is not acquired but by the exercise of the senses, from which it follows that religious principles are drawn from nothing, and are not innate. v. It is not necessary to believe in a God, and the most reasonable thing is not to think of him. No religious system can be founded otherwise than upon the nature of God and of men, and upon the relations they bear to each other. But, in order to judge of the reality of these relations, we must have some idea of the divine nature. But everybody tells us that the essence of God is incomprehensible to man. At the same time they do not hesitate to assign attributes to this incomprehensible God, and assure us that man cannot dispense with a knowledge of this God so impossible to conceive of. The most important thing for men is that which is the most impossible for them to comprehend. If God is incomprehensible to man, it would seem rational never to think of him at all. But religion concludes that man is criminal if he ceases for a moment to revere him. 6. Religion is founded upon credulity. We are told that divine qualities are not of a nature to be grasped by limited minds. The natural consequence of this principle ought to be that the divine qualities are not made to employ limited minds. But religion assures us that limited minds should never lose sight of this inconceivable being, whose qualities cannot be grasped by them, from which we see that religion is the art of occupying limited minds with that which is impossible for them to comprehend. 7. Every religion is an absurdity. Religion unites man with God or puts them in communication, but do you say that God is infinite? If God is infinite, no finite being can have communication or any relation with him. Where there are no relations, there can be no union, no correspondence, no duties. If there are no duties between man and his God, there exists no religion for man. Thus, by saying that God is infinite, you annihilate, from that moment, all religion for man, who is a finite being. The idea of infinity is for us an idea without model, without prototype, without object. 8. The notion of God is impossible. If God is an infinite being, there can be neither in the actual world or in another any proportion between man and his God, thus the idea of God will never enter the human mind. In the supposition of a life where men will be more enlightened than in this one, the infinity of God will always place such a distance between his idea and the limited mind of man, that he will not be able to conceive of God any more in a future life than in the present. Hence, it evidently follows that the idea of God will not be better suited to man in the other life than in the present. God is not made for man. It follows also that intelligence is superior to man, such as angels, archangels, seraphims, and saints can have no more complete notions of God than has man, who does not understand anything about him here below. 9. Origin of superstition. How is it that we have succeeded in persuading reasonable beings that the thing most impossible to understand was the most essential for them? It is because they were greatly frightened, it is because when men are kept in fear they cease to reason. It is because they have been expressly enjoined to distrust their reason. When the brain is troubled, we believe everything and examine nothing. Origin of all religion. Ignorance and fear are the two pivots of all religion. The uncertainty attending man's relation to his God is precisely the motive which attaches him to his religion. Man is afraid when in darkness physical or moral. His fear is habitual to him and becomes a necessity. He would believe that he lacked something if he had nothing to fear. 11. In the name of religion, charlatans take advantage of the weakness of men. He who from his childhood has had a habit of trembling every time he heard certain words, needs these words, and needs to tremble. In this way he is more disposed to listen to the one who encourages his fears than to the one who would dispel his fears. The superstitious man wants to be afraid, his imagination demands it. It seems that he fears nothing more than having no object to fear. Men are imaginary patients, whom interested charlatans take care to encourage in their weakness, in order to have a market for their remedies. Physicians who order a great number of remedies are more listened to than those who recommend a good regimen, and who leave nature to act. 12. Religion entices ignorance by the aid of the marvelous. If religion was clear, it would have fewer attractions for the ignorant. They need obscurity, mysteries, fables, miracles, incredible things, which keep their brains perpetually at work. Romances, idle stories, tales of ghosts and witches, have more charms for the vulgar than true narrations. 13. Continuation. In the matter of religion, men are but overgrown children. The more absurd a religion is, and the fuller of marvels, the more power it exerts. The devotee thinks himself obliged to place no limits to his credulity. The more inconceivable things are, the more divine they appear to him. The more incredible they are, the more merit he gives himself for believing them. 14. There would never have been any religion if there had never been any dark and barbarous ages. The origin of religious opinions dates, as a general thing, from the time when savage nations were yet in a state of infancy. It was to coarse, ignorant, and stupid men that the founders of religion addressed themselves in all ages, in order to present them with gods, ceremonies, histories of fabulous divinities, marvelous and terrible fables. These chimeras, adopted without examination by the fathers, have been transmitted with more or less changes to their polished children, who often do not reason more than their fathers. 15. All religion was born of the desire to dominate. The first legislators of nations had for their object to dominate. The easiest means of succeeding was to frighten the people and to prevent them from reasoning. They led them by tortuous paths in order that they should not perceive the designs of their guides. They compelled them to look into the air, for fear they should look to their feet. They amused them upon the road by stories. In a word, they treated them in the way of nurses, who employ songs and menaces to put the children to sleep, or to force them to be quiet. 16. That which serves as a basis for all religion is very uncertain. The existence of a God is the basis of all religion. Few people seem to doubt this existence, but this fundamental principle is precisely the one which prevents every mind from reasoning. The first question of every catechism was, and will always be, the most difficult one to answer. 17. It is impossible to be convinced of the existence of God. Can one honestly say that he is convinced of the existence of a being whose nature is not known, who remains inaccessible to all our senses, and of whose qualities we are constantly assured that they are incomprehensible to us? In order to persuade me that a being exists, or can exist, he must begin by telling me what this being is. In order to make me believe the existence or the possibility of such a being, he must tell me things about him which are not contradictory, and which do not destroy one another. Finally, in order to convince me fully of the existence of this being, he must tell me things about him which I can comprehend, and prove to me that it is impossible that the being to whom he attributes these qualities does not exist. 18. Continuation. A thing is impossible when it is composed of two ideas so antagonistic, that we cannot think of them at the same time. Evidence can be relied on only when confirmed by the constant testimony of our senses, which alone give birth to ideas, and enable us to judge of their conformity or of their incompatibility. That which exists necessarily, is that of which the non-existence would imply contradiction. These principles, universally recognized, are at fault when the question of the existence of God is considered. What has been said of him is either unintelligible or perfectly contradictory, and for this reason must appear impossible to every man of common sense. 19. The existence of God is not proved. All human intelligences are more or less enlightened and cultivated. By what fatality is it that the science of God has never been explained? The most civilized nations and the most profound thinkers are of the same opinion in regard to the matter as the most barbarous nations and the most ignorant and rustic people. As we examine the subject more closely, we will find that the science of divinity by means of reveries and subtleties has but obscured it more and more. Thus far, all religion has been founded on what is called in logic, a begging of the question. It supposes freely, and then proves, finally, by the suppositions it has made. XX, to say that God is a spirit, is to speak without saying anything at all. By metaphysics, God is made a pure spirit, but has modern theology advanced one step further than the theology of the barbarians? They recognized a grand spirit as master of the world. The barbarians, like all ignorant men, attribute to spirits all the effects of which their inexperience prevents them from discovering the true causes. Ask a barbarian what causes your watch to move, he will answer, a spirit. Ask our philosophers what moves the universe, they will tell you, it is a spirit. 21. Spirituality is a chimera. The barbarian, when he speaks of a spirit, attaches at least some sense to this word. He understands by it an agent similar to the wind, to the agitated air, to the breath, which produces, invisibly, effects that we perceive. By subtilizing, the modern theologian becomes as little intelligible to himself as to others. Ask him what he means by a spirit. He will answer, that it is an unknown substance, which is perfectly simple, which has nothing tangible, nothing in common with matter. In good faith, is there any mortal who can form the least idea of such a substance? A spirit in the language of modern theology is then but an absence of ideas. The idea of spirituality is another idea without a model. 22. All which exists springs from the bosom of matter. Is it not more natural and more intelligible to deduce all which exists, from the bosom of matter, whose existence is demonstrated by all our senses, whose effects we feel at every moment, which we see act, move, communicate, motion, and constantly bring living beings into existence, than to attribute the formation of things to an unknown force, to a spiritual being, who cannot draw from his ground that which he has not himself, and who, by the spiritual essence claimed for him, is incapable of making anything, and of putting anything in motion? Nothing is plainer than that they would have us believe that an intangible spirit can act upon matter. 23. What is the metaphysical God of modern theology? The material Jupiter of the ancients could move, build up, destroy, and propagate beings similar to himself, but the God of modern theology is a sterile being. According to his supposed nature he can neither occupy any place, nor move matter, nor produce a visible world, nor propagate either men or gods. The metaphysical God is a workman without hands. He is able but to produce clouds, suspicions, reveries, follies, and quarrels. 24. It would be more rational to worship the sun than a spiritual God. Since it was necessary for men to have a God, why did they not have the sun, the visible God, adored by so many nations? What being had more right to the homage of mortals than the star of the day, which gives light and heat, which invigorates all beings, whose presence reanimates and rejuvenates nature, whose absence seems to plunge her into sadness and languor? If some being bestowed upon men power, activity, benevolence, strength, it was no doubt the sun, which should be recognized as the father of nature, as the soul of the world, as divinity. At least one could not without folly dispute his existence, or refuse to recognize his influence and his benefits. 25. A spiritual God is incapable of willing and of acting. The theologian tells us that God does not need hands or arms to act, and that he acts by his will alone. But what is this God who has a will? And what can be the subject of this divine will? Is it more ridiculous or more difficult to believe in fairies, in sylphs, in ghosts, in witches, in werewolves, than to believe in the magical or impossible action of the spirit upon the body? As soon as we admit of such a God, there are no longer fables or visions which cannot be believed. The theologians treat men like children, who never cavil about the possibilities of the tales which they listen to. 26. What is God? To unsettle the existence of a God, it is only necessary to ask a theologian to speak of him. As soon as he utters one word about him, the least reflection makes us discover at once that what he says is incompatible with the essence which he attributes to his God. Therefore, what is God? It is an abstract word, coined to designate the hidden forces of nature, or, it is a mathematical point, which has neither length, breadth, nor thickness. A philosopher, David Hume, has very ingeniously said in speaking of theologians, that they have found the solution to the famous problem of Archimedes, a point in the heavens from which they move the world. 27. Remarkable contradictions of theology. Religion puts men on their knees before a being without extension, and who, notwithstanding, is infinite, and fills all space with his immensity. Before an almighty being, who never executes that which he desires, before a being supremely good, and who causes but displeasure, before a being, the friend of order, and in whose government everything is in disorder. After all this, let us conjecture what this God of theology is. 28. To adore God is to adore a fiction. In order to avoid all embarrassment, they tell us that it is not necessary to know what God is, that we must adore without knowing. That it is not permitted us to turn an eye of temerity upon his attributes. But if we must adore a God without knowing him, should we not be assured that he exists? Moreover, how be assured that he exists without having examined whether it is possible that the diverse qualities claimed for him, meet in him? In truth, to adore God is to adore nothing but fictions of one's own brain, or rather, it is to adore nothing. 29. The infinity of God and the impossibility of knowing the divine essence, occasions and justifies atheism. Without doubt the more to perplex matters, theologians have chosen to say nothing about what their God is, they tell us what he is not. By negations and abstractions they imagine themselves composing a real and perfect being, while there can result from it but a being of human reason. A spirit has no body, an infinite being is a being which is not finite. A perfect being is a being which is not imperfect. Can anyone form any real notions of such a multitude of deficiencies or absence of ideas? That which excludes all idea, can it be anything but nothingness? To pretend that the divine attributes are beyond the understanding of the human mind is to render God unfit for men. If we are assured that God is infinite, we admit that there can be nothing in common between him and his creatures. To say that God is infinite, is to destroy him for men, or at least render him useless to them. God, we are told, created men intelligent, but he did not create them omniscient, that is to say, capable of knowing all things. We conclude that he was not able to endow him with intelligence sufficient to understand the divine essence. In this case it is demonstrated that God has neither the power nor the wish to be known by men. By what right could this God become angry with beings whose own essence makes it impossible to have any idea of the divine essence? God would evidently be the most unjust and the most unaccountable of tyrants if he should punish an atheist for not knowing that which his nature made it impossible for him to know. XXX. It is neither less nor more criminal to believe in God than not to believe in him. For the generality of men nothing renders an argument more convincing than fear. In consequence of this fact, theologians tell us that the safest side must be taken. That nothing is more criminal than incredulity, that God will punish without mercy all those who have the temerity to doubt his existence, that his severity is just. Since it is only madness or perversity which questions the existence of an angry monarch who revenges himself cruelly upon atheists. If we examine these menaces calmly, we shall find that they assume always the thing in question. They must commence by proving to our satisfaction the existence of a God, before telling us that it is safer to believe, and that it is horrible to doubt or to deny it. Then they must prove that it is possible for a just God to punish men cruelly for having been in a state of madness, which prevented them from believing in the existence of a being whom their enlightened reason could not comprehend. In a word, they must prove that a God that is said to be full of equity, could punish beyond measure the invincible and necessary ignorance of man, caused by his relation to the divine essence. Is not the theologian's manner of reasoning very singular? They create phantoms, they fill them with contradictions, and finally assure us that the safest way is not to doubt the existence of those phantoms, which they have themselves invented. By following out this method, there is no absurdity which it would not be safer to believe than not to believe. All children are atheists, they have no idea of God. Are they, then, criminal on account of this ignorance? At what age do they begin to be obliged to believe in God? It is, you say, at the age of reason. At what time does this age begin? Besides, if the most profound theologians lose themselves in the divine essence, which they boast of not comprehending, what ideas can common people have? Women, mechanics, and, in short, those who compose the mass of the human race. 31. The belief in God is nothing but a mechanical habitude of childhood. Men believe in God only upon the word of those who have no more idea of him than they themselves. Our nurses are our first theologians. They talk to children of God as they talk to them of werewolves, they teach them from the most tender age to join the hands mechanically. Have the nurses clearer notions of God than the children, whom they compel to pray to him? 32. It is a prejudice which has been handed from father to children. Religion is handed down from fathers to children as the property of a family with the burdens. Very few people in the world would have a God if care had not been taken to give them one. Each one receives from his parents and his instructors the God which they themselves have received from theirs. Only, according to his own temperament, each one arranges, modifies, and paints him agreeably to his taste. 33. Origin of prejudices. The brain of man is, especially in infancy, like a soft wax, ready to receive all the impressions we wish to make on it. Education furnishes nearly all his opinions, at a period when he is incapable of judging for himself. We believe that the ideas, true or false, which at a tender age were forced into our heads, were received from nature at our birth, and this persuasion is one of the greatest sources of our errors. 34. How they take root and spread. Prejudice tends to confirm in us the opinions of those who are charged with our instruction. We believe them more skillful than we are, we suppose them thoroughly convinced themselves of the things they teach us. We have the greatest confidence in them. After the care they have taken of us when we were unable to assist ourselves, we judge them incapable of deceiving us. These are the motives which make us adopt 1,000 errors without other foundation than the dangerous word of those who have educated us. Even the being forbidden to reason upon what they tell us, does not diminish our confidence, but contributes often to increase our respect for their opinions. 35. Men would never have believed in the principles of modern theology if they had not been taught at an age when they were incapable of reasoning. The instructors of the human race act very prudently in teaching men their religious principles before they are able to distinguish the true from the false, or the left hand from the right. It would be as difficult to tame the spirit of a man 40 years old with the extravagant notions which are given us of divinity, as to banish these notions from the head of a man who has imbibed them since his tenderest infancy. 36. The wonders of nature do not prove the existence of God. We are assured that the wonders of nature are sufficient to a belief in the existence of a God, and to convince us fully of this important truth. But how many persons are there in this world who have the leisure, the capacity, the necessary taste, to contemplate nature and to meditate upon its progress? The majority of men pay no attention to it. A peasant is not at all moved by the beauty of the sun, which he sees every day. The sailor is not surprised by the regular movements of the ocean, he will draw from them no theological inductions. The phenomena of nature do not prove the existence of a God, except to a few forewarned men, to whom has been shown in advance the finger of God in all the objects whose mechanism could embarrass them. The unprejudiced philosopher sees nothing in the wonders of nature but permanent and invariable law, nothing but the necessary effects of different combinations of diversified substance. 37. The wonders of nature explain themselves by natural causes. Is there anything more surprising than the logic of so many profound doctors, who, instead of acknowledging the little light they have upon natural agencies, seek outside of nature, that is to say, in imaginary regions, an agent less understood than this nature, of which they can at least form some idea? To say that God is the author of the phenomena that we see, is it not attributing them to an occult cause? What is God? What is a spirit? They are causes of which we have no idea. Sages study nature and her laws. And when you can from them unravel the action of natural causes, do not go in search of supernatural causes, which, very far from enlightening your ideas, will but entangle them more and make it impossible for you to understand yourselves. 38. Continuation. Nature, you say, is totally inexplicable without a God, that is to say, in order to explain what you understand so little, you need a cause which you do not understand at all. You pretend to make clear that which is obscure, by magnifying its obscurity. You think you have untied a knot by multiplying knots. Enthusiastic philosophers, in order to prove to us the existence of a God, you copy complete treatises on botany. You enter into minute details of the parts of the human body, you ascend into the air to contemplate the revolutions of the stars, you return then to earth to admire the course of the waters. You fly into ecstasies over butterflies, insects, polyps, organized atoms, in which you think to find the greatness of your God. All these things will not prove the existence of this God. They will only prove that you have not the ideas which you should have of the immense variety of causes and effects that can produce the infinitely diversified combinations, of which the universe is the assemblage. This will prove that you ignore nature, that you have no idea of her resources when you judge her incapable of producing a multitude of forms and beings, of which your eyes, even by the aid of the microscope, see but the least part. Finally, this will prove, that not being able to know the sensible and comprehensible agents, you find it easier to have recourse to a word, by which you designate an agent, of whom it will always be impossible for you to form any true idea. 39. The world has not been created, and matter moves by itself. They tell us gravely that there is no effect without a cause, they repeat to us very often that the world did not create itself. But the universe is a cause, not an effect. It is not a work, has not been made, because it was impossible that it should be made. The world has always been, its existence is necessary. It is the cause of itself. Nature, whose essence is visibly acting and producing, in order to fulfill her functions, as we see she does, needs no invisible motor far more unknown than herself. Matter moves by its own energy, by the necessary result of its heterogeneity. The diversity of its movements or of its ways of acting, constitute only the diversity of substances. We distinguish one being from another but by the diversity of the impressions or movements which they communicate to our organs. Continuation. You see that everything in nature is in a state of activity, and you pretend that nature of itself is dead and without energy. You believe that all this, acting of itself, has need of a motor. Well, who is this motor? It is a spirit, that is to say, an absolutely incomprehensible and contradictory being. Conclude then, I say to you, that matter acts of itself and cease to reason about your spiritual motor, which has nothing that is necessary to put it into motion. Return from your useless excursions, come down from an imaginary into a real world. Take hold of second causes, leave to theologians their first cause, of which nature has no need in order to produce all the effects which you see. Other proofs that motion is in the essence of matter, and that it is not necessary to suppose a spiritual motor. It is but by the diversity of impressions or of effects which substances or bodies make upon us, that we feel them, that we have perceptions and ideas of them, that we distinguish them one from another, that we assign to them peculiarities. Moreover, in order to perceive or to feel an object, this object must act upon our organs. This object cannot act upon us without exciting some motion in us, it cannot produce any motion in us if it is not itself in motion. As soon as I see an object, my eyes must be struck by it. I cannot conceive of light and of vision without a motion in the luminous, extended, and colored body which communicates itself to my eye, or which acts upon my retina. As soon as I smell a body, my olfactory nerve must be irritated or put into motion by the parts exhaled from an odorous body. As soon as I hear a sound, the tympanum of my ear must be struck by the air put in motion by a sonorous body, which could not act if it was not moved of itself. From which it follows, evidently, that without motion I can neither feel, see, distinguish, compare, nor judge the body, nor even occupy my thought with any matter whatever. It is said in the schools, that the essence of a being is that from which flow all the properties of that being. Now then, it is evident that all the properties of bodies or of substances of which we have ideas, are due to the motion which alone informs us of their existence, and gives us the first conceptions of it. I cannot be informed or assured of my own existence but by the motions which I experience within myself. I am compelled to conclude that motion is as essential to matter as its extension, and that it cannot be conceived of without it. If one persists in cavilling about the evidences which prove to us that motion is an essential property of matter, he must at least acknowledge that substances which seem dead or deprived of all energy take motion of themselves as soon as they are brought within the proper distance to act upon each other. Pyrophorus, when enclosed in a bottle or deprived of contact with the air, cannot take fire by itself, but it burns as soon as exposed to the air. Flour and water cause fermentation as soon as they are mixed. Thus dead substances engender motion of themselves. Matter has then the power to move itself, and nature, in order to act, does not need a motor whose essence would hinder its activity. 42. The existence of man does not prove that of God. Whence comes man? What is his origin? Is he the result of the fortuitous meeting of atoms? Was the first man formed of the dust of the earth? I do not know. Man appears to me to be a production of nature like all others she embraces. I should be just as much embarrassed to tell you whence came the first stones, the first trees, the first elephants, the first ants, the first acorns, as to explain the origin of the human species. Recognize, we are told, the hand of God, of an infinitely intelligent and powerful workman, in a work so wonderful as the human machine. I would admit without question that the human machine appears to me surprising. But since man exists in nature, I do not believe it right to say that his formation is beyond the forces of nature. I will add, that I could conceive far less of the formation of the human machine, when to explain it to me they tell me that a pure spirit, who has neither eyes, nor feet, nor hands, nor head, nor lungs, nor mouth, nor breath, has made man by taking a little dust and blowing upon it. The savage inhabitants of Paraguay pretend to be descended from the moon, and appear to us as simpletons. The theologians of Europe pretend to be descended from a pure spirit. Is this pretension more sensible? Man is intelligent, hence it is concluded that he must be the work of an intelligent being, and not of a nature devoid of intelligence. Although nothing is more rare than to see man use this intelligence, of which he appears so proud, I will admit that he is intelligent, that his necessities develop in him this faculty. That the society of other men contributes especially to cultivate it. But in the human machine and in the intelligence with which it is endowed, I see nothing that shows in a precise manner the infinite intelligence of the workman who has the honor of making it. I see that this admirable machine is subject to derangement, that at that time this wonderful intelligence is disordered, and sometimes totally disappears. From this I conclude that human intelligence depends upon a certain disposition of the material organs of the body, and that, because man is an intelligent being, it is not well to conclude that God must be an intelligent being. Any more than because man is material, we are compelled to conclude that God is material. The intelligence of man no more proves the intelligence of God than the malice of men proves the malice of this God, of whom they pretend that man is the work. In whatever way theology is taken, God will always be a cause contradicted by its effects, or of whom it is impossible to judge by his works. We shall always see evil, imperfections, and follies resulting from a cause claimed to be full of goodness, of perfections, and of wisdom. 43. However, neither man nor the universe is the effect of chance. Then you will say that intelligent man and even the universe and all it encloses, are the effects of chance. No, I answer, the universe is not an effect, it is the cause of all effects. All the beings it embraces are the necessary effects of this cause which sometimes shows to us its manner of acting, out which often hides from us its way. Men may use the word chance to cover their ignorance of the true causes. Nevertheless, although they may ignore them, these causes act, but by certain laws. There is no effect without a cause. Nature is a word which we make use of to designate the immense assemblage of beings, diverse substances, infinite combinations, and all the various motions which we see. All bodies, whether organized or not organized, are the necessary results of certain causes, made to produce necessarily the effects which we see. Nothing in nature can be made by chance, all follow fixed laws. These laws are but the necessary union of certain effects with their causes. An atom of matter does not meet another atom by accident or by hazard. This rencounter is due to permanent laws, which cause each being to act by necessity as it does, and cannot act otherwise under the same circumstances. To speak about the accidental coming together of atoms, or to attribute any effects to chance, is to say nothing, if not to ignore the laws by which bodies act, meet, combine, or separate. Everything is made by chance for those who do not understand nature, the properties of beings, and the effects which must necessarily result from the concurrence of certain causes. It is not chance that has placed the sun in the center of our planetary system. It is by its very essence, the substance of which it is composed, that it occupies this place, and from thence diffuses itself to invigorate the beings who live in these planets. 44. Neither does the order of the universe prove the existence of a God. The worshippers of a God find, especially in the order of the universe, an invincible proof of the existence of an intelligent and wise being who rules it. But this order is only a result of motions necessarily brought on by causes or by circumstances which are sometimes favorable and sometimes injurious to ourselves. We approve the former and find fault with the latter. Nature follows constantly the same progress. that is to say, the same causes produce the same effects, as long as their action is not interrupted by other causes which occasion the first ones to produce different effects. When the causes, whose effects we feel, are interrupted in their action by causes which, although unknown to us, are no less natural and necessary, we are stupefied. We cry out miracles, and we attribute them to a cause far less known than all those we see operating before us. The universe is always in order, there can be no disorder for it. Our organization alone is suffering if we complain about disorder. Bodies, causes, beings, which this world embraces, act necessarily in the manner in which we see them act, whether we approve or disapprove their action. Earthquakes, volcanoes, inundations, contagions, and famines are effects as necessary in the order of nature as the fall of heavy bodies, as the course of rivers, as the periodical movements of the seas, the blowing of the winds, the abundant rains, and the favorable effects for which we praise and thank Providence for its blessings. To be astonished that a certain order reigns in the world, is to be surprised to see the same causes constantly producing the same effects. To be shocked at seeing disorder, is to forget that the causes being changed or disturbed in their action, the effects can no longer be the same. To be astonished to see order in nature, is to be astonished that anything can exist. It is to be surprised at one's own existence. What is order for one being, is disorder for another. All wicked beings find that everything is in order when they can with impunity put everything into disorder. They find, on the contrary, that everything is in disorder when they are prevented from exercising their wickedness. XLV, continuation. Supposing God to be the author and the motor of nature, there could be no disorder relating to him. All causes which he would have made would necessarily act according to their properties, the essences and the impulsions that he had endowed them with. If God should change the ordinary course of things, he would not be immutable. If the order of the universe in which we believe we see the most convincing proof of his existence, of his intelligence, his power, and his goodness should be inconsistent, his existence might be doubted. Or he might be accused at least of inconstancy, of inability, of want of foresight, and of wisdom in the first arrangement of things. We would have a right to accuse him of blundering in his choice of agents and instruments. Finally, if the order of nature proves the power and the intelligence, disorder ought to prove the weakness, inconstancy, and irrationality of divinity. You say that God is everywhere, that he fills all space, that nothing was made without him. That matter could not act without him as its motor. But in this case you admit that your God is the author of disorder, that it is he who deranges nature, that he is the father of confusion, that he is in man, and that he moves man at the moment when he sins. If God is everywhere, he is in me, he acts with me, he is deceived when I am deceived, he questions with me the existence of God, he offends God with me. Oh, theologians! You never understand yourselves when you speak of God. 46. A pure spirit cannot be intelligent, and to adore a divine intelligence is a chimera. To be what we call intelligent, we must have ideas, thoughts, will. To have ideas, thoughts, and will, we must have organs. To have organs, we must have a body. To act upon bodies, we must have a body. To experience trouble, we must be capable of suffering. From which it evidently follows that a pure spirit cannot be intelligent, and cannot be affected by that which takes place in the universe. Divine intelligence, divine ideas, divine views, you say, have nothing in common with those of men. So much the better. But in this case, how can men judge of these views whether good or evil, reason about these ideas, or admire this intelligence? It would be to judge, to admire, to adore that of which we can form no idea. To adore the profound views of divine wisdom, is it not to worship that of which it is impossible for us to judge? To admire these same views, is it not admiring without knowing why? Admiration is always the daughter of ignorance. Men admire and worship only what they do not understand. 47. All the qualities which theology gives to its God are contrary to the very essence which it supposes him to have. All these qualities which are given to God are not suited to a being who, by his own essence, is devoid of all similarity to human beings. It is true, they think to find this similarity by exaggerating the human qualities with which they have clothed divinity, they thrust them upon the infinite, and from that moment cease to understand themselves. What is the result of this combination of man with God, or of this theanthropy? Its only result is a chimera, of which nothing can be affirmed without causing the phantom to vanish which they had taken so much trouble to conjure up. Dante, in his poem of Paradise, relates that the divinity appeared to him under the figure of 3 circles, which formed an iris, whose bright colors arose from each other. But having wished to retain its brilliant light, the poet saw only his own face. In worshipping God, man adores himself. 48. Continuation. The slightest reflection suffices to prove to us that God cannot have any of the human qualities, virtues, or perfections. Our virtues and our perfections are the results of our temperament modified. Has God a temperament like ours? Our good qualities are our habits relative to the beings in whose society we live. God, according to you, is a solitary being. God has no one like him, he does not live in society, he has no need of anyone. He enjoys a happiness which nothing can alter. Admit, then, upon your own principles, that God cannot possess what we call virtues, and that man cannot be virtuous in regard to him. 49. It is absurd to say that the human race is the object and the end of creation. Man, charmed with his own merits, imagines that it is but his own kind that God proposed as the object and the end in the formation of the universe. Upon what is this so flattering opinion based? It is, we are told, upon this, that man is the only being endowed with an intelligence which enables him to know the divine nature, and to render to it homage worthy of it. We are assured that God created the world for his own glory, and that the human race was included in his plan, in order that he might have somebody to admire and glorify him in his works. But by these intentions has not God visibly missed his end? 1. According to you, it would always be impossible for man to know his God, and he would be kept in the most invincible ignorance of the divine essence. 2. A being who has no equals, cannot be susceptible of glory. Glory can result but from the comparison of his own excellence with that of others. 3. If God by himself is infinitely happy and is sufficient unto himself, why does he need the homage of his feeble creatures? 4. In spite of all his works, God is not glorified, on the contrary, all the religions of the world show him to us as perpetually offended, their great object is to reconcile sinful, ungrateful, and rebellious man with his wrathful God. L. God is not made for man, nor man for God. If God is infinite, he is created still less for man, than man is for the ants. Would the ants of a garden reason pertinently with reference to the gardener, if they should attempt to occupy themselves with his intentions, his desires, and his projects? Would they reason correctly if they pretended that the Park of Versailles was made but for them, and that a fastidious monarch had had as his only object to lodge them superbly? But according to theology, man in his relation to God is far beneath what the lowest insect is to man. Thus by the acknowledgement of theology itself, theology, which does but occupy itself with the attributes and views of divinity, is the most complete of follies. Lee. It is not true that the object of the formation of the universe was to render men happy. It is pretended, that in forming the universe, God had no object but to render man happy. But, in a world created expressly for him and governed by an almighty God, is man after all very happy? Are his enjoyments durable? Are not his pleasures mingled with sufferings? Are there many people who are contented with their fate? Is not mankind the continual victim of physical and moral evils? This human machine, which is shown to us as the masterpiece of the Creator's industry, has it not 1,000 ways of deranging itself? Would we admire the skill of a mechanic, who should show us a complicated machine, liable to be out of order at any moment, and which would after a while destroy itself? Lee, what is called providence is but a word void of sense. We call providence the generous care which divinity shows in providing for our needs, and in watching over the happiness of its beloved creatures. But, as soon as we look around, we find that God provides for nothing. Providence neglects the greatest part of the inhabitants of this world. Against a very small number of men, who are supposed to be happy, what a multitude of miserable ones are groaning beneath oppression, and languishing in misery. Whole nations are compelled to starve in order to indulge the extravagances of a few morose tyrants, who are no happier than the slaves whom they oppress. At the same time that our philosophers energetically parade the bounties of Providence, and exhort us to place confidence in it, do we not see them cry out at unforeseen catastrophes, by which Providence plays with the vain projects of men? Do we not see that it overthrows their designs, laughs at their efforts, and that its profound wisdom pleases itself in misleading mortals? But how can we place confidence in a malicious Providence which laughs at and sports with mankind? How can I admire the unknown course of a hidden wisdom whose manner of acting is inexplicable to me? Judge it by its effects. You will say, "It is by these I do judge it, and I find that these effects are sometimes useful and sometimes injurious to me." We think to justify Providence by saying, that in this world there are more blessings than evil for each individual man. Let us suppose that the blessings which this Providence makes us enjoy are as 100, and that the evils are as 10%. Would it not always result that against these 100 degrees of goodness, Providence possesses a 10th degree of malignity? Which is incompatible with the perfection we suppose it to have. All the books are filled with the most flattering praises of Providence, whose attentive care is extolled. It would seem to us, as if in order to live happy here below, man would have no need of exerting himself. However, without labor, man could scarcely live a day. In order to live, I see him obliged to sweat, work, hunt, fish, toil without relaxation. Without these secondary causes, the first cause, at least in the majority of countries, could provide for none of his needs. If I examine all parts of this globe, I see the uncivilized as well as the civilized man in a perpetual struggle with Providence. He is compelled to ward off the blows which it sends in the form of hurricanes, tempests, frost, hail, inundations, sterility, and the divers accidents which so often render all their labors useless. In a word, I see the human race continually occupied in protecting itself from the wicked tricks of this Providence, which is said to be busy with the care of their happiness. A devotee admired divine Providence for having wisely made rivers to flow through all the places where men had built large cities. Is not this man's way of reasoning as sensible as that of many learned men who do not cease from telling us of final causes, or who pretend to perceive clearly the benevolent views of God in the formation of things? 53. This pretended Providence is less occupied in conserving than in disturbing the world, more an enemy than a friend of man. Do we see, then, that divine Providence manifests itself in a sensible manner in the conservation of its admirable works, for which we honor it? If it is divine Providence which governs the world, we find it as much occupied in destroying as in creating, in exterminating as in producing. Does it not at every instant cause thousands of those same men to perish, to whose preservation and well-being it is supposed to give its continual attention? Every moment it loses sight of its beloved creatures. Sometimes it tears down their dwellings, sometimes it destroys their harvests, inundates their fields, devastates by a drought, arms all nature against man, sets man against man, and finishes by causing him to expire in pain. Is this what you call preserving a universe? If we attempted to consider without prejudice the equivocal conduct of Providence relative to mankind and to all sentient beings, we should find that very far from resembling a tender and careful mother. It rather resembles those unnatural mothers who, forgetting the unfortunate fruits of their illicit amours, abandon their children as soon as they are born. And who, pleased to have conceived them, expose them without mercy to the caprices of fate. The Hottentots wiser in this particular than other nations, who treat them as barbarians' refuse, it is said, to adore God, because if he sometimes does good, he as often does harm. Is not this reasoning more just and more conformed to experience than that of so many men who persist in seeing in their God but kindness, wisdom, and foresight? And who refuse to see that the countless evils, of which the world is the theatre, must come from the same hand which they kiss with transport? Live, no. The world is not governed by an intelligent being. The logic of common sense teaches us that we should judge a cause but by its effects. A cause cannot be reputed as constantly good, except when it constantly produces good, useful, and agreeable effects. A cause which produces good at one time, and evil at another, is a cause which is sometimes good and sometimes bad. But the logic of theology destroys all this. According to it, the phenomena of nature, or the effects which we see in this world, prove to us the existence of an infinitely good cause, and this cause is God. Although this world is full of evils, although disorder reigns here very often, although men groan every moment under the fate which oppresses them, we ought to be convinced that these effects are due to a benevolent and immutable cause. And many people believe it, or pretend to believe it. Everything which takes place in the world proves to us in the clearest way that it is not governed by an intelligent being. We can judge of the intelligence of a being but by the means which he employs to accomplish his proposed design. The aim of God, it is said, is the happiness of our race. However, the same necessity regulates the fate of all sentient beings which are born to suffer much, to enjoy little, and to die. Man's cup is full of joy and of bitterness, everywhere good is side by side with evil, order is replaced by disorder. Generation is followed by destruction. If you tell me that the designs of God are mysteries, and that his views are impossible to understand, I will answer, that in this case it is impossible for me to judge whether God is intelligent. LV. God cannot be called immutable. You pretend that God is immutable. But what is it that occasions the continual instability in this world, which you claim as his empire? Is any state subject to more frequent and cruel revolutions than that of this unknown monarch? How can we attribute to an immutable God, powerful enough to give solidity to his works, the government of a world where everything is in a continual vicissitude? If I think to see a God unchanging in all the effects advantageous to my kind, what God can I discover in the continual misfortunes by which my kind is oppressed? You tell me that it is our sins that force him to punish us. I will answer that God, according to yourselves, is not immutable, because the sins of men compel him to change his conduct in regard to them. Can a being who is sometimes irritated, and sometimes appeased, be constantly the same? LVI. Evil and good are the necessary effects of natural causes. What is a God who can change nothing? The universe is but what it can be. All sentient beings enjoy and suffer here, that is to say, they are moved sometimes in an agreeable, and at other times in a disagreeable way. These effects are necessary, they result from causes that act according to their inherent tendencies. These effects necessarily please or displease me, according to my own nature. This same nature compels me to avoid, to remove, and to combat the one, and to seek, to desire, and to procure the other. In a world where everything is from necessity, a God who remedies nothing, and allows things to follow their own course, is he anything else but destiny or necessity personified? It is a deaf God who can effect no change on the general laws to which he is subjected himself. What do I care for the infinite power of a being who can do but a very few things to please me? Where is the infinite kindness of a being who is indifferent to my happiness? What good to me is the favor of a being who, able to bestow upon me infinite good, does not even give me a finite one? 57. The vanity of theological consolations in the troubles of this life. The hope of a heaven, of a future life, is but imaginary. When we ask why, under a good God, so many are wretched, we are reminded that the present world is but a passway, designed to conduct man to a happier sphere. We are assured that our sojourn on the earth, where we live, is for trial. They silence us by saying that God would not impart to his creatures either the indifference to the sufferings of others, or the infinite happiness which he reserved for himself alone. How can we be satisfied with these answers? 1. The existence of another life has no other guarantee than the imagination of men, who, in supposing it, have but manifested their desire to live again, in order to enter upon a purer and more durable state of happiness than that which they enjoy at present. 2. How can we conceive of a God who, knowing all things, must know to their depths the nature of his creatures, and yet must have so many proofs in order to assure himself of their proclivities. 3. According to the calculations of our chronologists, the earth which we inhabit has existed for 6 or 7,000 years. During this time the nations have, under different forms, experienced many vicissitudes and calamities. History shows us that the human race in all ages has been tormented and devastated by tyrants, conquerors, heroes, by wars, inundations, famines, epidemics, etc. Is this long catalogue of proofs of such a nature as to inspire us with great confidence in the hidden views of the divinity? Do such constant evils give us an exalted idea of the future fate which his kindness is preparing for us? 4. If God is as well disposed as they assure us he is, could he not at least, without bestowing an infinite happiness upon men, communicate to them that degree of happiness of which finite beings are susceptible? In order to be happy, do we need an infinite or divine happiness? 5. If God has not been able to render men happier than they are here below, what will become of the hope of a paradise, where it is pretended that the elect or chosen few will rejoice forever in ineffable happiness? If God could not or would not remove evil from the earth, the only sojourning place we know of, what reason could we have to presume that he can or will remove it from another world, of which we know nothing? More than 2,000 years ago, according to Lactance, the wise Epicure said, either God wants to prevent evil, and cannot, or he can and will not, or he neither can nor will, or he will and can. If he wants to, without the power, he is impotent; if he can, and will not, he is guilty of malice which we cannot attribute to him; if he neither can nor will, he is both impotent and wicked, and consequently cannot be God. If he wishes to and can, whence then comes evil, or why does he not prevent it? For more than 2,000 years honest minds have waited for a rational solution of these difficulties. And our theologians teach us that they will not be revealed to us until the future life. 58. Another idle fancy. We are told of a pretended scale for human beings. It is supposed that God has divided his creatures into different classes, each one enjoying the degree of happiness of which he is susceptible. According to this romantic arrangement, all beings, from the oyster to the angel, enjoy the happiness which belongs to them. Experience contradicts this sublime reverie. In the world where we are, we see all sentient beings living and suffering in the midst of dangers. Man cannot step without wounding, tormenting, crushing a multitude of sentient beings which he finds in his path, while he himself, at every step, is exposed to a throng of evils seen or unseen, which may lead to his destruction. Is not the very thought of death sufficient to mar his greatest enjoyment? During the whole course of his life he is subject to sufferings. There is not a moment when he feels sure of preserving his existence, to which he is so strongly attached, and which he regards as the greatest gift of divinity. Lix, in vain does theology exert itself to acquit God of man's defects. Either this God is not free, or he is more wicked than good. The world, it will be said, has all the perfection of which it was susceptible. By the very reason that the world was not the God who made it, it was necessary that it should have great qualities and great defects. But we will answer, that the world necessarily having great defects, it would have been better suited to the nature of a good God not to create a world which he could not render completely happy. If God, who was, according to you, supremely happy before the world was created, had continued to be supremely happy in the created world, why did he not remain in peace? Why must man suffer? Why must man exist? What is his existence to God? Nothing or something. If his existence is not useful or necessary to God, why did he not leave him in nothingness? If man's existence is necessary to his glory, he then needed man; he lacked something before this man existed. We can forgive an unskillful workman for doing imperfect work, because he must work, well or ill, or starve. This workman is excusable, but your God is not. According to you, he is self-sufficient. In this case, why does he create men? He has, according to you, all that is necessary to render man happy. Why, then, does he not do it? You must conclude that your God has more malice than goodness, or you must admit that God was compelled to do what he has done, without being able to do otherwise. However, you assure us that your God is free. You say also that he is immutable, although beginning in time and ceasing in time to exercise his power, like all the inconstant beings of this world. O theologians! You have made vain efforts to acquit your God of all the defects of man. There is always visible in this God so perfect, a tip of the human ear. LX, we cannot believe in a divine providence, in an infinitely good and powerful God. Is not God the master of his favors? Has he not the right to dispense his benefits? Can he not take them back again? His creature has no right to ask the reason of his conduct, he can dispose at will of the works of his hands. Absolute sovereign of mortals, he distributes happiness or unhappiness, according to his pleasure. These are the solutions which theologians give in order to console us for the evils which God inflicts upon us. We would tell them that a God who was infinitely good, would not be the master of his favors, but would be by his own nature obliged to distribute them among his creatures. We would tell them that a truly benevolent being would not believe he had the right to abstain from doing good. We would tell them that a truly generous being does not take back what he has given, and any man who does it, forfeits gratitude, and has no right to complain of ingratitude. How can the arbitrary and whimsical conduct which theologians ascribe to God, be reconciled with the religion which supposes a compact or mutual agreement between this God and men? If God owes nothing to his creatures, they, on their part, cannot owe anything to their God. All religion is founded upon the happiness which men believe they have a right to expect from the divinity, who is supposed to tell them, love, adore, obey me, and I will render you happy. Men on their side say to him, make us happy, be faithful to your promises, and we will love you, we will adore you, we will obey your laws. In neglecting the happiness of his creatures, in distributing his favors and his graces according to his caprice, and taking back his gifts, does not God violate the contract which serves as a base for all religion? Cicero has said with reason that if God does not make himself agreeable to man, he cannot be his God. Nisi deus homini placurit, deus non erit. Goodness constitutes divinity. This goodness can manifest itself to man only by the advantages he derives from it. As soon as he is unfortunate, this goodness disappears and ceases to be divinity. An infinite goodness can be neither partial nor exclusive. If God is infinitely good, he owes happiness to all his creatures. One unfortunate being alone would be sufficient to annihilate an unlimited goodness. Under an infinitely good and powerful God, is it possible to conceive that a single man could suffer? An animal, a mite, which suffers, furnishes invincible arguments against divine providence and its infinite benefactions. LXI, continuation. According to theologians, the afflictions and evils of this life are chastisements which culpable men receive from divinity. But why are men culpable? If God is almighty, does it cost him any more to say, let everything remain in order? Let all my subjects be good, innocent, fortunate, than to say, let everything exist? Was it more difficult for this God to do his work well than to do it so badly? Was it any farther from the non-existence of beings to their wise and happy existence, than from their non-existence to their insensate and miserable existence? Religion speaks to us of a hell that is, of a fearful place where, notwithstanding his goodness, God reserves eternal torments for the majority of men. Thus, after having rendered mortals very miserable in this world, religion teaches them that God can make them much more wretched in another. They meet our objections by saying, that otherwise the goodness of God would take the place of his justice. But goodness which takes the place of the most terrible cruelty, is not infinite kindness. Besides, a God who, after having been infinitely good, becomes infinitely wicked, can he be regarded as an immutable being? A God filled with implacable fury, is he a God in whom we can find a shadow of charity or goodness? 62. Theology makes of its God a monster of nonsense, of injustice, of malice, and atrocity, a being absolutely hateful. Divine justice, such as our theologians paint it, is, without doubt, a quality intended to make us love divinity. According to the notions of modern theology, it appears evident that God has created the majority of men with the view only of punishing them eternally. Would it not have been more in conformity with kindness, with reason, with equity, to create but stones or plants, and not sentient beings, than to create men whose conduct in this world would cause them eternal chastisements in another? A God so perfidious and wicked as to create a single man and leave him exposed to the perils of damnation, cannot be regarded as a perfect being, but as a monster of nonsense, injustice, malice, and atrocity. Far from forming a perfect God, the theologians have made the most imperfect of beings. According to theological ideas, God resembles a tyrant who, having deprived the majority of his slaves of their eyesight, would confine them in a cell where, in order to amuse himself, he could observe incognito their conduct through a trapdoor. In order to have occasion to cruelly punish all those who in walking should hurt each other. But who would reward splendidly the small number of those to whom the sight was spared, for having the skill to avoid an encounter with their comrades? Such are the ideas which the dogma of gratuitous predestination gives of divinity. Although men repeat to us that their God is infinitely good, it is evident that in the bottom of their hearts they can believe nothing of it. How can we love anything we do not know? How can we love a being, the idea of whom is but liable to keep us in anxiety and trouble? How can we love a being of whom all that is told conspires to render him supremely hateful? 63. All religion inspires but a cowardly and inordinate fear of the divinity. Many people make a subtle distinction between true religion and superstition. They tell us that the latter is but a cowardly and inordinate fear of divinity, that the truly religious man has confidence in his God, and loves him sincerely. While the superstitious man sees in him but an enemy, has no confidence in him, and represents him as a suspicious and cruel tyrant, avaricious of his benefactions and prodigal of his chastisements. But does not all religion in reality give us these same ideas of God? While we are told that God is infinitely good, is it not constantly repeated to us that he is very easily offended, that he bestows his favors but upon a few, that he chastises with fury those to whom he has not been pleased to grant them? 64. There is in reality no difference between religion and the most somber and servile superstition. If we take our ideas of God from the nature of the things where we find a mixture of good and evil, this God, according to the good and evil which we experience, does naturally appear to us capricious, inconstant, sometimes good, sometimes wicked. And in this way, instead of exciting our love, he must produce suspicion, fear, and uncertainty in our hearts. There is no real difference between natural religion and the most somber and servile superstition. If the theist sees God but on the beautiful side, the superstitious man looks upon him from the most hideous side. The folly of the one is gay, of the other is lugubrious, but both are equally delirious. LXV. According to the ideas which theology gives of divinity, to love God is impossible. If I take my ideas of God from theology, God shows himself to me in such a light as to repel love. The devotees who tell us that they love their God sincerely, are either liars or fools who see their God but in profile. It is impossible to love a being, the thought of whom tends to excite terror, and whose judgments make us tremble. How can we face without fear a God whom we suppose sufficiently barbarous to wish to damn us forever? Let them not speak to us of a filial or respectful fear mingled with love, which men should have for their God. A son cannot love his father when he knows he is cruel enough to inflict exquisite torments upon him. In short, to punish him for the least faults. No man upon earth can have the least spark of love for a God who holds in reserve eternal, hard, and violent chastisements for 99/100 of his children. 66. By the invention of the dogma of the eternal torments of hell, theologians have made of their God a detestable being, more wicked than the most wicked of men, a perverse and cruel tyrant without aim. The inventors of the dogma of eternal torments in hell, have made of the God whom they call so good, the most detestable of beings. Cruelty in man is the last term of corruption. There is no sensitive soul but is moved and revolts at the recital alone of the torments which the greatest criminal endures, but cruelty merits the greater indignation when we consider it gratuitous or without motive. The most sanguinary tyrants, Caligula, Nero, Domitian, had at least some motive in tormenting their victims and insulting their sufferings. These motives were either their own safety, the fury of revenge, the design to frighten by terrible examples, or perhaps the vanity to make parade of their power, and the desire to satisfy a barbarous curiosity. Can a god have any of these motives? In tormenting the victims of his wrath, he would punish beings who could not really endanger his immovable power, nor trouble his felicity, which nothing can change. On the other hand, the sufferings of the other life would be useless to the living, who cannot witness them. These torments would be useless to the damned, because in hell is no more conversion, and the hour of mercy is past. From which it follows, that God, in the exercise of his eternal vengeance, would have no other aim than to amuse himself and insult the weakness of his creatures. I appeal to the whole human race. Is there in nature a man so cruel as to wish in cold blood to torment, I do not say his fellow beings, but any sentient being whatever, without fee, without profit, without curiosity, without having anything to fear? Conclude, then, O theologians, that according to your own principles, your God is infinitely more wicked than the most wicked of men. You will tell me, perhaps, that infinite offenses deserve infinite chastisements, and I will tell you that we cannot offend a God whose happiness is infinite. I will tell you further, that offenses of finite beings cannot be infinite. That a God who does not want to be offended, cannot consent to make his creatures' offenses last for eternity. I will tell you that a God infinitely good, cannot be infinitely cruel, nor grant his creatures infinite existence solely for the pleasure of tormenting them forever. It could have been but the most cruel barbarity, the most notorious imposition, but the blindest ambition which could have created the dogma of eternal damnation. If there exists a God who could be offended or blasphemed, there would not be upon earth any greater blasphemers than those who dare to say that this God is perverse enough to take pleasure in dooming his feeble creatures to useless torments for all eternity. 67. Theology is but a series of palpable contradictions. To pretend that God can be offended with the actions of men, is to annihilate all the ideas that are given to us of this being. To say that man can disturb the order of the universe, that he can grasp the lightning from God's hand, that he can upset his projects, is to claim that man is stronger than his God, that he is the arbiter of his will. That it depends on him to change his goodness into cruelty. Theology does nothing but destroy with one hand that which it builds with the other. If all religion is founded upon a God who becomes angry, and who is appeased, all religion is founded upon a palpable contradiction. All religions agree in exalting the wisdom and the infinite power of the divinity, but as soon as they expose his conduct, we discover but imprudence, want of foresight, weakness, and folly. God, it is said, created the world for himself. And so far he has not succeeded in making himself properly respected. God has created men in order to have in his dominion subjects who would render him homage, and we continually see men revolt against him. 68. The pretended works of God do not prove at all what we call divine perfection. We are continually told of the divine perfections. And as soon as we ask the proofs of them, we are shown the works in which we are assured that these perfections are written in ineffaceable characters. All these works, however, are imperfect and perishable. Man, who is regarded as the masterpiece, as the most marvelous work of divinity, is full of imperfections which render him disagreeable in the eyes of the almighty workman who has formed him. This surprising work becomes often so revolting and so odious to its author, that he feels himself compelled to cast him into the fire. But if the choicest work of divinity is imperfect, by what are we to judge of the divine perfections? Can a work with which the author himself is so little satisfied, cause us to admire his skill? Physical man is subject to 1,000 infirmities, to countless evils, to death. The moral man is full of defects. And yet they exhaust themselves by telling us that he is the most beautiful work of the most perfect of beings. 69. The perfection of God does not show to any more advantage in the pretended creation of angels and pure spirits. It appears that God, in creating more perfect beings than men, did not succeed any better, or give stronger proofs of his perfection. Do we not see in many religions that angels and pure spirits revolted against their master, and even attempted to expel him from his throne? God intended the happiness of angels and of men, and he has never succeeded in rendering happy either angels or men. Pride, malice, sins, the imperfections of his creatures, have always been opposed to the wishes of the perfect Creator. 70. Theology preaches the omnipotence of its God, and continually shows him impotent. All religion is visibly founded upon the principle that God proposes and man disposes. All the theologies of the world show us an unequal combat between divinity on the one side, and his creatures on the other. God never relies on his honor. In spite of his almighty power, he could not succeed in making the works of his hands as he would like them to be. To complete the absurdity, there is a religion which pretends that God himself died to redeem the human race. And, in spite of his death, men are not in the least as this God would desire them to be. 71. According to all the religious systems of the earth, God would be the most capricious and the most insensate of beings. Nothing could be more extravagant than the role which in every country theology makes divinity play. If the thing was real, we would be obliged to see in it the most capricious and the most insane of beings. One would be obliged to believe that God made the world to be the theater of dishonoring wars with his creatures, that he created angels, men, demons, wicked spirits, but as adversaries, against whom he could exercise his power. He gives them liberty to offend him, makes them wicked enough to upset his projects, obstinate enough to never give up, all for the pleasure of getting angry, and being appeased, of reconciling himself, and of repairing the confusion they have made. Had divinity formed at once his creatures such as they ought to be in order to please him, what trouble he might have spared himself. Or, at least, how much embarrassment he might have saved to his theologians. According to all the religious systems of the earth, God seems to be occupied but in doing himself injury. He does it as those charlatans do who wound themselves, in order to have occasion to show the public the value of their ointments. We do not see, however, that so far divinity has been able to radically cure itself of the evil which is caused by men. 72. It is absurd to say that evil does not come from God. God is the author of all. Still we are assured that evil does not come from God. Whence, then, does it come? From men. But who has made men? It is God, then that evil comes from God. If he had not made men as they are, moral evil or sin would not exist in the world. We must blame God, then, that man is so perverse. If man has the power to do wrong or to offend God, we must conclude that God wishes to be offended. That God, who has created man, resolved that evil should be done by him. Without this, man would be in effect contrary to the cause from which he derives his being. 73. The foresight attributed to God, would give to guilty men whom he punishes, the right to complain of his cruelty. The faculty of foresight, or the ability to know in advance all which is to happen in the world, is attributed to God. But this foresight can scarcely belong to his glory, nor spare him the reproaches which men could legitimately heap upon him. If God had the foresight of the future, did he not foresee the fall of his creatures whom he had destined to happiness? If he resolved in his decrees to allow this fall, there is no doubt that he desired it to take place, otherwise it would not have happened. If the divine foresight of the sin of his creatures had been necessary or forced, it might be supposed that God was compelled by his justice to punish the guilty. But God, enjoying the faculty of foresight and the power to predestinate everything, would it not depend upon himself not to impose upon men these cruel laws? Or, at least, could he not have dispensed with creating beings whom he might be compelled to punish and to render unhappy by a subsequent decree? What does it matter whether God destined men to happiness or to misery by a previous decree, the effect of his foresight, or by a subsequent decree, the effect of his justice? Does the arrangement of these decrees change the fate of the miserable? Would they not have the right to complain of a God who, having the power of leaving them in oblivion, brought them forth, although he foresaw very well that his justice would force him sooner or later to punish them? 74. Absurdity of the theological fables upon original sin and upon Satan. Man, say you, issuing from the hands of God, was pure, innocent, and good, but his nature became corrupted in consequence of sin. If man could sin, when just leaving the hands of God, his nature was then not perfect. Why did God permit him to sin, and his nature to become corrupt? Why did God allow him to be seduced, knowing well that he would be too weak to resist the tempter? Why did God create a Satan, a malicious spirit, a tempter? Why did not God, who was so desirous of doing good to mankind, why did he not annihilate, once for all, so many evil genii whose nature rendered them enemies of our happiness? Or rather, why did God create evil spirits, whose victories and terrible influences upon the human race he must have foreseen? Finally, by what fatality, in all the religions of the world, has the evil principle such a marked advantage over the good principle or over divinity? 75. The devil, like religion, was invented to enrich the priests. We are told a story of the simple-heartedness of an Italian monk, which does him honor. This good man preaching one day felt obliged to announce to his auditory that, thanks to heaven, he had at last discovered a sure means of rendering all men happy. The devil, said he, tempts men but to have them as comrades of his misery in hell. Let us address ourselves, then, to the Pope, who possesses the keys of paradise and of hell. Let us ask him to beseech God, at the head of the whole church, to reconcile himself with the devil, to take him back into his favor, to re-establish him in his first rank. This cannot fail to put an end to his sinister projects against mankind. The good monk did not see, perhaps, that the devil is at least fully as useful as God to the ministers of religion. These reap too many benefits from their differences to lend themselves willingly to a reconciliation between the two enemies' ties, upon whose contests their existence and their revenues depend. If men would cease to be tempted and to sin, the ministry of priests would become useless to them. Manichaeism is evidently the support of all religions. But unfortunately the devil, being invented to remove all suspicion of malice from divinity, proves to us at every moment the powerlessness or the awkwardness of his celestial adversary. 76. If God could not render human nature sinless, he has no right to punish man. Man's nature, it is said, must necessarily become corrupt. God could not endow him with sinlessness, which is an inalienable portion of divine perfection. But if God could not render him sinless, why did he take the trouble of creating man, whose nature was to become corrupt, and which, consequently, had to offend God? On the other side, if God himself was not able to render human nature sinless, what right had he to punish men for not being sinless? It is but by the right of might. But the right of the strongest is violence. And violence is not suited to the most just of beings. God would be supremely unjust if he punished men for not having a portion of the divine perfections, or for not being able to be gods like himself. Could not God have at least endowed men with that sort of perfection of which their nature is susceptible? If some men are good or render themselves agreeable to their God, why did not this God bestow the same favor or give the same dispositions to all beings of our kind? Why does the number of wicked exceed so greatly the number of good people? Why, for every friend, does God find 10,000 enemies in a world which depended upon him alone to people with honest men? If it is true that God intends to form in heaven a court of saints, of chosen ones, or of men who have lived in this world according to his views, would he not have had a court more numerous, more brilliant, and more honorable to him? If it were composed of all the men to whom, in creating them, he could have granted the degree of goodness necessary to obtain eternal happiness? Finally, were it not easier not to take man from nothingness than to create him full of defects, rebellious to his Creator, perpetually exposed to lose himself by a fatal abuse of his liberty? Instead of creating men, a perfect God ought to have created only docile and submissive angels. The angels, it is said, are free, a few among them have sinned, but all of them have not sinned. All have not abused their liberty by revolting against their master. Could not God have created only angels of the good kind? If God could create angels who have not sinned, could he not create men sinless, or those who would never abuse their liberty by doing evil? If the chosen ones are incapable of sinning in heaven, could not God have made sinless men upon the earth? 77. It is absurd to say that God's conduct must be a mystery to man, and that he has no right to examine and judge it. We are told that the enormous distance which separates God from men, makes God's conduct necessarily a mystery for us, and that we have no right to interrogate our Master. Is this statement satisfactory? But according to you, when my eternal happiness is involved, have I not the right to examine God's own conduct? It is but with the hope of happiness that men submit to the empire of a God. A despot to whom men are subjected but through fear, a master whom they cannot interrogate, a totally inaccessible sovereign, cannot merit the homage of intelligent beings. If God's conduct is a mystery to me, it is not made for me. Man cannot adore, admire, respect, or imitate a conduct of which everything is impossible to conceive, or of which he cannot form any but revolting ideas. Unless it is pretended that he should worship all the things of which he is forced to be ignorant, and then all that he does not understand becomes admirable. Priests, you teach us that the designs of God are impenetrable. That his ways are not our ways, that his thoughts are not our thoughts, that it is folly to complain of his administration, whose motives and secret ways are entirely unknown to us. That there is temerity in accusing him of unjust judgments, because they are incomprehensible to us. But do you not see that by speaking in this manner, you destroy with your own hands all your profound systems which have no design but to explain the ways of divinity that you call impenetrable? These judgments, these ways, and these designs, have you penetrated them? You dare not say so, and, although you season incessantly, you do not understand them more than we do. If by chance you know the plan of God, which you tell us to admire, while there are many people who find it so little worthy of a just, good, intelligent, and rational being, do not say that this plan is impenetrable. If you are as ignorant as we, have some indulgence for those who ingenuously confess that they comprehend nothing of it, or that they see nothing in it divine. Cease to persecute for opinions which you do not understand yourselves. Cease to slander each other for dreams and conjectures which are altogether contradictory, speak to us of intelligible and truly useful things. And no longer tell us of the impenetrable ways of a God, about which you do nothing but stammer and contradict yourselves. In speaking to us incessantly of the immense depths of divine wisdom, in forbidding us to fathom these depths by telling us that it is insolence to call God to the tribunal of our humble reason, in making it a crime to judge our Master. The theologians only confess the embarrassment in which they find themselves as soon as they have to render account of the conduct of a God, which they tell us is marvelous, only because it is totally impossible for them to understand it themselves. 78. It is absurd to call him a God of justice and goodness, who inflicts evil indiscriminately on the good and the wicked, upon the innocent and the guilty. It is idle to demand that the unfortunate should console themselves for their misfortunes, in the very arms of the one who alone is the author of them. Physical evil commonly passes as the punishment of sin. Calamities, diseases, famines, wars, earthquakes, are the means which God employs to chastise perverse men. Therefore, they have no difficulty in attributing these evils to the severity of a just and good God. However, do we not see these plagues fall indiscriminately upon the good and the wicked, upon the impious and the pious, upon the innocent and the guilty? How can we be made to admire, in this proceeding, the justice and the goodness of a being, the idea of whom appears so consoling to the unfortunate? Doubtless the brain of these unfortunate ones has been disturbed by their misfortunes, since they forget that God is the arbiter of things, the sole dispenser of the events of this world. In this case ought they not to blame him for the evils for which they would find consolation in his arms? Unfortunate father! You console yourself in the bosom of Providence for the loss of a cherished child or of a wife, who made your happiness. Alas! Do you not see that your God has killed them? Your God has rendered you miserable, and you want him to console you for the fearful blows he has inflicted upon you. The fantastic and supernatural notions of theology have succeeded so thoroughly in overcoming the simplest, the clearest, the most natural ideas of the human spirit, that the pious, incapable of accusing God of malice, accustom themselves to look upon these sad afflictions as indubitable proofs of celestial goodness. Are they in affliction, they are told to believe that God loves them, that God visits them, that God wishes to try them. Thus it is that religion changes evil into good. Someone has said profanely, but with reason, if the good God treats thus those whom he loves, I beseech him very earnestly not to think of me. Men must have formed very sinister and very cruel ideas of their God whom they call so good, in order to persuade themselves that the most frightful calamities and the most painful afflictions are signs of his favor. Would a wicked genii or a devil be more ingenious in tormenting his enemies, than sometimes is this God of goodness, who is so often occupied with inflicting his chastisements upon his dearest friends? 79. A God who punishes the faults which he could have prevented, is a fool, who adds injustice to foolishness. What would we say or a father who, we are assured, watches without relaxation over the welfare of his feeble and unforeseeing children, and who, however, would leave them at liberty to go astray in the midst of rocks, precipices, and waters? Who would prevent them but rarely from following their disordered appetites, who would permit them to handle, without precaution, deadly arms, at the risk of wounding themselves severely? What would we think of this same Father, if, instead of blaming himself for the harm which would have happened to his poor children, he should punish them for their faults in the most cruel way? We would say, with reason, that this Father is a fool, who joins injustice to foolishness. A God who punishes the faults which he could have prevented, is a being who lacks wisdom, goodness, and equity. A God of foresight would prevent evil, and in this way would be saved the trouble of punishing it. A good God would not punish weaknesses which he knows to be inherent in human nature. A just God, if he has made man, would not punish him for not being strong enough to resist his desires. To punish weakness, is the most unjust tyranny. Is it not calumniating a just God, to say that he punishes men for their faults, even in the present life? How would he punish beings whom he alone could correct, and who, as long as they had not received grace, cannot act otherwise than they do? According to the principles of theologians themselves, man, in his actual state of corruption, can do nothing but evil, for without divine grace he has not the strength to do good. Moreover, if man's nature, abandoned to itself, destitute of divine help, inclines him necessarily to evil, or renders him incapable of doing good, what becomes of his free will? According to such principles, man can merit neither reward or punishment. In rewarding man for the good he does, God would but recompense himself. In punishing man for the evil he does, God punishes him for not having been given the grace, without which it was impossible for him to do better. 80. Free will is an idle fancy. Theologians tell and repeat to us that man is free, while all their teachings conspire to destroy his liberty. Trying to justify divinity, they accuse him really of the blackest injustice. They suppose that, without grace, man is compelled to do evil, and they maintain that God will punish him for not having been given the grace to do good. With a little reflection, we will be obliged to see that man in all things acts by compulsion, and that his free will is a chimera, even according to the theological system. Does it depend upon man whether or not he shall be born of such or such parents? Does it depend upon man to accept or not to accept the opinions of his parents and of his teachers? If I were born of idolatrous or Mohammedan parents, would it have depended upon me to become a Christian? However, grave doctors of divinity assure us that a just God will damn without mercy all those to whom he has not given the grace to know the religion of the Christians. Man's birth does not depend upon his choice. He was not asked if he would or would not come into the world. Nature did not consult him upon the country and the parents that she gave him. The ideas he acquired, his opinions, his true or false notions are the necessary fruits of the education which he has received, and of which he has not been the master. His passions and his desires are the necessary results of the temperament which nature has given him, and of the ideas with which he has been inspired. During the whole course of his life, his wishes and his actions are determined by his surroundings, his habits, his occupations, his pleasures, his conversations, and by the thoughts which present themselves involuntarily to him. In short, by a multitude of events and accidents which are beyond his control. Incapable of foreseeing the future, he knows neither what he will wish, nor what he will do in the time which must immediately follow the present. Man passes his life, from the moment of his birth to that of his death, without having been free one instant. Man, you say, wishes, deliberates, chooses, determines, hence you conclude that his actions are free. It is true that man intends, but he is not master of his will or of his desires. He can desire and wish only what he judges advantageous for himself, he cannot love pain nor detest pleasure. Man, it will be said, sometimes prefers pain to pleasure. But then, he prefers a passing pain in the hope of procuring a greater and more durable pleasure. In this case, the idea of a greater good determines him to deprive himself of one less desirable. It is not the lover who gives to his mistress the features by which he is enchanted. He is not then the master to love or not to love the object of his tenderness, he is not the master of the imagination or the temperament which dominates him. From which it follows, evidently, that man is not the master of the wishes and desires which rise in his soul, independently of him. But man, say you, can resist his desires, then he is free. Man resists his desires when the motives which turn him from an object are stronger than those which draw him toward it, but then, his resistance is necessary. A man who fears dishonor and punishment more than he loves money, resists necessarily the desire to take possession of another's money. Are we not free when we deliberate? But has one the power to know or not to know, to be uncertain or to be assured? Deliberation is the necessary effect of the uncertainty in which we find ourselves with reference to the results of our actions. As soon as we believe ourselves certain of these results, we necessarily decide, and then we act necessarily according as we shall have judged right or wrong. Our judgments, true or false, are not free. They are necessarily determined by ideas which we have received, or which our mind has formed. Man is not free in his choice, he is evidently compelled to choose what he judges the most useful or the most agreeable for himself. When he suspends his choice, he is not more free, he is forced to suspend it till he knows or believes he knows the qualities of the objects presented to him, or until he has weighed the consequence of his actions. Man, you will say, decides every moment on actions which he knows will endanger him. Man kills himself sometimes, then he is free. I deny it. Has man the ability to reason correctly or incorrectly? Do not his reason and his wisdom depend either upon opinions that he has formed, or upon his mental constitution? As neither the one nor the other depends upon his will, they cannot in any wise prove his liberty. If I make the wager to do or not to do a thing, am I not free? Does it not depend upon me to do or not to do it? No, I will answer you, the desire to win the wager will necessarily determine you to do or not to do the thing in question. But if I consent to lose the wager, then the desire to prove to me that you are free will have become to you a stronger motive than the desire to win the wager. And this motive will necessarily have determined you to do or not to do what was understood between us. But you will say, I feel myself free. It is an illusion which may be compared to that of the fly in the fable, which, lighting on the shaft of a heavy wagon, applauded itself as driver of the vehicle which carried it. Man who believes himself free, is a fly who believes himself the master motor in the machine of the universe, while he himself, without his own volition, is carried on by it. The feeling which makes us believe that we are free to do or not to do a thing, is but a pure illusion. When we come to the veritable principle of our actions, we will find that they are nothing but the necessary results of our wills and of our desires, which are never within our power. You believe yourselves free because you do as you choose. But are you really free to will or not to will, to desire or not to desire? Your wills and your desires, are they not necessarily excited by objects or by qualities which do not depend upon you at all? 81. We should not conclude from this that society has not the right to chastise the wicked. If the actions of men are necessary, if men are not free, what right has society to punish the wicked who infest it? Is it not very unjust to chastise beings who could not act otherwise than they did? If the wicked act from the impulse of their corrupt nature, society in punishing them acts necessarily on its side from the desire to preserve itself. Certain objects produce in us the feeling of pain, therefore our nature compels us to hate them, and incites us to remove them. A tiger pressed by hunger, attacks the man whom he wishes to devour. But the man is not the master of his fear of the tiger, and seeks necessarily the means of exterminating it. 82. Refutation of the arguments in favor of free will. If everything is necessary, if errors, opinions, and ideas of men are fated, how or why can we pretend to reform them? The errors of men are the necessary results of their ignorance. Their ignorance, their obstinacy, their credulity, are the necessary results of their inexperience, of their indifference, of their lack of reflection, the same as congestion of the brain or lethargy are the natural effects of some diseases. Truth, experience, reflection, reason, are the proper remedies to cure ignorance, fanaticism, and follies, the same as bleeding is good to soothe congestion of the brain. But you will say, why does not truth produce this effect upon many of the sick heads? There are some diseases which resist all remedies. It is impossible to cure obstinate patients who refuse to take the remedies which are given them. The interest of some men and the folly of others naturally oppose them to the admission of truth. A cause produces its effect only when it is not interrupted in its action by other causes which are stronger, or which weaken the action of the first cause or render it useless. It is entirely impossible to have the best arguments accepted by men who are strongly interested in error, who are prejudiced in its favor, who refuse to reflect. But it must necessarily be that truth undeceives the honest souls who seek it in good faith. Truth is a cause, it produces necessarily its effect, and its impulse is not interrupted by causes which suspend its effects. 83. Continuation. To take away from man his free will, is, we are told, to make of him a pure machine, an automaton without liberty. There would exist in him neither merit nor virtue. What is merit in man? It is a certain manner of acting which renders him estimable in the eyes of his fellow beings. What is virtue? It is the disposition that causes us to do good to others. What can there be contemptible in automatic machines capable of producing such desirable effects? Marcus Aurelius was a very useful spring to the vast machine of the Roman Empire. By what right will a machine despise another machine, whose springs would facilitate its own play? Good people are springs which assist society in its tendency to happiness. Wicked men are badly formed springs, which disturb the order, the progress, and harmony of society. If for its own interest society loves and rewards the good, she hates, despises, and removes the wicked, as useless or dangerous motors. 84. God himself, if there was a God, would not be free, hence the uselessness of all religion. The world is a necessary agent. All the beings which compose it are united to each other, and cannot do otherwise than they do, so long as they are moved by the same causes and possessed of the same qualities. If they lose these qualities, they will act necessarily in a different way. God himself, admitting his existence a moment, cannot be regarded as a free agent. If there existed a God, his manner of acting would necessarily be determined by the qualities inherent in his nature, nothing would be able to alter or to oppose his wishes. This considered, neither our actions nor our prayers nor our sacrifices could suspend or change his invariable progress and his immutable designs, from which we are compelled to conclude that all religion would be entirely useless. 85. Even according to theological principles, man is not free one instant. If theologians were not constantly contradicting each other, they would know, from their own hypotheses, that man cannot be called free for an instant. Is not man supposed to be in a continual dependence upon God? Is one free, when one could not have existed or cannot live without God, and when one ceases to exist at the pleasure of his supreme will? If God created man of nothing, if the preservation of man is a continual creation, if God cannot lose sight of his creature for an instant, if all that happens to him is a result of the divine will, if man is nothing of himself, if all the events which he experiences are the effects of divine decrees, if he cannot do any good without assistance from above, how can it be pretended that man enjoys liberty during one moment of his life? If God did not save him in the moment when he sins, how could man sin? If God preserves him, God, therefore, forces him to live in order to sin. 86. All evil, all disorder, all sin, can be attributed but to God. And consequently, he has no right to punish or reward. Divinity is continually compared to a king, the majority of whose subjects revolt against him, and it is pretended that he has the right to reward his faithful subjects, and to punish those who revolt against him. This comparison is not just in any of its parts. God presides over a machine, of which he has made all the springs. These springs act according to the way in which God has formed them. It is the fault of his inaptitude if these springs do not contribute to the harmony of the machine in which the workman desired to place them. God is a creating king, who created all kinds of subjects for himself. Who formed them according to his pleasure, and whose wishes can never find any resistance. If God in his empire has rebellious subjects, it is God who resolved to have rebellious subjects. If the sins of men disturb the order of the world, it is God who desired this order to be disturbed. Nobody dares to doubt divine justice. However, under the empire of a just God, we find nothing but injustice and violence. Power decides the fate of nations. Equity seems to be banished from the earth. A small number of men enjoy with impunity the repose, the fortunes, the liberty, and the life of all the others. Everything is in disorder in a world governed by a God of whom it is said that disorder displeases him exceedingly. 87. Men's prayers to God prove sufficiently that they are not satisfied with the divine economy. Although men incessantly admire the wisdom, the goodness, the justice, the beautiful order of providence, they are, in fact, never contented with it. The prayers which they continually offer to heaven, prove to us that they are not at all satisfied with God's administration. Praying to God, asking a favor of him, is to mistrust his vigilant care. To pray God to avert or to suppress an evil, is to endeavor to put obstacles in the way of his justice. To implore the assistance of God in our calamities, means to appeal to the very author of these calamities in order to represent to him our welfare, that he ought to rectify in our favor his plan, which is not beneficial to our interests. The optimist, or the one who thinks that everything is good in the world, and who repeats to us incessantly that we live in the best world possible, if he were consistent, ought never to pray. Still less should he expect another world where men will be happier. Can there be a better world than the best possible of all worlds? Some of the theologians have treated the optimists as impious for having claimed that God could not have made a better world than the one in which we live. According to these doctors, it is limiting the divine power and insulting it. But do not theologians see that it is less offensive for God to pretend that he did his best in creating the world, than to say that he, having the power to produce a better one, had the malice to make a very bad one? If the optimist, by his system, does wrong to the divine power, the theologian, who treats him as impious, is himself a reprobate, who wounds the divine goodness under pretext of taking interest in God. 88. The reparation of the iniquities and the miseries of this world in another world, is an idle conjecture and an absurd supposition. When we complain of the evils of which this world is the theater, we are referred to another world. We are told that their God will repair all the iniquities and the miseries which he permits for a time here below. However, if leaving his eternal justice to sleep for a time, God could consent to evil during the period of the existence of our globe, what assurance have we that during the existence of another globe, divine justice will not likewise sleep during the misfortunes of its inhabitants? They console us in our troubles by saying, that God is patient, and that his justice, although often very slow, is not the less certain. But do you not see, that patience cannot be suited to a being just, immutable, and omnipotent? Can God tolerate injustice for an instant? To temporize with an evil that one knows of, evinces either uncertainty, weakness, or collusion. To tolerate evil which one has the power to prevent, is to consent that evil should be committed. 89. Theology justifies the evil and injustice permitted by its God, only by conceding to this God the right of the strongest, that is to say, the violation of all rights, or in commanding from men a stupid devotion. I hear a multitude of theologians tell me on all sides, that God is infinitely just, but that his justice is not that of men. Of what kind, Or of what nature is this divine justice then? What idea can I form of a justice which so often resembles human injustice? Is it not confounding all our ideas of justice and of injustice, to tell us that what is equitable in God is iniquitous in his creatures? How can we take as a model a being whose divine perfections are precisely contrary to human perfections? God, you say, is the sovereign arbiter of our destinies. His supreme power, that nothing can limit, authorizes him to do as he pleases with his works. A worm, such as man, has not the right to murmur against him. This arrogant tone is literally borrowed from the language which the ministers of tyrants hold, when they silence those who suffer by their violences. It cannot, then, be the language of the ministers of a God of whose equity they boast. It cannot impose upon a being who reasons. Ministers of a just God. I tell you then, that the greatest power is not able to confer even upon your God himself the right to be unjust to the vilest of his creatures. A despot is not a God. A God who arrogates to himself the right to do evil, is a tyrant is not a model for men. He ought to be an execrable object in their eyes. Is it not strange that, in order to justify divinity, they made of him the most unjust of beings? As soon as we complain of his conduct, they think to silence us by claiming that God is the master, which signifies that God, being the strongest, he is not subjected to ordinary rules. But the right of the strongest is the violation of all rights. It can pass as a right but in the eyes of a savage conqueror, who, in the intoxication of his fury, imagines he has the right to do as he pleases with the unfortunate ones whom he has conquered. This barbarous right can appear legitimate only to slaves, who are blind enough to think that everything is allowed to tyrants, who are too strong for them to resist. By a foolish simplicity, or rather by a plain contradiction of terms, do we not see devotees exclaim, amidst the greatest calamities, that the good Lord is the master? Well, illogical reasoners, you believe in good faith that the good Lord sends you the pestilence, that your good Lord gives war, that the good Lord is the cause of famine. In a word, that the good Lord, without ceasing to be good, has the will and the right to do you the greatest evils you can endure. Cease to call your Lord good when he does you harm, do not say that he is just. Say that he is the strongest, and that it is impossible for you to avert the blows which his caprice inflicts upon you. God, you say, punishes us for our highest good. But what real benefit can result to a nation in being exterminated by contagion, murdered by wars, corrupted by the examples of perverse masters, continually pressed by the iron scepter of merciless tyrants? Subjected to the scourge of a bad government, which often for centuries causes nations to suffer its destructive effects. The eyes of faith must be strange eyes, if we see by their means any advantage in the most dreadful miseries and in the most durable evils, in the vices and follies by which our kind is so cruelly afflicted. XC. Redemption, and the continual exterminations attributed to Jehovah in the Bible, are so many absurd and ridiculous inventions which presuppose an unjust and barbarous God. What strange ideas of the divine justice must the Christians have who believe that their God, with the view of reconciling himself with mankind, guilty without knowledge of the fault of their parents, sacrificed his own innocent and sinless Son? What would we say of a king, whose subjects having revolted against him, in order to appease himself could find no other expedient than to put to death the heir to his crown, who had taken no part in the general rebellion? It is, the Christian will say, through kindness for his subjects, incapable of satisfying themselves of his divine justice, that God consented to the cruel death of his Son. But the kindness of a father to strangers does not give him the right to be unjust and cruel to his Son. All the qualities that theology gives to its God annul each other. The exercise of one of his perfections is always at the expense of another. Has the Jew any more rational ideas than the Christian of divine justice? A king, by his pride, kindles the wrath of heaven. Jehovah sends pestilence upon his innocent people. 70,000 subjects are exterminated to expiate the fault of a monarch that the kindness of God resolved to spare. XCI. How can we discover a tender, generous, and equitable Father in a being who has created his children but to make them unhappy? In spite of the injustice with which all religions are pleased to blacken the divinity, men cannot consent to accuse him of iniquity. They fear that he, like the tyrants of this world, will be offended by the truth, and redouble the weight of his malice and tyranny upon them. They listen, then, to their priests, who tell them that their God is a tender father. That this God is an equitable monarch, whose object in this world is to assure himself of the love, obedience, and respect of his subjects. Who gives them the liberty to act, in order to give them occasion to deserve his favors and to acquire eternal happiness, which he does not owe them in any way. In what way can we recognize the tenderness of a father who created the majority of his children but for the purpose of dragging out a life of pain, anxiety, and bitterness upon this earth? Is there any more fatal boon than this pretended liberty which, it is said, men can abuse, and thereby expose themselves to the risk of eternal misery? 92. The life of mortals, all which takes place here below, testifies against man's liberty and against the justice and goodness of a pretended God. In calling mortals into life, what a cruel and dangerous game does the divinity force them to play. Thrust into the world without their wish, provided with a temperament of which they are not the masters, animated by passions and desires inherent in their nature, exposed to snares which they have not the skill to avoid. Led away by events which they could neither foresee nor prevent, the unfortunate beings are obliged to follow a career which conducts them to horrible tortures. Travelers assert that in some part of Asia reigns a sultan full of fantasies, and very absolute in his will. By a strange mania this prince spends his time sitting before a table, on which are placed 6 dice and a dice-box. One end of the table is covered with a pile of gold, for the purpose of exciting the cupidity of the courtiers and of the people by whom the sultan is surrounded. He, knowing the weak point of his subjects, speaks to them in this way: slaves, I wish you well, my aim is to enrich you and render you all happy. Do you see these treasures? Well, they are for you. Try to win them, let each one in turn take this box and these dice. Whoever shall have the good luck to raffle 6, will be master of this treasure. But I warn you that he who has not the luck to throw the required number, will be precipitated forever into an obscure cell, where my justice exacts that he shall be burned by a slow fire. Upon this threat of the monarch, they regarded each other in consternation, no one willing to take a risk so dangerous. What, said the angry sultan, no one wants to play? Oh, this does not suit me. My glory demands that you play. You will raffle then, I wish it, obey without replying. It is well to observe that the despot's dice are prepared in such a way, that upon 100,000 throws there is but one that wins. Thus the generous monarch has the pleasure to see his prison well filled, and his treasures seldom carried away. Mortals. This sultan is your God, his treasures are heaven, his cell is hell, and you hold the dice. 93. It is not true that we owe any gratitude to what we call Providence. We are constantly told that we owe an infinite gratitude to Providence for the countless blessings it is pleased to lavish upon us. They boast above all that our existence is a blessing. But, alas! How many mortals are really satisfied with their mode of existence? If life has its sweets, how much of bitterness is mingled with it? Is not one bitter trouble sufficient to blight all of a sudden the most peaceful and happy life? Is there a great number of men who, if it depended upon them, would wish to begin, at the same sacrifice, the painful career into which, without their consent, destiny has thrown them? You say that existence itself is a great blessing. But is not this existence continually troubled by griefs, fears, and often cruel and undeserved maladies? This existence, menaced on so many sides, can we not be deprived of it at any moment? Who is there, after having lived for some time, who has not been deprived of a beloved wife, a beloved child, a consoling friend, whose loss fills his mind constantly? There are very few mortals who have not been compelled to drink from the cup of bitterness. There are but few who have not often wished to die. Finally, it did not depend upon us to exist or not to exist. Would the bird be under such great obligations to the bird-catcher for having caught it in his net and for having put it into his cage, in order to eat it after being amused with it? 94. To pretend that man is the beloved child of Providence, God's favorite, the only object of his labors, the king of nature, is folly. In spite of the infirmities, the troubles, the miseries to which man is compelled to submit in this world. In spite of the danger which his alarmed imagination creates in regard to another, he is still foolish enough to believe himself to be God's favorite, the only aim of all his works. He imagines that the entire universe was made for him. He calls himself arrogantly the king of nature, and ranks himself far above other animals. Poor mortal! Upon what can you establish your high pretensions? It is, you say, upon your soul, upon your reason, upon your sublime faculties, which place you in a condition to exercise an absolute authority over the beings which surround you. But weak sovereign of this world, art thou sure one instant of the duration of thy reign? The least atoms of matter which you despise, are they not sufficient to deprive you of your throne and life? Finally, does not the king of animals terminate always by becoming food for the worms? You speak of your soul. But do you know what your soul is? Do you not see that this soul is but the assemblage of your organs, from which life results? Would you refuse a soul to other animals who live, who think, who judge, who compare, who seek pleasure, and avoid pain even as you do, and who often possess organs which are better than your own? You boast of your intellectual faculties, but these faculties which render you so proud, do they make you any happier than other creatures? Do you often make use of this reason which you glory in, and which religion commands you not to listen to? Those animals which you disdain because they are weaker or less cunning than yourself, are they subject to troubles, to mental anxieties, to 1,000 frivolous passions, to 1,000 imaginary needs, of which your heart is continually the prey? Are they, like you, tormented by the past, alarmed for the future? Limited solely to the present, what you call their instinct, and what I call their intelligence, is it not sufficient to preserve and to defend them and to provide for their needs? This instinct, of which you speak with disdain, does it not often serve them much better than your wonderful faculties? Their peaceable ignorance, is it not more advantageous than these extravagant meditations and these futile investigations which render you miserable, and for which you are driven to murdering beings of your own noble kind? Finally, these animals, have they, like mortals, a troubled imagination which makes them fear not only death, but even eternal torments. Augustus, having heard that Herod, king of Judea, had murdered his sons, cried out, "It would be better to be Herod's pig than his son." We can say as much of men, this beloved child of Providence runs much greater risks than all other animals. After having suffered a great deal in this world, do we not believe ourselves in danger of suffering for eternity in another? 95. Comparison between man and animals. What is the exact line of demarcation between man and the other animals which he calls brutes? In what way does he essentially differ from the beasts? It is, we are told, by his intelligence, by the faculties of his mind, by his reason, that man is superior to all the other animals, which in all they do, act but by physical impulsions, reason taking no part. But the beasts, having more limited needs than men, do very well without these intellectual faculties, which would be perfectly useless in their way of living. Their instinct is sufficient for them, while all the faculties of man are hardly sufficient to render his existence endurable, and to satisfy the needs which his imagination, his prejudices, and his institutions multiply to his torment. The brute is not affected by the same objects as man, it has neither the same needs, nor the same desires, nor the same whims. It early reaches maturity, while nothing is more rare than to see the human being enjoying all of his faculties, exercising them freely, and making a proper use of them for his own happiness. 96. There are no more detestable animals in this world than tyrants. We are assured that the human soul is a simple substance. But if the soul is such a simple substance, it ought to be the same in all the individuals of the human race, who all ought to have the same intellectual faculties. However, this is not the case. Men differ as much in qualities of mind as in the features of the face. There are in the human race, beings as different from one another as man is from a horse or a dog. What conformity or resemblance do we find between some men? What an infinite distance between the genius of a Locke, of a Newton, and that of a peasant, of a Hottentot, or of a Laplander. Man differs from other animals but by the difference of his organization, which causes him to produce effects of which they are not capable. The variety which we notice in the organs of individuals of the human race, suffices to explain to us the difference which is often found between them in regard to the intellectual faculties. More or less of delicacy in these organs, of heat in the blood, of promptitude in the fluids, more or less of suppleness or of rigidity in the fibers and the nerves, must necessarily produce the infinite diversities which are noticeable in the minds of men. It is by exercise, by habitude, by education, that the human mind is developed and succeeds in rising above the beings which surround it. Man, without culture and without experience, is a being as devoid of reason and of industry as the brute. A stupid individual is a man whose organs are acted upon with difficulty, whose brain is hard to move, whose blood circulates slowly. A man of mind is he whose organs are supple, who feels very quickly, whose brain moves promptly. A learned man is one whose organs and whose brain have been exercised a long while upon objects which occupy him. The man without culture, experience, or reason, is he not more despicable and more abominable than the vilest insects, or the most ferocious beasts? Is there a more detestable being in nature than a Tiberius, a Nero, a Caligula? These destroyers of the human race, known by the name of conquerors, have they better souls than those of bears, lions, and panthers? Are there more detestable animals in this world than tyrants? 97. Refutation of man's excellence. Human extravagances soon dispel, in the eyes of reason, the superiority which man arrogantly claims over other animals. Do we not see many animals show more gentleness, more reflection and reason than the animal which calls itself reasonable par excellence? Are there amongst men, who are so often enslaved and oppressed, societies as well organized as those of ants, bees, or beavers? Do we ever see ferocious beasts of the same kind meet upon the plains to devour each other without profit? Do we see among them religious wars? The cruelty of beasts against other species is caused by hunger, the need of nourishment. The cruelty of man against man has no other motive than the vanity of his masters and the folly of his impertinent prejudices. Theorists who try to make us believe that everything in the universe was made for man, are very much embarrassed when we ask them in what way can so many mischievous animals which continually infest our life here, contribute to the welfare of men. What known advantage results for God's friend to be bitten by a viper, stung by a gnat, devoured by vermin, torn into pieces by a tiger? Would not all these animals reason as wisely as our theologians, if they should pretend that man was made for them? 98. An Oriental legend. At a short distance from Baghdad a dervish, celebrated for his holiness, passed his days tranquilly in agreeable solitude. The surrounding inhabitants, in order to have an interest in his prayers, eagerly brought to him every day provisions and presents. The holy man thanked God incessantly for the blessings Providence heaped upon him. "O Allah," said he, "how ineffable is thy tenderness toward thy servants! What have I done to deserve the benefactions which thy liberality loads me with? O monarch of the skies! O Father of nature! What praises could be worthy to celebrate thy munificence and thy paternal cares? O Allah, how great are thy gifts to the children of men!" Filled with gratitude, our hermit made a vow to undertake for the 7th time the pilgrimage to Mecca. The war, which then existed between the Persians and the Turks, could not make him defer the execution of his pious enterprise. Full of confidence in God, he began his journey. Under the inviolable safeguard of a respected garb, he passed through without obstacle the enemy's detachments. Far from being molested, he receives at every step marks of veneration from the soldiers of both sides. At last, overcome by fatigue, he finds himself obliged to seek a shelter from the rays of the burning sun. He finds it beneath a fresh group of palm trees, whose roots were watered by a limpid rivulet. In this solitary place, where the silence was broken only by the murmuring of the waters and the singing of the birds, the man of God found not only an enchanting retreat, but also a delicious repast. He had but to extend the hand to gather dates and other agreeable fruits, the rivulet can appease his thirst, very soon a green plot invites him to take sweet repose. As he awakens he performs the holy cleansing. And in a transport of ecstasy, he exclaimed, O Allah! How great is thy goodness to the children of men! Well rested, refreshed, full of life and gaiety, our holy man continues on his road. It conducts him for some time through a delightful country, which offers to his sight but blooming shores and trees filled with fruit. Softened by this spectacle, he worships incessantly the rich and liberal hand of Providence, which is everywhere seen occupied with the welfare of the human race. Going a little farther, he comes across a few mountains, which were quite hard to ascend, but having arrived at their summit, a hideous sight suddenly meets his eyes, his soul is all consternation. He discovers a vast plain entirely devastated by the sword and fire, he looks at it and finds it covered with more than 100,000 corpses, deplorable remains of a bloody battle which had taken place a few days previous. Eagles, vultures, ravens, and wolves were devouring the dead bodies with which the earth was covered. This sight plunges our pilgrim into a sad reverie. Heaven, by a special favor, had made him understand the language of beasts. He heard a wolf, gorged with human flesh, exclaim in his excessive joy, O Allah! How great is thy kindness for the children of wolves! Thy foreseeing wisdom takes care to send infatuation upon these detestable men who are so dangerous to us. Through an effect of thy providence which watches over thy creatures, these, our destroyers, murder each other, and thus furnish us with sumptuous repasts. O Allah! How great is thy goodness to the children of wolves! 99. It is foolish to see in the universe only the benefactions of heaven, and to believe that this universe was made but for man. An exalted imagination sees in the universe but the benefactions of heaven, a calm mind finds good and evil in it. I exist, you will say, but is this existence always a benefit? You will say, look at this sun, which shines for you, this earth, which is covered with fruits and verdure, these flowers, which bloom for our sight and smell. These trees, which bend beneath the weight of fruits, these pure streams, which flow but to quench your thirst, these seas, which embrace the universe to facilitate your commerce, these animals, which a foreseeing nature produces for your use. Yes, I see all these things, and I enjoy them when I can. But in some climates this beautiful sun is most always obscured from me, in others, its excessive heat torments me, produces storm, gives rise to dreadful diseases, dries up the fields. The meadows have no grass, the trees are fruitless, the harvests are scorched, the springs are dried up, I can scarcely exist, and I sigh under the cruelty of a nature which you find so benevolent. If these seas bring me spices, riches, and useless things, do they not destroy a multitude of mortals who are dupes enough to go after them? Man's vanity persuades him that he is the sole center of the universe. He creates for himself a world and a god. He thinks himself of sufficient consequence to derange nature at his will, but he reasons as an atheist when the question of other animals is involved. Does he not imagine that the individuals different from his species are automatons unworthy of the cares of universal providence, and that the beasts cannot be the objects of its justice and kindness? Mortals consider fortunate or unfortunate events, health or sickness, life and death, abundance or famine, as rewards or punishments for the use or misuse of the liberty which they arrogate to themselves. Do they reason on this principle when animals are taken into consideration? No. Although they see them under a just God enjoy and suffer, be healthy and sick, live and die, like themselves, it does not enter their mind to ask what crimes these beasts have committed in order to cause the displeasure of the arbiter of nature. Philosophers, blinded by their theological prejudices, in order to disembarrass themselves, have gone so far as to pretend that beasts have no feelings. Will men never renounce their foolish pretensions? Will they not recognize that nature was not made for them? Will they not see that this nature has placed on equal footing all the beings which she produced? Will they not see that all organized beings are equally made to be born and to die, to enjoy and to suffer? Finally, instead of priding themselves preposterously on their mental faculties, are they not compelled to admit that they often render them more unhappy than the beasts, in which we find neither opinions, prejudices, vanities, nor the weaknesses which decide at every moment the well-being of men? See, what is the soul? We know nothing about it. If this pretended soul was of another essence from that of the body, their union would be impossible. The superiority which men arrogate to themselves over other animals, is principally founded upon the opinion of possessing exclusively an immortal soul. But as soon as we ask what this soul is, they begin to stammer. It is an unknown substance. It is a secret force distinguished from their bodies, it is a spirit of which they can form no idea. Ask them how this spirit, which they suppose like their God, totally deprived of a physical substance, could combine itself with their material bodies? They will tell you that they know nothing about it, that it is a mystery to them. That this combination is the effect of the Almighty power. These are the clear ideas which men form of the hidden, or, rather, imaginary substance which they consider the motor of all their actions. If the soul is a substance essentially different from the body, and which can have no affinity with it, their union would be, not a mystery, but a thing impossible. Besides, this soul, being of an essence different from that of the body, ought to act necessarily in a different way from it. However, we see that the movements of the body are felt by this pretended soul, and that these two substances, so different in essence, always act in harmony. You will tell us that this harmony is a mystery. And I will tell you that I do not see my soul, that I know and feel but my body. That it is my body which feels, which reflects, which judges, which suffers, and which enjoys, and that all of its faculties are the necessary results of its own mechanism or of its organization. C.I. The existence of a soul is an absurd supposition, and the existence of an immortal soul is a still more absurd supposition. Although it is impossible for men to have the least idea of the soul, or of this pretended spirit which animates them, they persuade themselves, however, that this unknown soul is exempt from death. Everything proves to them that they feel, think, acquire ideas, enjoy or suffer, but by the means of the senses or of the material organs of the body. Even admitting the existence of this soul, one cannot refuse to recognize that it depends wholly on the body, and suffers conjointly with it all the vicissitudes which it experiences itself. And however it is imagined that it has by its nature nothing analogous with it, it is pretended that it can act and feel without the assistance of this body. That deprived of this body and robbed of its senses, this soul will be able to live, to enjoy, to suffer, be sensitive of enjoyment or of rigorous torments. Upon such a tissue of conjectural absurdities the wonderful opinion of the immortality of the soul is built. If I ask what ground we have for supposing that the soul is immortal, they reply, it is because man by his nature desires to be immortal, or to live forever. But I rejoin, if you desire anything very much, is it sufficient to conclude that this desire will be fulfilled? By what strange logic do they decide that a thing cannot fail to happen because they ardently desire it to happen? Man's childish desires of the imagination, are they the measure of reality? Impious people, you say, deprived of the flattering hopes of another life, desire to be annihilated. Well, have they not just as much right to conclude by this desire that they will be annihilated, as you to conclude that you will exist forever because you desire it? It is evident that the whole of man dies. Man dies entirely. Nothing is more evident to him who is not delirious. The human body, after death, is but a mass, incapable of producing any movements the union of which constitutes life. We no longer see circulation, respiration, digestion, speech, or reflection. It is claimed then that the soul has separated itself from the body. But to say that this soul, which is unknown, is the principle of life, is saying nothing, unless that an unknown force is the invisible principle of imperceptible movements. Nothing is more natural and more simple than to believe that the dead man lives no more, nothing more absurd than to believe that the dead man is still living. We ridicule the simplicity of some nations whose fashion is to bury provisions with the dead under the idea that this food might be useful and necessary to them in another life. Is it more ridiculous or more absurd to believe that men will eat after death than to imagine that they will think, that they will have agreeable or disagreeable ideas, that they will enjoy, that they will suffer? That they will be conscious of sorrow or joy when the organs which produce sensations or ideas are dissolved and reduced to dust? To claim that the souls of men will be happy or unhappy after the death of the body, is to pretend that man will be able to see without eyes, to hear without ears, to taste without a palate, to smell without a nose, and to feel without hands and without skin. Nations who believe themselves very rational, adopt, nevertheless, such ideas. CIII, incontestable proofs against the spirituality of the soul. The dogma of the immortality of the soul assumes that the soul is a simple substance, a spirit. But I will always ask, what is a spirit? It is, you say, a substance deprived of expansion, incorruptible, and which has nothing in common with matter. But if this is true, how came your soul into existence? How did it grow? How did it strengthen? How weaken itself, get out of order, and grow old with your body? In reply to all these questions, you say that they are mysteries, but if they are mysteries, you understand nothing about them. If you do not understand anything about them, how can you positively affirm anything about them? In order to believe or to affirm anything, it is necessary at least to know what that consists of which we believe and which we affirm. To believe in the existence of your immaterial soul, is to say that you are persuaded of the existence of a thing of which it is impossible for you to form any true idea. It is to believe in words without attaching any sense to them. To affirm that the thing is as you claim, is the highest folly or assumption. Civ. The absurdity of supernatural causes, which theologians constantly call to their aid. Are not theologians strange reasoners? As soon as they cannot guess the natural causes of things, they invent causes, which they call supernatural. They imagine them spirits, occult causes, inexplicable agents, or rather words much more obscure than the things which they attempt to explain. Let us remain in nature when we desire to understand its phenomena. Let us ignore the causes which are too delicate to be seized by our organs, and let us be assured that by seeking outside of nature we can never find the solution of nature's problems. Even upon the theological hypothesis, that is to say, supposing an almighty motor in matter, what right have theologians to refuse their God the power to endow this matter with thought? Would it be more difficult for him to create combinations of matter from which results thought, than spirits which think? At least, in supposing a substance endowed with thought, we could form some idea of the object of our thoughts or of what thinks in us, while attributing thought to an immaterial being, it is impossible for us to form the least idea of it. CV. It is false that materialism can be debasing to the human race. Materialism, it is objected, makes of man a mere machine, which is considered very debasing to the human race. But will the human race be more honored when it can be said that man acts by the secret impulsions of a spirit, or a certain something which animates him without his knowing how? It is easy to perceive that the superiority which is given to mind over matter, or to the soul over the body, is based upon the ignorance of the nature of this soul. While we are more familiarized with matter or the body, which we imagine we know, and of which we believe we have understood the springs. But the most simple movements of our bodies are, for every thinking man, enigmas as difficult to divine as thought. CVI, continuation. The esteem which so many people have for the spiritual substance, appears to result from the impossibility they find in defining it in an intelligible way. The contempt which our metaphysicians show for matter, comes from the fact that familiarity breeds contempt. When they tell us that the soul is more excellent and noble than the body, they tell us nothing, except that what they know nothing about must be more beautiful than that of which they have some faint ideas. CVI. The dogma of another life is useful but for those who profit by it at the expense of the credulous public. We are constantly told of the usefulness of the dogma of life hereafter. It is pretended that even if it should be a fiction, it is advantageous, because it imposes upon men and leads them to virtue. But is it true that this dogma renders men wiser and more virtuous? The nations where this fiction is established, are they remarkable for the morality of their conduct? Is not the visible world always preferred to the invisible world? If those who are charged to instruct and to govern men had themselves enlightenment and virtue, they would govern them far better by realities than by vain chimeras. But deceitful, ambitious, and corrupt, the legislators found it everywhere easier to put the nations to sleep by fables than to teach them truths, than to develop their reason, than to excite them to virtue by sensible and real motives, than to govern them in a reasonable way. Theologians, no doubt, have had reasons for making the soul immaterial. They needed souls and chimeras to populate the imaginary regions which they have discovered in the other life. Material souls would have been subjected, like all bodies, to dissolution. Moreover, if men believe that everything is to perish with the body, the geographers of the other world would evidently lose the chance of guiding their souls to this unknown abode. They would draw no profits from the hopes with which they feast them, and from the terrors with which they take care to overwhelm them. If the future is of no real utility to the human race, it is at least of the greatest advantage to those who take upon themselves the responsibility of conducting mankind thither. It is false that the dogma of another life can be consoling. And if it were, it would be no proof that this assertion is true. But, it will be said, is not the dogma of the immortality of the soul consoling for beings who often find themselves very unhappy here below? If this should be an illusion, is it not a sweet and agreeable one? Is it not a benefit for man to believe that he can live again and enjoy, sometime, the happiness which is refused to him on earth? Thus, poor mortals, you make your wishes the measure of the truth. Because you desire to live forever, and to be happier, you conclude from thence that you will live forever, and that you will be more fortunate in an unknown world than in the known world, in which you so often suffer. Consent, then, to leave without regret this world, which causes more trouble than pleasure to the majority of you. Resign yourselves to the order of destiny, which decrees that you, like all other beings, should not endure forever. But what will become of me? You ask. What you were several millions of years ago. You were then, I do not know what. Resign yourselves, then, to become again in an instant, I do not know what you were then. Return peaceably to the universal home from which you came without your knowledge into your material form, and pass by without murmuring, like all the beings which surround you. We are repeatedly told that religious ideas offer infinite consolation to the unfortunate. It is pretended that the idea of the immortality of the soul and of a happier life has a tendency to lift up the heart of man and to sustain him in the midst of the adversities with which he is assailed in this life. Materialism, on the contrary, is, we are told, an afflicting system, tending to degrade man, which ranks him among brutes. Which destroys his courage, whose only hope is complete annihilation, tending to lead him to despair, and inducing him to commit suicide as soon as he suffers in this world. The grand policy of theologians is to blow hot and to blow cold, to afflict and to console, to frighten and to reassure. According to the fictions of theology, the regions of the other life are happy and unhappy. Nothing more difficult than to render one worthy of the abode of felicity, nothing easier than to obtain a place in the abode of torments that divinity prepares for the unfortunate victims of his eternal fury. Those who find the idea of another life so flattering and so sweet, have they then forgotten that this other life, according to them, is to be accompanied by torments for the majority of mortals? Is not the idea of total annihilation infinitely preferable to the idea of an eternal existence accompanied with suffering and gnashing of teeth? The fear of ceasing to exist, is it more afflicting than the thought of having not always been? The fear of ceasing to be is but an evil for the imagination, which alone brought forth the dogma of another life. You say, O Christian philosophers, that the idea of a happier life is delightful. We agree. There is no one who would not desire a more agreeable and a more durable existence than the one we enjoy here below. But, if paradise is tempting, you will admit, also, that hell is frightful. It is very difficult to merit heaven, and very easy to gain hell. Do you not say that one straight and narrow path leads to the happy regions, and that a broad road leads to the regions of the unhappy? Do you not constantly tell us that the number of the chosen ones is very small, and that of the damned is very large? Do we not need, in order to be saved, such grace as your God grants to but few? Well, I tell you that these ideas are by no means consoling. I prefer to be annihilated at once rather than to burn forever. I will tell you that the fate of beasts appears to me more desirable than the fate of the damned. I will tell you that the belief which delivers me from overwhelming fears in this world, appears to me more desirable than the uncertainty in which I am left through belief in a God who, master of his favors, gives them but to his favorites, and who permits all the others to render themselves worthy of eternal punishments. It can be but blind enthusiasm or folly that can prefer a system which evidently encourages improbable conjectures, accompanied by uncertainty in desolating fear. All religious principles are imaginary. Innate sense is but the effect of a rooted habit. God is an idle fancy, and the qualities which are lavished upon him destroy each other. All religious principles are a thing of imagination, in which experience and reason have nothing to do. We find much difficulty in conquering them, because imagination, when once occupied in creating chimeras which astonish or excite it, is incapable of reasoning. He who combats religion and its fantasies by the arms of reason, is like a man who uses a sword to kill flies. As soon as the blow is struck, the flies and the fancies return to the minds from which we thought to have banished them. As soon as we refuse the proofs which theology pretends to give of the existence of a God, they oppose to the arguments which destroy them, an innate conviction, a profound persuasion, an invincible inclination inherent in every man, which brings to him, in spite of himself, the idea of an almighty being which he cannot altogether expel from his mind, and which he is compelled to recognize in spite of the strongest reasons that we can give him. But if we wish to analyze this innate conviction, upon which so much weight is placed, we will find that it is but the effect of a rooted habit, which, making them close their eyes against the most demonstrative proofs, leads the majority of men, and often the most enlightened ones, back to the prejudices of childhood. What can this innate sense or this ill-founded persuasion prove against the evidence which shows us that what implies contradiction cannot exist? We are told, very gravely, that it is not demonstrated that God does not exist. However, nothing is better demonstrated, notwithstanding all that men have told us so far, than that this God is an idle fancy, whose existence is totally impossible. As nothing is more evident or more clearly demonstrated than that a being cannot combine qualities so dissimilar, so contradictory, so irreconcilable as those which all the religions of the earth ascribe to divinity. The theologian's God, as well as the God of the theist, is he not evidently a cause incompatible with the effects attributed to him? In whatever light we may look upon it, we must either invent another God, or conclude that the one which, for so many centuries, has been revealed to mortals, is at the same time very good and very wicked, very powerful and very weak, immutable and changeable, perfectly intelligent and perfectly destitute of reason, of plan, and of means, the friend of order and permitting disorder, very just and very unjust, very skillful and very awkward. Finally, are we not obliged to admit that it is impossible to reconcile the discordant attributes which are heaped upon a being of whom we cannot say a single word without falling into the most palpable contradictions? Let us attempt to attribute but a single quality to divinity, and what is said of it will be contradicted immediately by the effects we assign to this cause. Cx. Every religion is but a system imagined for the purpose of reconciling contradictions by the aid of mysteries. Theology could very properly be defined as the science of contradictions. Every religion is but a system imagined for the purpose of reconciling irreconcilable ideas. By the aid of habitude and terror, we come to persist in the greatest absurdities, even when they are the most clearly exposed. All religions are easy to combat, but very difficult to eradicate. Reason can do nothing against habit, which becomes, as is said, a second nature. There are many persons otherwise sensible, who, even after having examined the ruinous foundations of their belief, return to it in spite of the most striking arguments. As soon as we complain of not understanding religion, finding in it at every step absurdities which are repulsive, seeing in it but impossibilities, we are told that we are not made to conceive the truths of the religion which is proposed to us. That wandering reason is but an unfaithful guide, only capable of conducting us to perdition, and what is more, we are assured that what is folly in the eyes of man, is wisdom in the eyes of God, to whom nothing is impossible. Finally, in order to decide by a single word the most insurmountable difficulties which theology presents to us on all sides, they simply cry out, mysteries. Cxi. Absurdity and inutility of the mysteries forged in the sole interest of the priests. What is a mystery? If I examine the thing closely, I discover very soon that a mystery is nothing but a contradiction, a palpable absurdity, a notorious impossibility, on which theologians wish to compel men to humbly close the eyes. In a word, a mystery is whatever our spiritual guides cannot explain to us. It is advantageous for the ministers of religion that the people should not comprehend what they are taught. It is impossible for us to examine what we do not comprehend. Every time that we cannot see clearly, we are obliged to be guided. If religion was comprehensible, priests would not have so many charges here below. No religion is without mysteries, mystery is its essence. A religion destitute of mysteries would be a contradiction of terms. The God which serves as a foundation to natural religion, to theism or to deism, is himself the greatest mystery to a mind wishing to dwell upon him. Cxi. Continuation. All the revealed religions which we see in the world are filled with mysterious dogmas, unintelligible principles, of incredible miracles, of astonishing tales which seem imagined but to confound reason. Every religion announces a concealed God, whose essence is a mystery, consequently, it is just as difficult to conceive of his conduct as of the essence of this God himself. Divinity has never spoken to us but in an enigmatical and mysterious way in the various religions which have been founded in the different regions of our globe. It has revealed itself everywhere but to announce mysteries, that is to say, to warn mortals that it designs that they should believe in contradictions, in impossibilities, or in things of which they were incapable of forming any positive idea. The more mysteries a religion has, the more incredible objects it presents to the mind, the better fitted it is to please the imagination of men, who find in it a continual pasturage to feed upon. The more obscure a religion is, the more it appears divine, that is to say, in conformity to the nature of an invisible being, of whom we have no idea. It is the peculiarity of ignorance to prefer the unknown, the concealed, the fabulous, the wonderful, the incredible, even the terrible, to that which is clear, simple, and true. Truth does not give to the imagination such lively play as fiction, which each one may arrange as he pleases. The vulgar ask nothing better than to listen to fables. Priests and legislators, by inventing religions and forging mysteries from them, have served them to their taste. In this way they have attracted enthusiasts, women, and the illiterate generally. Beings of this kind resign easily to reasons which they are incapable of examining. The love of the simple and the true is found but in the small number of those whose imagination is regulated by study and by reflection. The inhabitants of a village are never more pleased with their pastor than when he mixes a good deal of Latin in his sermon. Ignorant men always imagine that he who speaks to them of things which they do not understand, is a very wise and learned man. This is the true principle of the credulity of nations, and of the authority of those who pretend to guide them. Xi. Continuation. To speak to men to announce to them mysteries, is to give and retain, it is to speak not to be understood. He who talks but by enigmas either seeks to amuse himself by the embarrassment which he causes, or finds it to his advantage not to explain himself too clearly. Every secret betrays suspicion, weakness, and fear. Princes and their ministers make a mystery of their projects for fear that their enemies in penetrating them would cause them to fail. Can a good God amuse himself by the embarrassment of his creatures? A God who enjoys a power which nothing in the world can resist, can he apprehend that his intentions could be thwarted? What interest would he have in putting upon us enigmas and mysteries? We are told that man, by the weakness of his nature, is not capable of comprehending the divine economy which can be to him but a tissue of mysteries, that God cannot unveil secrets to him which are beyond his reach. In this case, I reply, that man is not made to trouble himself with divine economy, that this economy cannot interest him in the least, that he has no need of mysteries which he cannot understand. Finally, that a mysterious religion is not made for him, any more than an eloquent discourse is made for a flock of sheep. Cxiv A universal God should have revealed a universal religion. Divinity has revealed itself in the different parts of our globe in a manner of such little uniformity, that in matters of religion men look upon each other with hatred and disdain. The partisans of the different sects see each other very ridiculous and foolish. The most respected mysteries in one religion are laughable for another. God, having revealed himself to men, ought at least to speak in the same language to all, and relieve their weak minds of the embarrassment of seeking what can be the religion which truly emanated from him. Or what is the most agreeable form of worship in his eyes. A universal God ought to have revealed a universal religion. By what fatality are so many different religions found on the earth? Which is the true one amongst the great number of those of which each one pretends to be the right one, to the exclusion of all the others? We have every reason to believe that not one of them enjoys this advantage. The divisions and the disputes about opinions are indubitable signs of the uncertainty and of the obscurity of the principles which they profess. Cxv The proof that religion is not necessary, is that it is unintelligible. Abstract of the Testament of Jean Meslier. By Voltaire. Or, Sentiments of the Curate of Trepigne addressed to his parishioners. Of religions. As there is no one religious denomination which does not pretend to be truly founded upon the authority of God, and entirely exempt from all the errors and impositions which are found in the others. It is for those who purpose to establish the truth of the faith of their sect, to show, by clear and convincing proofs, that it is of divine origin. As this is lacking, we must conclude that it is but of human invention, and full of errors and deceptions. For it is incredible that an omnipotent and infinitely good God would have desired to give laws and ordinances to men, and not have wished them to bear better authenticated marks of truth, than those of the numerous impostors. Moreover, there is not one of our Christ worshippers, of whatever sect he may be, who can make us see, by convincing proofs, that his religion is exclusively of divine origin. And for want of such proof they have been for many centuries contesting this subject among themselves, even to persecuting each other by fire and sword to maintain their opinions. There is, however, not one sect of them all which could convince and persuade the others by such witnesses of truth. This certainly would not be, if they had, on one side or the other, convincing proofs of divine origin. For, as no one of any religious sect, enlightened and of good faith, pretends to hold and to favor error and falsehood. And as, on the contrary, each, on his side, pretends to sustain truth, the true means of banishing all errors, and of uniting all men in peace in the same sentiments and in the same form of religion, would be to produce convincing proofs and testimonies of the truth. And thus show that such religion is of divine origin, and not any of the others, then each one would accept this truth. And no person would dare to question these testimonies, or sustain the side of error and imposition, lest he should be, at the same time, confounded by contrary proofs, but, as these proofs are not found in any religion, it gives to impostors occasion to invent and boldly sustain all kinds of falsehoods. Here are still other proofs, which will not be less evident, of the falsity of human religions, and especially of the falsity of our own. Every religion which relies upon mysteries as its foundation, and which takes, as a rule of its doctrine and its morals, a principle of errors, and which is at the same time a source of trouble and eternal divisions among men, cannot be a true religion, nor a divine institution. Now, human religions, especially the Catholic, establish as the basis of their doctrine and of their morals, a principle of errors. Then, it follows that these religions cannot be true, or of divine origin. I do not see that we can deny the first proposition of this argument, it is too clear and too evident to admit of a doubt. I pass to the proof of the second proposition, which is, that the Christian religion takes for the rule of its doctrine and its morals what they call faith, a blind trust, but yet firm, and secured by some laws or revelations of some deity. We must necessarily suppose that it is thus, because it is this belief in some deity and in some divine revelations, which gives all the credit and all the authority that it has in the world, and without which we could make no use of what it prescribes. This is why there is no religion which does not expressly recommend its votaries to be firm in their faith. Estate fortes in fide. This is the reason that all Christians accept as a maxim, that faith is the commencement and the basis of salvation, that it is the root of all justice and of all sanctification, as it is expressed at the Council of Trent. Session 6, ch. 8. Now it is evident that a blind faith in all which is proposed in the name and authority of God, is a principle of errors and falsehoods. As a proof, we see that there is no impostor in the matter of religion, who does not pretend to be clothed with the name and the authority of God, and who does not claim to be especially inspired and sent by God. Not only is this faith and blind belief which they accept as a basis of their doctrine, a principle of errors, etc., but it is also a source of trouble and division among men for the maintenance of their religion. There is no cruelty which they do not practice upon each other under this specious pretext. Now then, it is not credible that an almighty, all-kind, and all-wise God desired to use such means or such a deceitful way to inform men of his wishes. For this would be manifestly desiring to lead them into error and to lay snares in their way, in order to make them accept the side of falsehood. It is impossible to believe that a God who loved unity and peace, the welfare and the happiness of men, would ever have established as the basis of his religion, such a fatal source of trouble and of eternal divisions among them. Such religions cannot be true, neither could they have been instituted by God. But I see that our Christ worshippers will not fail to have recourse to their pretended motives for credulity, and that they will say, that although their faith and belief may be blind in one sense, they are nevertheless supported by such clear and convincing testimonies of truth, that it would be not only imprudence, but temerity and folly not to surrender oneself. They generally reduce these pretended motives to 3 or 4 leading features. The first, they draw from the pretended holiness of their religion, which condemns vice, and which recommends the practice of virtue. Its doctrine is so pure, so simple, according to what they say, that it is evident it could spring but from the sanctity of an infinitely good and wise God. The second motive for credulity, they draw from the innocence and the holiness of life in those who embraced it with love, and defended it by suffering death and the most cruel torments. Rather than forsake it, it not being credible that such great personages would allow themselves to be deceived in their belief, that they would renounce all the advantages of life, and expose themselves to such cruel torments and persecutions, in order to maintain errors and impositions. Their third motive for credulity, they draw from the oracles and prophecies which have so long been rendered in their favor, and which they pretend have been accomplished in a manner which permits no doubt. Finally, their fourth motive for credulity, which is the most important of all, is drawn from the grandeur and the multitude of the miracles performed, in all ages, and in every place, in favor of their religion. But it is easy to refute all these useless reasonings and to show the falsity of all these evidences. For, firstly, the arguments which our Christ worshippers draw from their pretended motives for credulity can serve to establish and confirm falsehood as well as truth. For we see that there is no religion, no matter how false it may be, which does not pretend to have a sound and true doctrine, and which, in its way, does not condemn all vices and recommend the practice of all virtues. There is not one which has not had firm and zealous defenders who have suffered persecution in order to maintain their religion, and, finally, there is none which does not pretend to have wonders and miracles that have been performed in their favor. The Mohammedans, the Indians, the heathen, as well as the Christians, claim miracles in their religions. If our Christ worshippers make use of their miracles and their prophecies, they are found no less in the pagan religions than in theirs. Thus the advantage we might draw from all these motives for credulity, is found about the same in all sorts of religions. This being established, as the history and practice of all religions demonstrate, it evidently follows that all these pretended motives for credulity, upon which our Christ worshippers place so much value, are found equally in all religions. And, consequently, cannot serve as reliable evidences of the truth of their religion more than of the truth of any other. The result is clear. Secondly, in order to give an idea of the resemblance of the miracles of paganism to those of Christianity, could we not say, for example, that there would be more reason to believe Philostratus in what he recites of the life of Apollonius than to believe all the evangelists in what they say of the miracles of Jesus Christ? Because we know, at least, that Philostratus was a man of intelligence, eloquence, and fluency. That he was the secretary of the Empress Julia, wife of the Emperor Severus, and that he was requested by this empress to write the life and the wonderful acts of Apollonius. It is evident that Apollonius rendered himself famous by great and extraordinary deeds, since an empress was sufficiently interested in them to desire a history of his life. This is what cannot be said of Jesus Christ, nor of those who have furnished us his biography, for they were but ignorant men of the common people, poor workmen, fishermen, who had not even the sense to relate consistently the facts which they speak of, and which they mutually contradict very often. In regard to the one whose life and actions they describe, if he had really performed the miracles attributed to him, he would have rendered himself notable by his beautiful acts. Every one would have admired him, and there would be statues erected to him as was done for the gods, but instead of that, he was regarded as a man of no consequence, as a fanatic, etc. Josephus, the historian, after having spoken of the great miracles performed in favor of his nation and his religion, immediately diminishes their credibility and renders it suspicious by saying that he leaves to each one the liberty of believing what he chooses. This evidently shows that he had not much faith in them. It also gives occasion to the more judicious to regard the histories which speak of this kind of things as fabulous narrations. See Montaigne, and the author of the Apology for Great Men. All that can be said upon this subject shows us clearly that pretended miracles can be invented to favor vice and falsehood as well as justice and truth. I prove it by the evidence of what even our Christ worshippers call the Word of God, and by the evidence of the one they adore. For their books, which they claim contain the Word of God, and Christ himself, whom they adore as a God-made man, show us explicitly that there are not only false prophets, that is to say, impostors who claim to be sent by God, and who speak in his name, but which show as explicitly that these false prophets can perform such great and prodigious miracles as shall deceive the very elect. See Matthew, chapter 24, verses 5, 21-27. More than this, all these pretended performers of miracles wish us to put faith only in them, and not in those who belong to an opposite party. On one occasion one of these pretended prophets, named Seditius, being contradicted by another, named Mike, the former struck the latter and said to him, pleasantly, by what way did the Spirit of God pass from me to you? But how can these pretended miracles be the evidences of truth? For it is clear that they were not performed. For it would be necessary to know, firstly, if those who are said to be the first authors of these narrations truly are such. Secondly, if they were honest men, worthy of confidence, wise and enlightened, and to know if they were not prejudiced in favor of those of whom they speak so favorably. Thirdly, if they have examined all the circumstances of the facts which they relate, if they know them well, and if they make a faithful report of them. Fourthly, if the books or the ancient histories which relate all these great miracles have not been falsified and changed in course of time, as many others have been. If we consult Tacitus and many other celebrated historians, in regard to Moses and his nation, we shall see that they are considered as a horde of thieves and bandits. Magic and astrology were in those days the only fashionable sciences. And as Moses was, it is said, instructed in the wisdom of the Egyptians, it was not difficult for him to inspire veneration and attachment for himself in the rustic and ignorant children of Jacob, and to induce them to accept, in their misery, the discipline he wished to give them. That is very different from what the Jews and our Christ worshippers wish to make us believe. By what certain rule can we know that we should put faith in these rather than in the others? There is no sound reason for it. There is as little of certainty and even of probability in the miracles of the New Testament as in those of the Old. It will serve no purpose to say that the histories which relate the facts contained in the Gospels have been regarded as true and sacred, that they have always been faithfully preserved without any alteration of the truths which they contain. Since this is perhaps the very reason why they should be the more suspected, having been corrupted by those who drew profit from them, or who feared that they were not sufficiently favorable to them. Generally, authors who transcribe this kind of histories, take the right to enlarge or to retrench all they please, in order to serve their own interests. This is what even our Christ worshippers cannot deny. For, without mentioning several other important personages who recognize the additions, the retrenchments, and the falsifications which have been made at different times in their holy scriptures, there's Saint Jerome, a famous philosopher among them, formerly said in several passages of his Prologues, that they had been corrupted and falsified. Being, even in his day, in the hands of all kinds of persons, who added and suppressed whatever they pleased, so, thus there were, said he, as many different models as different copies of the Gospels. In regard to the books of the Old Testament, Esdras, a priest of the law, testifies himself to having corrected and completed wholly the pretended sacred books of his law, which had partly been lost and partly corrupted. He divided them into 22 books, according to the number of the Hebraic letters, and wrote several other books, whose doctrine was to be revealed to the learned men alone. If these books have been partly lost and partly corrupted, as Esdras and Saint Jerome testify in so many passages, there is then no certainty in regard to what they contain. And as for Esdras saying he had corrected and compiled them by the inspiration of God himself, there is no certainty of that, since there is no impostor who would not make the same claim. All the books of the law of Moses and of the prophets which could be found, were burned in the days of Antiochus. The Talmud, considered by the Jews as a holy and sacred book, and which contains all the divine laws, with the sentences and notable sayings of the rabbins, of their interpretation of the divine and of the human laws, and a prodigious number of other secrets and mysteries in the Hebraic language, is considered by the Christians as a book made up of reveries, fables, impositions, and ungodliness. In the year 1559 they burned in Rome, according to the command of the Inquisitors of the Faith, 1,200 of these Talmuds, which were found in a library in the city of Cremona. The Pharisees, a famous sect among the Jews, accepted but the 5 books of Moses, and rejected all the prophets. Among the Christians, Marcion and his votaries rejected the books of Moses and the prophets, and introduced other fashionable scriptures. Carpocrates and his followers did the same, and rejected the whole of the Old Testament, and contended that Jesus Christ was but a man like all others. The Marcionites repudiated as bad the whole of the Old Testament, and rejected the greater part of the 4 Gospels and the epistles of St. Paul. The Ebionites accepted but the Gospel of St. Matthew, rejecting the 3 others, and the epistles of St. Paul. The Marcionites published a gospel under the name of St. Matthias, in order to confirm their doctrine. The apostles introduced other scriptures in order to maintain their errors. And to carry out this, they made use of certain acts, which they attributed to St. Andrew and to St. Thomas. The Manichaeans wrote a gospel of their own style, and rejected the scriptures of the prophets and the apostles. The Etzites sold a certain book which they claimed to have come from heaven, they cut up the other scriptures according to their fancy. Origen himself, with all his great mind, corrupted the scriptures and forged changes in the allegories which did not suit him, thus corrupting the sense of the prophets and apostles, and even some of the principal points of doctrine. His books are now mutilated and falsified, they are but fragments collected by others who have appeared since. Theologians attributed to the heretic Corinthus the Gospel and the Apocalypse of St. John, this is why they reject them. The heretics of our last centuries reject as apocryphal several books which the Roman Catholics consider as true and sacred, such as the books of Tobias, Judith, Esther, Baruch, the Song of the 3 Children in the Furnace, the History of Susanna, and that of the Idle Bell, the Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, the 1st and 2nd book of Maccabees. To which uncertain and doubtful books we could add several others that have been attributed to the other apostles, as, for example, the Acts of St. Thomas, his Circuits, his Gospel, and his Apocalypse, the Gospel of St. Bartholomew, that of St. Matthias, of St. Jacques, of St. Peter and of the Apostles, as also the Deeds of St. Peter, his book on preaching, and that of his Apocalypse. That of the Judgment, that of the Childhood of the Savior, and several others of the same kind, which are all rejected as apocryphal by the Roman Catholics, even by the Pope Jealousy, and by the SSFF of the Romish Communion. That which most confirms that there is no foundation of truth in regard to the authority given to these books, is that those who maintain their divinity are compelled to acknowledge that they have no certainty as a basis. If their faith did not assure them and oblige them to believe it. Now, as faith is but a principle of error and imposture, how can faith, that is to say, a blind belief, render the books reliable which are themselves the foundation of this blind belief? What a pity and what insanity! But let us see if these books have of themselves any feature of truth, as, for example, of erudition, of wisdom, and of holiness, or some other perfections which are suited only to a God. And if the miracles which are cited agree with what we ought to think of the grandeur, goodness, justice, and infinite wisdom of an omnipotent God. There is no erudition, no sublime thought, nor any production which surpasses the ordinary capacities of the human mind. On the contrary, we shall see on one side fabulous tales similar to that of a woman formed of a man's rib. Of the pretended terrestrial paradise, of a serpent which spoke, which reasoned, and which was more cunning than man, of an ass which spoke, and reprimanded its master for ill-treating it. Of a universal deluge, and of an ark where animals of all kinds were enclosed. Of the confusion of languages and of the division of the nations, without speaking of numerous other useless narrations upon low and frivolous subjects which important authors would scorn to relate. All these narrations appear to be fables, as much as those invented about the industry of Prometheus, the box of Pandora, the war of the giants against the gods, and similar others which the poets have invented to amuse the men of their time. On the other hand, we will see a mixture of laws and ordinances, or superstitious practices concerning sacrifices, the purifications of the old law, the senseless distinctions in regard to animals, of which it supposes some to be pure and others to be impure. These laws are no more respectable than those of the most idolatrous nations. We shall see but simple stories, true or false, of several kings, princes, or individuals, who lived right or wrong, or who performed noble or mean actions, with other low and frivolous things also related. From all this, it is evident that no great genius was required, nor divine revelations to produce these things. It would not be creditable to a God. Finally, we see in these books but the discourses, the conduct, and the actions of those renowned prophets who proclaimed themselves especially inspired by God. We will see their way of acting and speaking, their dreams, their illusions, their reveries, and it will be easy to judge whether they do not resemble visionaries and fanatics much more than wise and enlightened persons. There are, however, in a few of these books, several good teachings and beautiful maxims of morals, as in the Proverbs attributed to Solomon, in the Book of Wisdom and of Ecclesiastes. But this same Solomon, the wisest of their writers, is also the most incredulous. He doubts even the immortality of the soul, and concludes his works by saying that there is nothing good but to enjoy in peace the fruits of one's labor, and to live with those whom we love. How superior are the authors who are called profane, such as Xenophon, Plato, Cicero, the Emperor Antoninus, the Emperor Julian, Virgil, etc., to the books which we are told are inspired of God. I can truly say that the fables of Aesop, for example, are certainly more ingenious and more instructive than all these rough and poor parables which are related in the Gospels. But what shows us that this kind of books is not of divine inspiration, is, that aside from the low order, coarseness of style, and the lack of system in the narrations of the different facts, which are very badly arranged, we do not see that the authors agree. They contradict each other in several things. They had not even sufficient enlightenment or natural talents to write a history. Here are some examples of the contradictions which are found among them. The evangelist Matthew claims that Jesus Christ descended from King David by his son Solomon through Joseph, reputed to be his father, and Luke claims that he is descended from the same David by his son Nathan through Joseph. Matthew says, in speaking of Jesus, that, it being reported in Jerusalem that a new king of the Jews was born, and that the wise men had come to adore him, the king Herod, fearing that this pretended new king would rob him of his crown some day, caused the murder of all the newborn children under 2 years, in all the neighborhood of Bethlehem, where he had been told that this new king was born. And that Joseph and the mother of Jesus, having been warned in a dream by an angel of this wicked intention, took flight immediately to Egypt, where they stayed until the death of Herod, which happened many years afterward. On the contrary, Luke asserts that Joseph and the mother of Jesus lived peaceably during 6 weeks in the place where their child Jesus was born, that he was circumcised according to the law of the Jews, 8 days after his birth. And when the time prescribed by the law for the purification of his mother had arrived, she and Joseph, her husband, carried him to Jerusalem in order to present him to God in his temple, and to offer at the same time a sacrifice which was ordained by God's law. After which they returned to Galilee, into their town of Nazareth, where their child Jesus grew every day in grace and in wisdom. Luke goes on to say that his father and his mother went every year to Jerusalem on the solemn days of their Easter feast, but makes no mention of their flight into Egypt, nor of the cruelty of Herod toward the children of the province of Bethlehem. In regard to the cruelty of Herod, as neither the historians of that time speak of it, nor Josephus, the historian who wrote the life of this Herod, and as the other evangelists do not mention it, it is evident that the journey of those wise men, guided by a star, this massacre of little children, and this flight to Egypt, were but absurd falsehoods. For it is not credible that Josephus, who blamed the vices of this king, could have been silent on such a dark and detestable action, if what the evangelist said had been true. In regard to the duration of the public life of Jesus Christ, according to what the first 3 evangelists say, there could be scarcely more than 3 months from the time of his baptism until his death. Supposing he was 30 years old when he was baptized by John, according to Luke, and that he was born on the 25th of December. For, from this baptism, which was in the year 15 of Tiberius Caesar, and in the year when Annas and Caiaphas were high priests, to the first Easter following, which was in the month of March, there was but about 3 months. According to what the first 3 evangelists say, he was crucified on the eve of the first Easter following his baptism, and the first time he went to Jerusalem with his disciples. Because all that they say of his baptism, of his travels, of his miracles, of his preaching, of his death and passion, must have taken place in the same year of his baptism, for the evangelists speak of no other year following. And it appears even by the narration of his acts that he performed them consecutively immediately after his baptism, and in a very short time, during which we see but an interval of 6 days before his transfiguration. During these 6 days we do not see that he did anything. We see by this that he lived but about 3 months after his baptism, from which, if we subtract the 40 days and 40 nights which he passed in the desert immediately after his baptism, it would follow that the length of his public life from his first preaching till his death, would have lasted but about 6 weeks. And according to what John says, it would have lasted at least 3 years and 3 months, because it appears by the gospel of this apostle, that during the course of his public life he might have been 3 or 4 times at Jerusalem at the Easter feast which happened but once a year. Now if it is true that he had been there 3 or 4 times after his baptism, as John testifies, it is false that he lived but 3 months after his baptism, and that he was crucified the first time he went to Jerusalem. If it is said that these first 3 evangelists really mean but 1 year, but that they do not indicate distinctly the others which elapsed since his baptism, or that John understood that there was but 1 Easter, although he speaks of several, and that he only anticipated the time when he repeatedly tells us that the Easter feast of the Jews was near at hand, and that Jesus went to Jerusalem, and consequently, that there is but an apparent contradiction upon this subject between the evangelists, I am willing to accept this. But it is certain that this apparent contradiction springs from the fact, that they do not explain themselves in all the circumstances that are noted in the narration which they make. Be that as it may, there will always be this inference made, that they were not inspired by God when they wrote their biographies of Christ. Here is another contradiction in regard to the first thing which Jesus Christ did immediately after his baptism. For the first 3 evangelists state, that he was transported immediately by the Spirit into the desert, where he fasted 40 days and 40 nights, and where he was several times tempted by the devil. And, according to what John says, he departed 2 days after his baptism to go into Galilee, where he performed his first miracle by changing water into wine at the wedding of Cana, where he found himself 3 days after his arrival in Galilee. More than 30 leagues from the place in which he had been. In regard to the place of his first retreat after his departure from the desert, Matthew says that he returned to Galilee, and that leaving the city of Nazareth, he went to live at Capernaum, a maritime city. And Luke says that he came at first to Nazareth, and afterward went to Capernaum. They contradict each other in regard to the time and manner in which the apostles followed him. For the first 3 say that Jesus, passing on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, saw Simon and Andrew his brother, and that he saw at a little distance James and his brother John with their father, Zebedee. John, on the contrary, says that it was Andrew, brother of Simon Peter, who first followed Jesus with another disciple of John the Baptist, having seen him pass before them, when they were with their master on the shores of the Jordan. In regard to the Lord's Supper, the first 3 evangelists note that Jesus Christ instituted the sacrament of his body and his blood, in the form of bread and wine, the same as our Roman Christ worshippers say. And John does not mention this mysterious sacrament. John says that after this supper, Jesus washed his apostles' feet, and commanded them to do the same thing to each other, and relates a long discourse which he delivered then. But the other evangelists do not speak of the washing of the feet, nor of the long discourse he gave them then. On the contrary, they testify that immediately after this supper, he went with his apostles upon the Mount of Olives, where he gave up his spirit to sadness, and was in anguish while his apostles slept, at a short distance. They contradict each other upon the day on which they say the Lord's Supper took place, because on one side, they note that it took place Easter Eve, that is, the evening of the first day of Azymes, or of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. As it is noted, 1, in Exodus, 2, in Leviticus, and 3, in Numbers, and, on the other hand, they say that he was crucified the day following the Lord's Supper, about midday after the Jews had his trial during the whole night and morning. Now, according to what they say, the day after this supper took place, ought not to be Easter Eve. Therefore, if he died on the eve of Easter, toward midday, it was not on the eve of this feast that this supper took place. There is consequently a manifest error. They contradict each other, also, in regard to the women who followed Jesus from Galilee, for the first 3 evangelists say that these women, and those who knew him, among whom were Mary Magdalene, and Mary, mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's children, were looking on at a distance when he was hanged and nailed upon the cross. John says, on the contrary, that the mother of Jesus and his mother's sister, and Mary Magdalene were standing near his cross with John, his apostle. The contradiction is manifest, for, if these women and this disciple were near him, they were not at a distance, as the others say they were. They contradict each other upon the pretended apparitions which they relate that Jesus made after his pretended resurrection. For Matthew speaks of but 2 apparitions, the one when he appeared to Mary Magdalene and to another woman, also named Mary. And when he appeared to his 11 disciples who had returned to Galilee upon the mountain where he had appointed to meet them. Mark speaks of 3 apparitions, the first, when he appeared to Mary Magdalene, the second, when he appeared to his 2 disciples, who went to Emmaus. And the third, when he appeared to his 11 disciples, whom he reproaches for their incredulity. Luke speaks of but 2 apparitions the same as Matthew. And John the Evangelist speaks of 4 apparitions, and adds to Mark's 3, the one which he made to 7 or 8 of his disciples who were fishing upon the shores of the Tiberian Sea. They contradict each other, also, in regard to the place of these apparitions, for Matthew says that it was in Galilee, upon a mountain, Mark says that it was when they were at table. Luke says that he brought them out of Jerusalem as far as Bethany, where he left them by rising to heaven. And John says that it was in the city of Jerusalem, in a house of which they had closed the doors, and another time upon the borders of the Tiberian Sea. Thus is much contradiction in the report of these pretended apparitions. They contradict each other in regard to his pretended ascension to heaven, for Luke and Mark say positively that he went to heaven in presence of the 11 apostles, but neither Matthew nor John mentions at all this pretended ascension. More than this, Matthew testifies sufficiently that he did not ascend to heaven, for he said positively that Jesus Christ assured his apostles that he would be and remain always with them until the end of the world. Go ye, he said to them, in this pretended apparition, and teach all nations, and be assured that I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Luke contradicts himself upon the subject. For in his Gospel he says that it was in Bethany where he ascended to heaven in the presence of his apostles, and in his Acts of the Apostles, supposing him to have been the author, he says that it was upon the Mount of Olives. He contradicts himself again about this ascension, for he notes in his Gospel that it was the very day of his resurrection, or the first night following, that he ascended to heaven. And in the Acts of the Apostles he says that it was 40 days after his resurrection. This certainly does not correspond. If all the apostles had really seen their Master gloriously rise to heaven, how could it be possible that Matthew and John, who would have seen it as well as the others, passed in silence such a glorious mystery? And which was so advantageous to their Master, considering that they relate many other circumstances of his life and of his actions which are much less important than this one? How is it that Matthew does not mention this ascension? And why does Christ not explain clearly how he would live with them always, although he left them visibly to ascend to heaven? It is not easy to comprehend by what secret he could live with those whom he left. I pass in silence many other contradictions. What I have said is sufficient to show that these books are not of divine inspiration, nor even of human wisdom, and, consequently, do not deserve that we should put any faith in them. 2. Of miracles. But by what privilege do these 4 Gospels, and some other similar books, pass for holy and divine more than several others, which bear no less the title of Gospels, and which have been published under the name of some other apostles? If it is said that the reputed Gospels are falsely attributed to the apostles, we can say the same of the first ones. If we suppose the first ones to be falsified and changed, we can think the same of the others. Thus there is no positive proof to make us discern the one from the other. In spite of the Church, which assumes to deride the matter, it is not credible. In regard to the pretended miracles related in the Old Testament, they could have been performed but to indicate on the part of God an unjust and odious discrimination between nations and between individuals, purposely injuring the one in order to especially favor the other. The vocation and the choice which God made of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in order to make for himself of their posterity a people which he would sanctify and bless above all other peoples of the earth, is a proof of it. But it will be said God is the absolute master of his favors and of his benefits. He can grant them to whomsoever he pleases, without anyone having the right to complain or to accuse him of injustice. This reason is useless. For God, the author of nature, the Father of all men, ought to love them all alike as his own work, and, consequently, he ought to be equally their protector and their benefactor. Giving them life, he ought to give all that is necessary for the well-being of his creatures. If all these pretended miracles of the Old and of the New Testament were true, we could say that God would have had more care in providing for the least good of men than for their greatest and principal good. That he would have punished more severely trifling faults in certain persons than he would have punished great crimes in others, and, finally, that he would not have desired to show himself as beneficent in the most pressing needs as in the least. This is easy enough to show as much by the miracles which it is pretended that he performed, as by those which he did not perform, and which he would have performed rather than any other, if it is true that he performed any at all. For example, it is claimed that God had the kindness to send an angel to console and to assist a simple maid, while he left, and still leaves every day, a countless number of innocents to languish and starve to death. It is claimed that he miraculously preserved during 40 years the clothes and the shoes of a few people, while he will not watch over the natural preservation of the vast quantities of goods which are useful and necessary for the subsistence of great nations, and that are lost every day by different accidents. It is claimed that he sent to the first beings of the human race, Adam and Eve, a devil, or a simple serpent, to seduce them, and by this means ruin all men. This is not credible. It is claimed, that by a special providence, he prevented the king of Jere, a pagan, from committing sin with a strange woman, although there would be no results to follow. And yet he did not prevent Adam and Eve from offending him and falling into the sin of disobedience, a sin which, according to our Christ worshippers, was to be fatal, and cause the destruction of the human race. This is not credible. Let us come to the pretended miracles of the New Testament. They consist, as is pretended, in this, that Jesus Christ and his apostles cured, through the deity, all kinds of diseases and infirmities, giving sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, speech to the dumb, making the lame to walk, curing the paralytics, driving the devils from those who were possessed, and bringing the dead to life. We find several of these miracles in the Gospels, but we see a good many more of them in the books that our Christ worshippers have written of the admirable lives of their saints. For in these lives we nearly everywhere read that these pretended blessed ones cured diseases and infirmities, expelled the devils wherever they encountered them, solely in the name of Jesus or by the sign of the cross. That they controlled the elements. That God favored them so much that he even preserved to them his divine power after their death, and that this divine power could be communicated even to the least of their clothing, even to their shadows, and even to the infamous instruments of their death. It is said that the shoe of Saint Honorius raised a dead man on the 6th of January, that the staff of Saint Peter, that of Saint James, and that of Saint Bernard performed miracles. The same is said of the cord of Saint Francis, of the staff of St. John of God, and of the girdle of Saint Melanie. It is said that St. Priscillian was divinely instructed as to what he ought to believe and to teach, and that he, by the influence of his prayer, removed a mountain which prevented him from building a church, that from the sepulchre of St. Andrew flowed incessantly a liquor which cured all sorts of diseases, that the soul of Saint Benedict was seen ascending to heaven clothed with a precious cloak and surrounded by burning lamps, that St. Dominic said that God never refused him anything he asked, that Saint Francis commanded the swallows, swans, and other birds to obey him, and that often the fishes, rabbits, and the hares came and placed themselves on his hands and on his lap. That Saint Paul and Saint Pantaleon, having been beheaded, there flowed milk instead of blood. That the blessed Peter of Luxembourg, in the first 2 years after his death, 1388 and 1389, performed 2,400 miracles, among which 42 dead were brought to life, not including more than 3,000 other miracles which he has performed since. That the 50 philosophers whom Saint Catherine converted, having all been thrown into a great fire, their whole bodies were afterward found and not a single hair was scorched, that the body of St. Catherine was carried off by angels after her death, and buried by them upon Mount Sinai, that the day of the canonization of Saint Antoine de Padua, all the bells of the city of Lisbon rang of themselves, without anyone knowing how it was done. That this saint being once near the seashore, and calling the fishes, they came to him in a great multitude, and raised their heads out of the water and listened to him attentively. We should never come to an end if we had to report all this idle talk. There is no subject, however vain, frivolous, and even ridiculous, on which the authors of these Lives of the Saints do not take pleasure in heaping miracles upon miracles, for they are skillful in forging absurd falsehoods. It is certainly not without reason that we consider these things as lies, for it is easy to see that all these pretended miracles have been invented but by imitating the fables of the pagan poets. This is sufficiently obvious by the resemblance which they bear one to another. 3. Similarity between ancient and modern miracles. If our Christ worshippers claim that God endowed their saints with power to perform the miracles related in their lives, some of the pagans claim also that the daughters of Aeneas, high priest of Apollo, had really received from the god Bacchus the power to change all they desired into wheat, into wine, or into oil, etc. That Jupiter gave to the nymphs who took care of his education, a horn of the goat which nursed him in his infancy, with this virtue, that it could give them an abundance of all they wished for. If our Christ worshippers assert that their saints had the power of raising the dead, and that they had divine revelations, the pagans had said before them that Athelide, son of Mercury, had obtained from his father the gift of living, dying, and coming to life whenever he wished, and that he had also the knowledge of all that transpired in this world as well as in the other. And that Aesculapius, son of Apollo, had raised the dead, and, among others, he brought to life Hippolytes, son of Theseus, by Diana's request. And that Hercules, also, raised from the dead Alceste, wife of Admetus, king of Thessalia, to return her to her husband. If our Christ worshippers say that Christ was miraculously born of a virgin, the pagans had said before them that Remus and Romulus, the founders of Rome, were miraculously born of a Vestal virgin named Ilia, or Silvia, or Rhea Silvia. They had already said that Mars, Argus, Vulcan, and others were born of the goddess Juno without sexual union. And, also, that Minerva, goddess of the sciences, sprang from Jupiter's brain, and that she came out of it, all armed, by means of a blow which this god gave to his own head. If our Christ worshippers claim that their saints made water gush from rocks, the pagans pretend also that Minerva made a fountain of oil spring forth from a rock as a recompense for a temple which had been dedicated to her. If our Christ worshippers boast of having received images from heaven miraculously, as, for example, those of Notre Dame de Loreto, and of Lis and several other gifts from heaven, as the pretended holy vial of Rheims, as the white chasuble which St. Ildefonse received from the Virgin Mary, and other similar things, the pagans boasted before them of having received a sacred shield as a mark of the preservation of their city of Rome. And the Trojans boasted before them of having received miraculously from heaven their Palladium, or their idol of Pallas, which came, they said, to take its place in the temple which they had erected in honor of this goddess. If our Christ worshippers pretend that Jesus Christ was seen by his apostles ascending to heaven, and that several of their pretended saints were transported to heaven by angels, the Roman pagans had said before them, that Romulus, their founder, was seen after his death. That Ganymede, son of Troas, king of Troy, was transported to heaven by Jupiter to serve him as cupbearer, that the hair of Berenice, being consecrated to the temple of Venus, was afterward carried to heaven. They say the same thing of Cassiope and Andromedes, and even of the ass of Silenus. If our Christ worshippers pretend that several of their saints' bodies were miraculously saved from decomposition after death, and that they were found by divine revelations, after having been lost for a long time, the pagans say the same of the Holy of Orestes, which they pretend to have found through an oracle, etc. If our Christ worshippers say that the 7 sleeping brothers slept during 177 years, while they were shut up in a cave, the pagans claim that Epimenides, the philosopher, slept during 57 years in a cave where he fell asleep. If our Christ worshippers claim that several of their saints continued to speak after losing the head, or having the tongue cut out, the pagans claim that the head of Gambinus recited a long poem after separation from his body. If our Christ worshippers glorify themselves that their temples and churches are ornamented with several pictures and rich gifts which show miraculous cures performed by the intercession of their saints, we also see, or at least we formerly saw in the temple of Aesculapius at Epidaurus, many paintings of miraculous cures which he had performed. If our Christ worshippers claim that several of their saints have been miraculously preserved in the flames without having received any injury to their bodies or their clothing, the pagans claim that the holy women of the temple of Diana walked upon burning coals barefooted without burning or hurting their feet, and that the priests of the goddess Pharone and of Herpicus walked in the same way upon burning coals in the fires which were made in honor of Apollo. If the angels built a chapel for Saint Clement at the bottom of the sea, the little house of Baucis and of Philemon was miraculously changed into a superb temple as a reward of their piety. If several of their saints, as Saint James and St. Maurice, appeared several times in their armies, mounted and equipped in ancient style, and fought for them, Castor and Pollux appeared several times in battles and fought for the Romans against their enemies. If a ram was miraculously found to be offered as a sacrifice in the place of Isaac, whom his father Abraham was about to sacrifice, the goddess Vesta also sent a heifer to be sacrificed in the place of Metella, daughter of Metellus. The goddess Diana sent a hind in the place of Iphigenie when she was at the stake to be sacrificed to her, and by this means Iphigenie was saved. If Saint Joseph went into Egypt by the warning of an angel, Simonides, the poet, avoided several great dangers by miraculous warnings which had been given to him. If Moses forced a stream of water to flow from a rock by striking it with his staff, the horse Pegasus did the same, by striking a rock with his foot a fountain issued. If St. Vincent Ferrier brought to life a dead man hacked into pieces, whose body was already half roasted and half broiled, Pelops, son of Tantalus king of Phrygia, having been torn to pieces by his father to be sacrificed to the gods. They gathered all the pieces, joined them, and brought them to life. If several crucifixes and other images have miraculously spoken and answered, the pagans say that their oracles have spoken and given answers to those who consulted them. And that the head of Orpheus and that of Polycrates gave oracles after their death. If God revealed by a voice from heaven that Jesus Christ was his son, as the evangelists say, Vulcan showed by the apparition of a miraculous flame, that Coseculus was really his son. If God has miraculously nourished some of his saints, the pagan poets pretend that Triptolemus was miraculously nourished with divine milk by Ceres, who gave him also a chariot drawn by 2 dragons, and that Phineus, son of Mars, being born after his mother's death, was nevertheless miraculously nourished by her milk. If several saints miraculously tamed the ferocity of the most cruel beasts, it is said that Orpheus attracted to him, by the sweetness of his voice and by the harmony of his instruments, lions, bears, and tigers, and softened the ferocity of their nature. That he attracted rocks and trees, and that even the rivers stopped their course to listen to his song. Finally, to abbreviate, because we could report many others, if our Christ worshippers pretend that the walls of the city of Jericho fell by the sound of their trumpets, the pagans say that the walls of the city of Thebes were built by the sound of the musical instruments of Amphion. The stones, as the poets say, arranging themselves to the sweetness of his harmony, this would be much more miraculous and more admirable than to see the walls demolished. There is certainly a great similarity between the pagan miracles and our own. As it would be great folly to give credence to these pretended miracles of paganism, it is not any the less so to have faith in those of Christianity, because they all come from the same source of error. It was for this that the Manichaeans and the Arians, who existed at the commencement of the Christian era, derided these pretended miracles performed by the invocation of saints, and blamed those who invoked them after death and honored their relics. Let us return at present to the principal end which God proposed to himself, in sending his Son into the world to become man. It must have been, as they say, to redeem the world from sin and to destroy entirely the works of the pretended devil, etc. This is what our Christ worshippers claim also, that Jesus Christ died for them according to his Father's intention, which is plainly stated in all the pretended holy books. What? An almighty God, who was willing to become a mortal man for the love of men, and to shed his blood to the last drop, to save them all, would yet have limited his power to only curing a few diseases and physical infirmities of a few individuals who were brought to him, and would not have employed his divine goodness in curing the infirmities of the soul. That is to say, in curing all men of their vices and their depravities, which are worse than the diseases of their bodies. This is not credible. What? Such a good God would desire to preserve dead corpses from decay and corruption, and would not keep from the contagion and corruption of vice and sin the souls of a countless number of persons whom he sought to redeem at the price of his blood, and to sanctify by his grace. What a pitiful contradiction! 4. Of the falsity of the Christian religion. Let us proceed to the pretended visions and divine revelations, upon which our Christ worshippers establish the truth and the certainty of their religion. In order to give a just idea of it, I believe it is best to say in general, that they are such, that if any one should dare now to boast of similar ones, or wish to make them valued, he would certainly be regarded as a fool or a fanatic. Here is what the pretended visions and divine revelations are. God, as these pretended holy books claim, having appeared for the first time to Abraham, said to him, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show thee. Abraham, having gone there, God, says the Bible, appeared the second time to him, and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land, and there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. After the death of Isaac, his son, Jacob going one day to Mesopotamia to look for a wife that would suit him, having walked all the day, and being tired from the long distance, desired to rest toward evening. Lying upon the ground, with his head resting upon a few stones, he fell asleep, and during his sleep he saw a ladder set upon the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and beheld the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord, God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south, and in thee and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land, for I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillow, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil on the top of it, and made at the same time a vow to God, that if he should return safe and sound, he would give him a tithe of all he might possess. Here is yet another vision. Watching the flocks of his father-in-law, Laban, who had promised him that all the speckled lambs produced by his sheep should be his recompense, he dreamed one night that he saw all the males leap upon the females. And all the lambs they brought forth were speckled. In this beautiful dream, God appeared to him, and said, Lift up now thine eyes and see that the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-streaked, speckled, and grizzled, for I have seen all that Laban does unto thee. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. As he was returning with his whole family, and with all he obtained from his father-in-law, he had, says the Bible, a wrestle with an unknown man during the whole night, until the breaking of the day, and as this man had not been able to subdue him, he asked him who he was. Jacob told him his name, and he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. This is a specimen of the first of these pretended visions and divine revelations. We can judge of the others by these. Now, what appearance of divinity is there in dreams so gross and illusions so vain? As if some foreigners, Germans, for instance, should come into our France, and, after seeing all the beautiful provinces of our kingdom, should claim that God had appeared to them in their country, that he had told them to go into France, and that he would give to them and to their posterity all the beautiful lands, domains, and provinces of this kingdom which extend from the rivers Rhine and Rhone, even to the sea. That he would make an everlasting alliance with them, that he would multiply their race, that he would make their posterity as numerous as the stars of heaven and as the sands of the sea, etc. Who would not laugh at such folly, and consider these strangers as insane fools? Now there is no reason to think otherwise of all that has been said by these pretended holy patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in regard to the divine revelations which they claim to have had. As to the institution of bloody sacrifices, the Holy Scriptures attribute it to God. As it would be too wearisome to go into the disgusting details of this kind of sacrifices, I refer the reader to Exodus. See chapters 25, 27, XEI. And 29. Were not men insane and blind to believe they were honoring God by tearing into pieces, butchering, and burning his own creatures, under the pretext of offering them as sacrifices to him? And even now, how is it that our Christ worshippers are so extravagant as to expect to please God the Father, by offering up to him the sacrifice of his divine Son, in remembrance of his being shamefully nailed to a cross upon which he died? Certainly this can spring only from an obstinate blindness of mind. In regard to the detail of the sacrifices of animals, it consists but in colored clothing, blood, plucks, livers, birds' crops, kidneys, claws, skins, in the dung, smoke, cakes, certain measures of oil and wine. The whole being offered and infected by dirty ceremonies as filthy and contemptible as the most extravagant performances of magic. What is most horrible of all this is, that the law of this detestable Jewish people commanded that even men should be offered up as sacrifices. The barbarians, whoever they were, who introduced this horrible law, commanded to put to death any man who had been consecrated to the God of the Jews. whom they called Adonai, and it is according to this execrable precept that Jephthah sacrificed his daughter, and that Saul wanted to sacrifice his son. But here is yet another proof of the falsity of these revelations of which we have spoken. It is the lack of the fulfillment of the great and magnificent promises by which they were accompanied, for it is evident that these promises never have been fulfilled. The proof of this consists in three principal points. Firstly, their posterity was to be more numerous than all the other nations of the world. Secondly, the people who should spring from their race were to be the happiest, the holiest, and the most victorious of all the people of the earth. Thirdly, his covenant was to be everlasting, and they should possess forever the country he should give them. Now it is plain that these promises never were fulfilled. Firstly, it is certain that the Jewish people, or the people of Israel, which is the only one that can be regarded as having descended from the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the only ones to whom these promises should have been fulfilled, have never been so numerous that it could be compared with the other nations of the earth, much less with the sands of the sea, etc. For we see that in the very time when it was the most numerous and the most flourishing, it never occupied more than the little sterile provinces of Palestine and its environs, which are almost nothing in comparison with the vast extent of a multitude of flourishing kingdoms which are on all sides of the earth. Secondly, they have never been fulfilled concerning the great blessings with which they were to be favored. For, although they won a few small victories over some poor nations whom they plundered, this did not prevent them from being conquered and reduced to servitude. Their kingdom destroyed as well as their nation, by the Roman army. And even now the remainder of this unfortunate nation is looked upon as the vilest and most contemptible of all the earth, having no country, no dominion, no superiority. Finally, these promises have not been fulfilled in respect to this everlasting covenant, which God ought to have fulfilled to them, because we do not see now, and we have never seen, any evidence of this covenant. And, on the contrary, they have been for many centuries excluded from the possession of the small country they pretended God had promised that they should enjoy forever. Thus, since these pretended promises were never fulfilled, it is certain evidence of their falsity, which proves, plainly, that these pretended holy books which contain them were not of divine inspiration. Therefore it is useless for our Christ worshippers to pretend to make use of them as infallible testimony to prove the truth of their religion. The Holy Scriptures. v. 1, of the Old Testament. Our Christ worshippers add to their reasons for credulity and to the proofs of the truth of their testimony, the prophecies which are, as they pretend, sure evidences of the truth of the revelations or inspirations of God. There being no one but God who could predict future events so long before they came to pass, as those which have been predicted by the prophets. Let us see, then, who these pretended prophets are, and if we ought to consider them as important as our Christ worshippers pretend they are. These men were but visionaries and fanatics, who acted and spoke according to the impulsions of their ruling passions, and who imagined that it was the Spirit of God by which they spoke and acted. Or they were impostors who feigned to be prophets, and who, in order to more easily deceive the ignorant and simple-minded, boasted of acting and speaking by the Spirit of God. I would like to know how an Ezekiel would be received who should say that God made him eat for his breakfast a roll of parchment, commanded him to be tied like an insane man, and lie 390 days upon his right side, and 40 days upon his left, and commanded him to eat man's dung upon his bread, and afterward, as an accommodation, cow's dung. I ask how such a filthy statement would be received by the most stupid people of our provinces. What can be yet a greater proof of the falsity of these pretended prophecies, than the violence with which these prophets reproach each other for speaking falsely in the name of God, reproaches which they claim to make in behalf of God? All of them say, beware of the false prophets, as the quacks say, beware of the counterfeit pills. How could these insane impostors tell the future? No prophecy in favor of their Jewish nation was ever fulfilled. The number of prophecies which predict the prosperity and the greatness of Jerusalem is almost innumerable. In explanation of this, it will be said that it is very natural that a subdued and captive people should comfort themselves in their real afflictions by imaginary hopes as a year after King James was deposed. The Irish people of his party forged several prophecies in regard to him. But if these promises made to the Jews had been really true, the Jewish nation long ago would have been, and would still be, the most numerous, the most powerful, the most blessed, and the most victorious of all nations. 6.2. The New Testament. Let us examine the pretended prophecies which are contained in the Gospels. Firstly, an angel having appeared in a dream to a man named Joseph, father, or at least so reputed, of Jesus, son of Mary, said unto him, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. This angel said also to Mary, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest, and the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there shall be no end. Jesus began to preach and to say, Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Now, let every man who has not lost common sense, examine if this Jesus ever was a king, or if his disciples had abundance of all things. This Jesus promised to deliver the world from sin. Is there any prophecy which is more false? Is not our age a striking proof of it? It is said that Jesus came to save his people. In what way did he save it? It is the greatest number which rules any party. For example, 12 or 2 of Spaniards or Frenchmen do not constitute the French or Spanish people. And if an army of 120,000 men were taken prisoners of war by an army of enemies which was stronger, and if the chief of this army should redeem only a few men, as 10 or 12 soldiers or officers, by paying their ransom, it could not be claimed that he had delivered or redeemed his army. Then, who is this God who has been sacrificed, who died to save the world, and leaves so many nations damned? What a pity! And what horror! Jesus Christ says that we have but to ask and we shall receive, and to seek and we shall find. He assures us that all we ask of God in his name shall be granted, and that if we have faith as a grain of mustard seed, we could by one word remove mountains. If this promise is true, nothing appears impossible to our Christ worshippers who have faith in Jesus. However, the contrary happens. If Muhammad had made the promises to his votaries that Christ made to his, without success, what would not be said about it? They would cry out, Ah, the cheat! Ah, the impostor! These Christ worshippers are in the same condition, they have been blind, and have not even yet recovered from their blindness. On the contrary, they are so ingenious in deceiving themselves, that they pretend that these promises have been fulfilled from the beginning of Christianity. That at that time it was necessary to have miracles, in order to convince the incredulous of the truth of religion, but that this religion being sufficiently established, the miracles were no longer necessary. Where, then, is there proof of all this? Besides, he who made these promises did not limit them to a certain time, or to certain places, or to certain persons, but he made them generally to everybody. The faith of those who believe, says he, shall be followed by these miracles: they shall cast out devils in my name, they shall speak in divers tongues, they shall handle serpents, etc. In regard to the removal of mountains, he positively says that whoever shall say to a mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. Provided that he does not doubt in his heart, but believes all he commands will be done. Are not all these promises given in a general way, without restriction as to time, place, or persons? It is said that all the sects which are founded in errors and imposture will come to a shameful end. But if Jesus Christ intends to say that he has established a society of followers who will not fall either into vice or error, these words are absolutely false, as there is in Christendom no sect, no society, and no church which is not full of errors and vices, especially the Roman Church, although it claims to be the purest and the holiest of all. It was born into error, or rather it was conceived and formed in error. And even now it is full of delusions which are contrary to the intentions, the sentiments, or the doctrine of its founder, because it has, contrary to his intention, abolished the laws of the Jews, which he approved, and which he came himself, as he said, to fulfill and not to destroy. It has fallen into the errors and idolatry of paganism, as is seen by the idolatrous worship which is offered to its god of dough, to its saints, to their images, and to their relics. I know well that our Christ worshippers consider it a lack of intelligence to accept literally the promises and prophecies as they are expressed. They reject the literal and natural sense of the words, to give them a mystical and spiritual sense which they call allegorical and figurative. Claiming, for example, that the people of Israel and Judea, to whom these promises were made, were not understood as the Israelites after the body, but the Israelites in spirit, that is to say, the Christians which are the Israel of God, the true chosen people, that by the promise made to this enslaved people, to deliver it from captivity, it is understood to be not the corporal deliverance of a single captive people, but the spiritual deliverance of all men from the servitude of the devil, which was to be accomplished by their divine Saviour. That by the abundance of riches, and all the temporal blessings promised to this people, is meant the abundance of spiritual graces. And finally, that by the city of Jerusalem, is meant not the terrestrial Jerusalem, but the spiritual Jerusalem, which is the Christian Church. But it is easy to see that these spiritual and allegorical meanings, having only a strange, imaginary sense, being a subterfuge of the interpreters, cannot serve to show the truth or the falsehood of a proposition, or of any promises whatever. It is ridiculous to forge such allegorical meanings, since it is only by the relations of the natural and true sense that we can judge of their truth or falsehood. A proposition, a promise, for example, which is considered true in the proper and natural sense of the terms in which it is expressed, will not become false in itself under cover of a strange sense, one which does not belong to it. By the same reasoning, that which is manifestly false in its proper and natural sense, will not become true in itself, although we give it a strange sense, one foreign to the true. We can say that the prophecies of the Old Testament adjusted to the New, would be very absurd and puerile things. For example, Abraham had 2 wives, of which the one, who was but a servant, represented the synagogue, and the other one, his lawful wife, represented the Christian Church. And that this Abraham had 2 sons, of which the one born of Hagar, the servant, represented the Old Testament, and the other, born of Sarah, the wife, represented the New Testament. Who would not laugh at such a ridiculous doctrine? Is it not amusing that a piece of red cloth, exhibited by a prostitute as a signal to spies, in the Old Testament is made to represent the blood of Jesus Christ shed in the New? If according to this manner of interpreting allegorically all that is said, done, and practiced in the ancient law of the Jews, we should interpret in the same allegorical way all the discourses, the actions, and the adventures of the famous Don Quixote de la Mancha, we would find the same sort of mysteries and ridiculous figures. It is nevertheless upon this absurd foundation that the whole Christian religion rests. Thus it is that there is scarcely anything in this ancient law that the Christ-worshipping doctors do not try to explain in a mystical way to build up their system. The most false and the most ridiculous prophecy ever made is that of Jesus, in Luke, where it is pretended that there will be signs in the sun and in the moon, and that the Son of Man will appear in a cloud to judge men. And this is predicted for the generation living at that time. Has it come to pass? Did the Son of Man appear in a cloud? 7. Errors of doctrine and of morality. The Christian apostolical Roman religion teaches, and compels belief, that there is but one God, and, at the same time, that there are 3 divine persons, each one being God. This is absurd. For if there are 3 who are truly God, then there are 3 gods. It is false, then, to say that there is but one God. Or if this is true, it is false to say that there are really three who are God, for 1 and 3 cannot be claimed to be one and the same number. It is also said that the first of these pretended divine persons, called the Father, has brought forth the second person, which is called the Son, and that these first two persons together have produced the third, which is called the Holy Ghost. And, nevertheless, these three pretended divine persons do not depend the one upon the other, and even that one is not older than the other. This, too, is manifestly absurd, because one thing cannot receive its existence from another thing without some dependence on this other, and a thing must necessarily exist in order to give birth to another. If, then, the second and the third persons of divinity have received their existence from the first person, they must necessarily depend for their existence on this first person, who gave them birth, or who begot them. And it is necessary also that the first person of the divinity, who gave birth to the two other persons, should have existed before them. Because that which does not exist cannot beget anything. Nevertheless, it is repugnant as well as absurd to claim that anything could be begotten or born without having had a beginning. Now, according to our Christ worshippers, the second and third persons of divinity were begotten and born, then they had a beginning, and the first person had none, not being begotten by another. It therefore follows necessarily that one existed before the other. Our Christ worshippers, who feel these absurdities and cannot avoid them by any good reasoning, have no other resource than to say that we must ignore human reason and humbly adore these sublime mysteries without wishing to understand them. But that which they call faith is refuted when they tell us that we must submit, it is telling us that we must blindly believe that which we do not believe. Our Christ worshippers condemn the blindness of the ancient pagans, who worshipped several gods. They deride the genealogy of those gods, their birth, their marriages, and the generating of their children. Yet they do not observe that they themselves say things which are much more ridiculous and absurd. If the pagans believed that there were goddesses as well as gods, that these gods and goddesses married and begot children, they thought of nothing, then, but what is natural, for they did not believe yet that the gods were without body or feeling. They believed they were similar to men. Why should there not be females as well as males? It is not more reasonable to deny or to recognize the one than the other. And supposing there were gods and goddesses, why should they not beget children in the ordinary way? There would be certainly nothing ridiculous or absurd in this doctrine, if it were true that their gods existed. But in the doctrine of our Christ worshippers there is something absolutely ridiculous and absurd. For besides claiming that one God forms three, and that these three form but one, they pretend that this triple and unique God has neither body, form, nor face. That the first person of this triple and unique God, whom they call the Father, begot of himself a second person, which they call the Son, and which is the same as his Father, being, like him, without body, form, or face. If this is true, why is it that the first one is called Father rather than Mother, or the second called Son rather than Daughter? For if the first one is really father instead of mother, and if the second is son instead of daughter, there must be something in both of these two persons which causes the one to be father rather than mother, and the other to be son rather than daughter. Now who can assert that they are males and not females? But how should they be rather males than females, as they have neither body, form, nor face? That is not an imaginable thing, and destroys itself. No matter, they claim these two persons, without body, form, or face, and, consequently, without difference of sex, are nevertheless father and son, and that they produced by their mutual love a third person, whom they called the Holy Ghost. Who has, like the other two, no body, no form, and no face. What abominable nonsense! As our Christ worshippers limit the power of God the Father to begetting but one Son, why do they not desire that this second person, and the third, should have the same power to beget a son like themselves? If this power to beget a son is perfection in the first person, it is, then, a perfection and a power which does not exist in the second and in the third person. Thus these two persons, lacking a perfection and a power which is found in the first one, they are consequently not equal with him. If, on the contrary, they say that this power to beget a son is no perfection, they should not attribute it, then, to the first person any more than to the other two, for we should attribute perfections only to an absolutely perfect being. Besides, they would not dare to say that the power to beget a divine person is not a perfection. And if they claim that this first person could have begotten several sons and daughters, but that he desired but this only son, and that the two other persons did not desire to beget any others, we could ask them, firstly, from whence they know this, for we do not see in their pretended holy scriptures that any one of these divine personages reveals any such assertions. How, then, can our Christ worshippers know anything about it? They speak but according to their ideas and to their hollow imaginations. Secondly, we could not avoid saying, that if these pretended divine personages had the power of begetting several children, and did not wish to make use of it, the consequence would be that this divine power was ineffectual. It would be entirely without effect in the third person, who did not beget or produce any, and would be almost without effect in the two others, because they limited it. Then this power of begetting or producing an unlimited number of children would remain idle and useless. It would be inconsistent to suppose this of divine personages, one of whom had already produced a son. Our Christ worshippers blame and condemn the pagans because they attribute divinity to mortal men, and worship them as gods after their death. They are right in doing this. But these pagans did only what our Christ worshippers still do in attributing divinity to their Christ. Doing which, they condemn themselves also, because they are in the same error as these pagans, in that they worship a man who was mortal, and so very mortal that he died shamefully upon a cross. It would be of no use for our Christ worshippers to say that there was a great difference between their Jesus Christ and the pagan gods, under the pretense that their Christ was, as they claim, really God and man at the same time. While the divinity was incarnated in him, by means of which, the divine nature found itself united personally, as they say, with human nature. These two natures would have made of Jesus Christ a true God and a true man. This is what never happened, they claim, in the pagan gods. But it is easy to show the weakness of this reply. For, on the one hand, was it not as easy to the pagans as to the Christians, to say that the divinity was incarnated in the men whom they worshipped as gods? On the other hand, if the divinity wanted to incarnate and unite in the human nature of their Jesus Christ, how did they know that this divinity would not wish to also incarnate and unite himself personally to the human nature of those great men and those admirable women, who, by their virtue, by their good qualities, or by their noble actions, have excelled the generality of people, and made themselves worshipped as gods and goddesses? And if our Christ worshippers do not wish to believe that divinity ever incarnated in these great personages, why do they wish to persuade us that he was incarnated in their Jesus? Where is the proof? Their faith and their belief. But as the pagans rely on the same proof, we conclude both to be equally in error. But what is more ridiculous in Christianity than in paganism, is that the pagans have generally attributed divinity but to great men, authors of arts and sciences, and who excelled in virtues useful to their country. But to whom do our God Christ worshippers attribute divinity? To a nobody, to a vile and contemptible man, who had neither talent, science, nor ability. Born of poor parents, and who, while he figured in the world, passed but for a monomaniac and a seditious fool, who was disdained, ridiculed, persecuted, whipped, and, finally, was hanged like most of those who desired to act the same part, when they had neither the courage nor skill. About that time there were several other impostors who claimed to be the true promised Messiah. Amongst others a certain Judas, a Galilean, a Theodorus, a Barcan, and others who, under this vain pretext, abused the people, and tried to excite them, in order to win them, but they all perished. Let us pass now to his discourses and to some of his actions, which are the most singular of this kind. Repent, said he to the people, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, believe these good tidings. And he went all over Galilee preaching this pretended approach of the kingdom of heaven. As no one has seen the arrival of this kingdom of heaven, it is evident that it was but imaginary. But let us see other predictions, the praise, and the description of this beautiful kingdom. Behold what he said to the people. The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while he slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hidden in a field, the which, when a man has found, he hideth again, and for joy thereof goes and sells all that he has, and buys that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a merchantman seeking goodly pearls, who, when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all he had, and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a net that was cast into the sea, and gathered of every kind, which, when it was full, they drew to shore, and sat down and gathered the good into vessels, but cast the bad away. It is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which, indeed, is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown it is the greatest among herbs, etc. Is this a language worthy of a god? We will pass the same judgment upon him if we examine his actions more closely. Because, firstly, he is represented as running all over a country preaching the approach of a pretended kingdom. Secondly, as having been transported by the devil upon a high mountain, from which he believed he saw all the kingdoms of the world. This could only happen to a visionist. For it is certain, there is no mountain upon the earth from which he could see even one entire kingdom, unless it was the little kingdom of Yvetot, which is in France. Thus it was only in imagination that he saw all these kingdoms, and was transported upon this mountain, as well as upon the pinnacle of the temple. Thirdly, when he cured the deaf-mute, spoken of in St. Mark, it is said that he placed his fingers in the ears, spit, and touched his tongue, then casting his eyes up to heaven, he sighed deeply, and said unto him, Ephphatha. Finally, let us read all that is related of him, and we can judge whether there is anything in the world more ridiculous. Having considered some of the silly things attributed to God by our Christ worshippers, let us look a little further into their mysteries. They worship one God in 3 persons, or 3 persons in one God, and they attribute to themselves the power of forming gods out of dough, and of making as many as they want. For, according to their principles, they have only to say 4 words over a certain quantity of wine or over these little images of paste, to make as many gods of them as they desire. What folly! With all the pretended power of their Christ, they would not be able to make the smallest fly, and yet they claim the ability to produce millions of gods. One must be struck by a strange blindness to maintain such pitiable things, and that upon such vain foundation as the equivocal words of a fanatic. Do not these blind theologians see that it means opening a wide door to all sorts of idolatries, to adore these paste images under the pretext that the priests have the power of consecrating them and changing them into gods? Cannot the priests of the idols boast of having a similar ability? Do they not see, also, that the same reasoning which demonstrates the vanity of the gods or idols of wood, of stone, etc., which the pagans worshipped, shows exactly the same vanity of the gods and idols of paste or of flour which our Christ worshippers adore? By what right do they deride the falseness of the pagan gods? Is it not because they are but the work of human hands, mute and insensible images? And what kind of gods are those which we preserve in boxes for fear of the mice? What are these boasted resources of the Christ worshippers? Their morality. It is the same as in all religions, but their cruel dogmas produced and taught persecution and trouble. Their miracles. But what people has not its own, and what wise men do not disdain these fables? Their prophecies. Have we not shown their falsity? Their morals. Are they not often infamous? The establishment of their religion. But did not fanaticism begin, and has not intrigue visibly sustained this edifice? The doctrine. But is it not the height of absurdity? End of the abstract by Voltaire. Publisher's Preface. By translating into both the English and German languages Le Bon Sens, containing the last will and testament of the French curate Jean Meslier, Miss Anna Knoop has performed a most useful and meritorious task. And in issuing a new edition of this work, it is but justice to her memory. Miss Knoop died Jan. 11, 1889, to state that her translation has received the endorsement of our most competent critics. In a letter dated Newburyport, Massachusetts, September 23, 1878, Mr. James Parton, the celebrated author, commends Miss Knoop for translating Meslier's book so well, and says that This work of the honest pastor is the most curious and the most powerful thing of the kind which the last century produced. Paine and Voltaire had reserves, but Jean Meslier had none. He keeps nothing back, and yet, after all, the wonder is not that there should have been one priest who left that testimony at his death, but that all priests do not. True, there is a great deal more to be said about religion, which I believe to be an eternal necessity of human nature, but no man has uttered the negative side of the matter with so much candor and completeness as Jean Meslier. The value of the testimony of a Catholic priest, who in his last moments recanted the errors of his faith and asked God's pardon for having taught the Catholic religion, was fully appreciated by Voltaire, who highly commended this grand work of Meslier. He voluntarily made every effort to increase its circulation, and even complained to d'Alembert that there were not as many copies in all Paris as he himself had dispersed throughout the mountains of Switzerland. See Letter 504, Voltaire to d'Alembert. He earnestly entreats his associates to print and distribute in Paris an edition of at least 4,000 or 5,000 copies, and at the suggestion of d'Alembert, made an abstract or abridgment of the Testament so small as to cost no more than 5 pence, and thus to be fitted for the pocket and reading of every workman. Letter 146, from d'Alembert. The Abbé Bérulle claims in his memoirs, see History of Jacobinism by the Abbé Bérulle, for volumes 8 vo, translated by the Honourable Robert Clifford, F.R.S., and printed in London in 1798. The learned Abbé defines Jacobinism as the error of every man who, judging of all things by the standard of his own reason, rejects in religious matters every authority that is not derived from the light of nature. It is the error of every man who denies the possibility of any mystery beyond the limits of his reason, of every one who, discarding revelation in defense of the pretended rights of reason, equality, and liberty, seeks to subvert the whole fabric of the Christian religion. B.4. To detect in the writings of Voltaire and of the leading encyclopedists, a conspiracy not only against the altar but also against the throne. He severely denounces the last will of Jean Meslier, that famous curate of Étrepigny, whose apostasy and blasphemies made so strong an impression on the minds of the populace. And he styles the plan of d'Alembert for circulating a few thousand copies of the abstract of the will, as a base project against the doctrines of the gospel. Ibid, page 145, he even asserts his belief that the Jacobins will one day declare that all men are free, that all men are equal. And as a consequence of this equality and liberty they will conclude that every man must be left to the light of reason. That every religion subjecting man's reason to mysteries, or to the authority of any revelation speaking in God's name, is a religion of constraint and slavery. That as such it should be annihilated in order to re-establish the indefeasible rights of equality and liberty as to the belief or disbelief of all that the reason of man approves or disapproves, and they will call this equality and liberty the reign of reason and the empire of philosophy. History of Jacobinism, page 51. The results which the Abbé Bérulle so clearly foresaw have at length been realized. The labors of the Jacobins have not been in vain, and the revolution they incited has restored France to the government of the people. With ardent hope for the future, says President Carnot in his centennial address, May 5, 1889, I greet in the palace of the monarchy the representatives of a nation that is now in complete possession of herself. That is mistress of her destinies, and that is in the full splendor and strength of liberty. The first thoughts on this solemn meeting turn to our fathers. The immortal generation of 1789, by dint of courage and many sacrifices, secured for us benefits which we must bequeath to our sons as a most precious inheritance. Never can our gratitude equal the grandeur of the services rendered by our fathers to France and to the human race. The revolution was based upon the rights of man. It created a new era in history and founded modern society. This is literally true. The freethinkers of France have taught mankind the doctrines of liberty, equality, and fraternity. They have taught the dignity of human reason, and the sacredness of human rights. They have broken the bondage of the altar, and severed the shackles of the throne, and it is to be regretted that at the centennial celebration held in this city on April 30, 1889, the appointed orator, see the centennial address of the Hon. Chauncey M. Depew did not realize the grandeur of the occasion, and did not, like Carnot, pay a just tribute to our allies, the reformers of Europe, as well as to the fathers of the Republic. But the people of America will remember what the politician has forgotten. They will remember the names and deeds of their foreign benefactors as well as of the American patriots of '76. When they recall the illustrious Europeans who fought for our liberties, they will remember the name of Lafayette. When they think of the Declaration of Independence, they will not forget the name of Thomas Jefferson. And when they speak of the times that tried men's souls, they will recall with gratitude the name of Thomas Paine. Although the ecclesiastical conclave at Rome claims the power of working miracles in defiance of nature's laws, yet with or without miracles, they have never answered the simple arguments advanced by Jean Meslier. Although they claim to hold the keys of paradise, and bind on earth the souls that are to be bound in heaven, yet year by year their waning power refutes their senseless boast. Although they boldly assert the dogma of popish infallibility, yet the loss of the temporal power once wielded by Rome, and the death of each succeeding pontiff, attest both the Pope's fallibility and the Pope's mortality. Indeed, the successor of St. Peter is but human, the Sacred College at Rome is but mortal, and faith and dogma cannot forever resist the influence of light and knowledge. The power of Catholicism is surely declining throughout Europe. And if it has become aggressive in our American cities, is it not because the friends of freedom have forgotten the well-known axiom that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty? Peter Eckler. New York, May 21, 1889. Prefatory note by the translator. Some years ago a copy of Jean Meslier fell into my hands. I was struck with the simple truthfulness of his arguments, and the thought never left me of the happy change that would be produced all over the world and the religious prejudices should be dispelled. And when all the different nations and sects would unite and lend each other a friendly hand. Since I had the opportunity of hearing the speeches and lectures of liberal men, it has seemed to me that the time has come for this work of Jean Meslier to be appreciated, and I concluded to translate it into the language of my adopted country, presuming that many would be happy to study it. In this faith I offer it now to the public, and I hope that the name of Jean Meslier will be honored as one of the greatest benefactors of humanity. Anna Knoop. Preface of the editor of the French edition of 1830. It is said that truth is generally revealed by dying lips. When men full of health and enjoying all the pleasures of life, exert themselves without ceasing, to excite minds and to take advantage of their fanaticism by wearing the mask of religion. It will not be without interest or importance to know what other men, invested with the same ministry, have taught under the impulse of a conscience quickened by the approach of the final hour. Their confessions are more valuable because they carry with them the spirit of contrition. It is then that the truth, which is no longer obscured by narrow passions and sordid interests, presents itself in all its brilliancy, and imposes upon him who has kept it hidden during his life, the duty, and even the necessity of unveiling it fully at his death. It is then that human speech, losing in a measure its terrestrial nature, becomes persuasive and convincing. We know this fact of a celebrated preacher who in the beginning of the Revolution stood in the same pulpit which we are pleased to call the pulpit of truth, and with his hand upon his heart declared that till then he had taught only falsehood. He did more. He implored his parishioners to forgive him for the gross errors in which he had kept them, and congratulated them upon having at last arrived at a period when it was permitted to establish the empire of reason upon the ruins of prejudice. Times have changed very much, it is true. However, so long as the press shall be able to combat the fatal errors of religious fanaticism, and perhaps even to some extent prevent its violence, it will be the duty of every friend of humanity to reproduce continually the full retractions which oppose the sincerity and conscience of the dying to the bad faith and hypocritical avidity of the living. Guided by this intention, and ashamed to see the human race, in a land just freed from the yoke of prejudice, give birth to a disgraceful juggling which will terminate in dominating authority, and associate itself with the persecutions of which our incredulous or dissenting ancestors were the sad victims, we believe it useful to reprint the last lessons of a priest and honest man bequeathed to his fellow citizens and to posterity. The service we render to philosophy will be so much the greater when we can consider as immutable, perpetual, permanent, and ready to appear in the hour of need, the edition which we are preparing of Common Sense, by the priest Jean Meslier. And his dying confession. To do justice to these two works, to which we have added analytical notes, which will greatly facilitate our researches. We will limit ourselves by giving the imposing approbation of two philosophers of the 18th century, Voltaire and D'Alembert. They certainly understood much better the sublimity of evangelical morality, and spoke of it in a manner more worthy of its author, than did those who deified it to profit by its divinity. And who abused so cruelly the ignorance and barbarity of the first centuries, to establish, in the interest of their fortunes and power, so many base prejudices, so many puerile and superstitious practices. Here is what Voltaire and D'Alembert thought of the curate Meslier and of his work. Their letters are presented here in order to excite curiosity and convince the judgment. Voltaire to D'Alembert. Ferney, February, 1762. They have printed in Holland the Testament of Jean Meslier. I trembled with horror in reading it. The testimony of a priest, who, in dying, asks God's pardon for having taught Christianity, must be a great weight in the balance of liberals. I will send you a copy of this testament of the Antichrist, because you desire to refute it. You have but to tell me by what manner it will reach you. It is written with great simplicity, which unfortunately resembles candor. Voltaire to the same. Ferney, February 25, 1762. Meslier also has the wisdom of the serpent. He sets an example for you, the good grain was hidden in the chaff of his book. A good Swiss has made a faithful abstract, and this abstract can do a great deal of good. What an answer to the insolent fanatics who treat philosophers like libertines. What an answer to you, wretches that you are, this testimony of a priest, who asks God's pardon for having been a Christian. D'Alembert's answer. Paris, March 31, 1762. A misunderstanding has been the cause, my dear philosopher, that I received but a few days since the work of Jean Meslier, which you had sent almost a month ago. I waited till I received it to write to you. It seems to me that we could inscribe upon the tombstone of this curate, here lies a very honest priest, curate of a village in Champagne, who, in dying, asks God's pardon for having been a Christian, and who has proved by this that 99 sheep and 1 native of Champagne do not make 100 beasts. I suspect that the abstract of his work is written by a Swiss, who understands French very well, though he affects to speak it badly. This is neat, earnest, and concise, and I bless the author of the abstract, whoever he may be. It is of the Lord to cultivate the vine. After all, my dear philosopher, a little longer, and I do not know whether all these books will be necessary, and whether man will not have enough sense to comprehend by himself that 3 do not make 1, and that bread is not God. The enemies of reason are playing a very foolish part at this moment, and I believe that we can say as in the song. To destroy all these people you should let them alone. I do not know what will become of the religion of Christ, but its professors are in false garb. What Pascal, Nicole, and Arnaud could not do, there is an appearance that 3 or 4 absurd and ignorant fanatics will accomplish. The nation will give this vigorous blow within, while she is doing so little outside, and we will put in the abbreviated chronological pages of the year 1762, this year France lost all its colonies and expelled the Jesuits. I know nothing but powder, which with so little apparent force, could produce such great results. Voltaire to D'Alembert. Delis, July 12, 1762. It appears to me that the testament of Jean Meslier has a great effect. All those who read it are convinced, this man discusses and proves. He speaks in the moment of death, at the moment when even liars tell the truth fully. This is the strongest of all arguments. Jean Meslier is to convert the world. Why is his gospel in so few hands? How lukewarm you are at Paris. You hide your light under a bushel. D'Alembert's answer. Paris, July 31, 1762. You reproach us with lukewarmness, but I believe I have told you already that the fear of the faggot is very cooling. You would like us to print the testament of Jean Meslier and distribute 4 or 5,000 copies. The infamous fanaticism, for infamous it is, would lose little or nothing, and we should be treated as fools by those whom we would have converted. Man is so little enlightened today only because we had the precaution or the good fortune to enlighten him little by little. If the sun should appear all of a sudden in a cave, the inhabitants would perceive only the harm it would do their eyes. The excess of light would result only in blinding them. D'Alembert to Voltaire. Paris, July 9, 1764. Apropos, they have lent me that work attributed to Saint Evremont, and which is said to be by Dumas Ace, of which you spoke to me some time ago. It is good, but the Testament of Meslier is still better. Voltaire to D'Alembert. Ferney, July 16, 1764. The Testament of Meslier ought to be in the pocket of all honest men. A good priest, full of candor, who asks God's pardon for deceiving himself, must enlighten those who deceive themselves. Voltaire to the Count d'Argental. Aux Délices, February 6, 1762. But no little bird told me of the infernal book of that curate, Jean Meslier, a very important work to the angels of darkness. An excellent catechism for Beelzebub. Know that this book is very rare, it is a treasure. Voltaire to the same. Aux Deuces, May 31, 1762. It is just that I should send you a copy of the second edition of Meslier. In the first edition they forgot the preface, which is very strange. You have wise friends who would not be sorry to have this book in their secret cabinet. It is excellent to form youthful minds. The book, which was sold in manuscript form for 8 Louis d'Or, is illegible. This little abstract is very edifying. Let us thank the good souls who give it gratuitously, and let us pray God to extend his benedictions upon this useful reading. Voltaire to Dameleville. Aux Deuces, February 8, 1762. My brother shall have a Meslier soon as I shall have received the order. It would seem that my brother has not the facts. 15 to 20 years ago the manuscript of this work sold for 8 Louis d'Or, it was a very large quarto. There are more than 100 copies in Paris. Brother Thiriot understands the facts. It is not known who made the abstract, but it is taken wholly, word for word, from the original. There are still many persons who have seen the curate Meslier. It would be very useful to make a new edition of this little work in Paris. It can be done easily in 3 or 4 days. Voltaire to the same. Ferney, December 6, 1762. But I believe there will never be another impression of the little book of Meslier. Think of the weight of the testimony of one dying, of a priest, of a good man. Voltaire to the same. Ferney, July 6, 1764. 300 Mesliers distributed in a province have caused many conversions. Ah, if I was assisted. Voltaire to the same. Ferney, September 29, 1764. There are too few Mesliers and too many swindlers. Voltaire to the same. Aux Délices, October 8, 1764. Names injure the cause, they awaken prejudice. Only the name of Jean Meslier can do good, because the repentance of a good priest in the hour of death must make a great impression. This Meslier should be in the hands of all the world. Voltaire to Madame de Florian. Aux Délices, May 20, 1762. My dear niece, it is very sad to be so far from you. Read and read again Jean Meslier, he is a good curate. Voltaire to the Marquis d'Argence. March 2, 1763. I have found a testament of Jean Meslier, which I send you. The simplicity of this man, the purity of his manners, the pardon which he asks of God, and the authenticity of his book, must produce a great effect. I will send you as many copies as you want of the testament of this good curate. Voltaire to Helvetius. Aux Deuces, May 1, 1763. They have sent me the 2 abstracts of Jean Meslier. It is true that it is written in the style of a carriage horse, but it is well suited to the street. And what testimony! That of a priest who asks pardon in dying, for having taught absurd and horrible things. What an answer to the platitudes of fanatics who have the audacity to assert that philosophy is but the fruit of libertinage. The end.